Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 1. Look, you ever get a gift that just feels wrong from the moment it lands in your hands? My name is Leo, and that's exactly what happened to me in a greasy diner just outside Cheyenne. I was shoveling down eggs that tasted like rubber, thinking about the next 500 empty miles, when this other trucker slid into the booth across from me. I'd seen him around before, a grizzled guy with eyes that looked like they'd seen too many midnight roads. He didn't say hello, just nursed his coffee and watched the rain smear the windows. After a while, he dug into his jacket pocket and pulled out this little box, the kind you get at a joke shop, and pushed it across the sticky table towards me. "For the lonely miles," he said, and his smile didn't reach those tired eyes. I laughed it off, a cheap bit of fun, and thanked him. It was a travel-sized Ouija board, the flimsiest thing you ever saw, all thin cardboard and a plastic slider. I tossed it onto the passenger seat of my rig and forgot about it for days, rolling through Nebraska under a sky so big and empty it felt like you could fall off the earth. The loneliness out there, it's a real thing. It gets into your bones. So one night, parked at a rest stop so quiet I could hear the ticks of my engine cooling, I saw that dumb box. Boredom is a powerful thing. I opened it, balanced the board on my knees, and put my fingers on that little plastic heart they call a planchette. I felt like an idiot, talking to an empty cab. "All right, oh wise spirit," I mumbled, half joking. "What's on the road ahead for me?" I expected nothing. Maybe my own hand twitching from too much coffee. What I didn't expect was for the thing to jerk under my fingers. It wasn't a smooth glide. It jumped. It slammed to the letter B, then L, then O, then O, then D. I stared at the word. Blood. A cold knot tightened in my gut. Before I could even pull my hand away, it zipped again. F-O-G blood fog. I yanked my hand back like I'd been shocked. My heart was hammering against my ribs. "Get a grip," I said out loud to the empty cab. It was a vibration from a distant truck, or my own subconscious playing tricks. That's all. I shoved the board under the seat and tried to sleep. The dream was worse than any message. I was driving, but the road was wrong, and a trailer was jackknifing in front of me in slow motion, spilling something dark across wet asphalt. I woke up with a gasp, the dawn lighted dirty gray through my windshield. My arm itched. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I looked down and saw marks. Faint, smudged lines on my forearm, like someone had written on me with a cheap ballpoint pen while I slept. It wasn't a word. It was a string of numbers. They looked like map coordinates. Now, that spooked me worse than the board. I scrubbed at my skin with a napkin and spit, but the numbers just got blurrier, like a stubborn tattoo. A deep, superstitious chill went through me. This wasn't a twitch. This was something else. Part of me, the sensible part, said to ignore it, to drive on and forget any of this ever happened. But the other part, the part that had seen that Ouija board jump, needed to know. With shaking hands, I punched the numbers into my GPS. It was a real place, a stretch of highway about 50 miles back the way I'd come. I sat there, engine off, listening to the empty silence of the rest stop. I flipped on the CB radio, scanning for chatter. Nothing. No accident reports, no weather alerts for fog. Just the usual static and a few guys talking about diesel prices. The rational explanation one. It was a freak coincidence, a weird waking dream and a skin irritation. I started the engine, the big diesel rumbling to life, and I pulled back onto the interstate, driving away from those coordinates, determined to put the whole creepy morning behind me. I drove for hours, the flat land stretching out forever. I had the radio on low, some talk station just for the noise. Then the news bulletin cut in. The announcer's voice was calm, professional, and it made the words hit even harder. There had been a major accident, a multi-vehicle pileup in dense, sudden fog. Multiple fatalities. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The reporter gave the location. It was the exact stretch of road from the coordinates on my arm. Then they gave the estimated time of the crash. It happened just about 1 hour after I woke up and saw those numbers. If I had turned around, if I had driven back, I would have been right there. I would have seen it. Or maybe a tiny, terrible voice whispered in my head. I would have been in it. I pulled over at the next exit, my hands clamped so tight on the wheel my knuckles were white. I sat there for a long time, watching cars blur past, living their normal, uncursed lives. I looked at my arm again. The numbers were finally fading. But the feeling wasn't. The gift from the tired trucker wasn't a joke. It was a warning. And as I sat there on the shoulder, a single, clear thought cut through the panic. This was not over. The road ahead was long, and something was now on it with me. I had no idea how to get rid of it, or if it even wanted me to try. All I knew was that the next lonely night and the next empty stretch of asphalt were waiting. And so was the board under my seat. For 2 weeks, I tried to pretend it never happened. I threw myself into the work, taking long hauls, blasting loud music, and stopping only when my eyes were crossing from exhaustion. I avoided looking at the passenger seat floor, where that flimsy cardboard box was buried under old maps and empty coffee cups. I scrubbed my arm raw every morning in truck stop showers, as if I could wash away the memory of those numbers. But the memory was etched deeper than any ink. Sleep became my enemy. I'd lie in my bunk, staring at the ceiling of the cab, fighting to stay awake because I was terrified of what I might dream. When I did sleep, it was broken and restless, but thankfully dreamless. I started to believe maybe it was a one-time thing, a perfect storm of coincidence, and a screwed-up gag gift from a lonely old man. That hope lasted exactly 14 days. The second time was worse. The dream wasn't about big rigs and fog. It was small and sharp and horrible. I saw a child's bicycle, the bright red kind with tassels on the handlebars, lying crushed in a ditch next to a twisted mailbox. I heard the screech of tires, not from a semi, but from a family car. I woke up gasping, my throat tight. I didn't want to look. I forced myself to look at my forearm, and there they were, new coordinates. These weren't faint smudges. They were dark, clear lines, like someone had pressed down hard with a pen, determined to be seen. A cold dread, colder than any winter wind, settled in my chest. This was real. It was happening again. Last time I ran. This time a different instinct kicked in. Maybe I could stop it. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy. I couldn't call the police directly. They'd ask too many questions. I remembered the number for the State Patrol tip line from a roadside sign. I drove to the next exit, found a grimy payphone outside a shuttered gas station, and fed coins into it. My voice sounded like a stranger's, tight and shaky. I reported a possible accident, a car off the road, at those coordinates. I hung up before they could ask my name. I sat in my cab, shaking. I had done the right thing, the moral thing. But a new, more terrifying thought arrived. What if calling it in wasn't enough? The coordinates were a 2-hour drive from where I was. The dream felt immediate. I made a choice that would change everything. I didn't drive away. I pointed my rig toward the coordinates. I was going to see it for myself. The location was up in the mountains, a scenic overlook on a winding 2-lane road. My GPS led me right to it. As I pulled into the gravel lot, my heart was trying to beat its way out of my ribs. Everything was peaceful. Pine trees, a guardrail, a spectacular view of valleys below. No crash. For a beautiful, fleeting second, I felt a surge of relief. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the dream was just a dream. Then I saw the car. A blue sedan, coming around the bend too fast. I saw it all in slow motion. The driver, a man with a panicked face, yanking the wheel. The tires losing their grip on the gravel shoulder. The sickening lurch as the car slammed through the wooden guardrail like it was made of toothpicks. The silence after, which was worse than any sound. Then the screaming started. I was moving before I even thought, leaping from my cab, my CB radio in hand to call for help. I used my truck to block the lane, my emergency lights flashing. I was the first one down the slope. The car was crumpled against a tree. The man inside was alive, but his eyes were wide and unseeing, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. I talked to him, nonsense words, telling him help was coming, until the first sirens echoed up the mountain. They got him out. The paramedics said he would live, thanks to the quick response. A sheriff, a woman with a kind, tired face, came over to me after the chaos settled. "You saved a life today," she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Lucky you were so close. Almost like you knew." Her words were meant to be grateful, but they hit me like a physical blow. I froze. She had no idea how right she was. That's when the full understanding crashed down on me. I wasn't just foreseeing these things. I was being positioned, pulled into them. The entity, or whatever it was, wasn't just showing me the future. It was putting me in the audience for its horrible show. I was a reluctant witness, and my presence, my call, had maybe altered the outcome this time. But I had still seen it. I had still been part of it. That night, in a cheap motel room, I started a logbook. A cheap spiral notebook from a gas station. I wrote down the date, the coordinates from my arm, the details of the dream, and then what actually happened. I needed to find a pattern, something rational. Was it weather-related? Bad road design? A certain phase of the moon? I was turning from a victim into an investigator, clinging to the idea that if I could understand it, I could beat it. But the logbook itself became a source of dread. As I paged back through it, looking at the two entries, a terrifying common thread emerged. In both the news report of the pileup and from the paramedics talking about the sedan driver, the same phrase came up. The drivers had reported falling asleep at the wheel or a sudden, inexplicable loss of control. It wasn't just bad roads. It was like something was making them crash. After a few days of this, I snapped. I couldn't live with that thing in my truck. I drove to a massive truck stop in Tennessee, a place with rows of dumpsters out back. I took the Ouija board, box and all, and I hurled it into a dumpster full of rotting food and empty oil bottles. I slammed the lid down. A wave of relief, so profound it made my knees weak, washed over me. It was gone. The source of the curse was buried in garbage. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept. Really slept. A deep, dreamless, peaceful sleep. I woke up feeling like a new man. The sun was shining. Birds were chirping in the trees by the parking lot. I stretched, feeling the weight lifted. I had done it. I had broken the cycle. I rolled up my sleeve, a casual gesture, just to check. The sight stole the breath from my lungs. Fresh coordinates. These weren't just written on my skin. They were etched deep and angry like a brand. The skin around them was red and raised. And as I sat there, stunned, my eyes drifted to the passenger side footwell. There, clean and dry, sitting neatly on the floor mat as if it had been placed there carefully, was the travel-sized Ouija board. It hadn't been in the dumpster. It had never left. The relief vanished, replaced by a sinking horror that was infinitely worse than before. It wasn't just about the board. It was about me, and it was clear now that whatever this was, it wasn't letting go. The board was back. That simple fact broke something in my brain. The last little thread of normal, rational thinking snapped. This wasn't a weird psychological thing. This wasn't me being psychic. Something was with me. Something that could put thoughts in my head, marks on my skin, and could move a physical object from a dumpster back into my locked truck. I stopped trying to explain it away. Now I just needed to survive it. The dreams changed after that. They weren't just movies I watched anymore. They started to feel real. The next one, I wasn't just seeing a crash, I was in it. I felt the jolt of the impact in my own teeth. I tasted copper like blood in my own mouth. I heard the crackle of a CB radio and a voice, not mine, screaming for someone to help, screaming that they couldn't feel their legs. I woke up heaving, scrambling out of my bunk to vomit on the gravel beside my rig. The thing was getting inside my head, sharing the victim's last moments with me. And the crashes it showed me got worse, uglier. No more simple spin-outs. It was showing me fire now, big orange balls of it engulfing cars. It showed me a school bus teetering on the edge of a bridge. This thing, whatever it was, had a taste for the big show, the terrible spectacle. It was showing me its favorite meals. I was exhausted, running on caffeine pills and sheer terror. One afternoon, driving through Kansas with the flat land blurring past, I just couldn't take it anymore. I yelled at the empty cab, my voice raw and cracked. "What do you want from me? Just tell me what you want." I didn't expect an answer. The radio was on, scanning through the fuzzy AM stations full of preachers and static. Right after I shouted, the scanning stopped. The speakers filled with a hiss, and then a voice came through. It wasn't one voice. It was many, layered on top of each other, distorted and wrong, like people talking through broken glass and water. It said one word, "Witness." Then the radio went back to scanning like nothing happened. I almost drove off the road. That word echoed in my head. Witness. It wanted an audience. I was its audience. That was my job now. The realization shifted everything. I wasn't trying to understand a phenomenon anymore. I was trying to survive a relationship with something intelligent and hungry. I started digging not into accident reports, but into the old stories. I spent hours at library computers in small towns, looking up folklore. I wasn't looking for Ouija board tricks. I was looking for tales of road ghosts, hitchhikers that vanished, spirits that haunted certain turns where lots of people died. I read about things called wayfarer spirits, lonely ghosts that followed travelers. I read about hungry ghosts, beings that fed on pain and fear. It all felt too close to home. In one old story, I read a fragment, a supposed way to ward off an evil spirit that was following you. It said to line your windows with salt, a barrier, and to put a nail point up under your seat, something about iron confusing them. It was probably nonsense, but I was desperate. That night, at a Walmart parking lot, I did it. I took a salt shaker I'd lifted from a diner and made a thin, careful line of salt along the bottom edge of all my cab windows. I took a nail from my toolkit and tucked it under the driver's seat cushion, point facing up. I felt silly, but also a tiny bit of hope. Maybe this would break the connection, even for a night. I slept. The dream that came was the most violent yet. It was a chain reaction on a rainy freeway, metal screaming, people trapped. I felt a searing heat on my face. I woke up screaming, bathed in cold sweat, and my hope died. The salt I had so carefully laid was scattered all across the dashboard and seats, like a gust of wind had blown through my sealed cab. I reached under my seat cushion, my fingers searching for the nail. I found it. It wasn't pointing up. It was embedded, point first, deep into the foam of my headrest, right where the back of my skull would have been. A message. A very clear one. My little protections were a joke to it. Around that time, I noticed something new in my logbook. I had been writing in it every day, my notes getting more frantic. One morning, I paged back and saw an entry I didn't remember writing. The handwriting was almost mine, but off, the letters slanted differently, more aggressive. It described a crash involving a motorcycle and a deer, with details I hadn't known yet. At the bottom of that page, in that same almost my handwriting, were the words, "It is learning your hand." My blood ran cold. It wasn't just talking through the radio. It was trying to write through me. I was losing ground fast. In a moment of pure despair, I found a website. It was a weird buried forum called Road Incident Precognitives. It was a ghost town, just a handful of posts from truckers, a travel nurse, a long-haul bus driver. They talked about dreams, about knowing things, about marks appearing. My heart raced as I read. I wasn't alone. But the posts all ended abruptly. The last one, from a user called Long Haul Lenny, over a year ago, had a single line that made my stomach drop. It asked for a name. I gave it one. Don't make my mistake. Then nothing. No more posts from anyone. The forum was dead. That was the final straw. The rage came then, hot and bright, burning away the fear for a second. I grabbed the Ouija board from where it sat, taunting me on the passenger seat. I didn't want to just throw it away this time. I wanted to destroy it. I flicked my lighter open, the flame steady in the still air of the cab. I held the flame to the corner of the cardboard box. The paper should have blackened, curled, caught fire. It didn't. The flame licked the corner, but the box didn't even scorch. I held the lighter there until my thumb burned. Nothing. I tried to melt the plastic planchette. The flame wrapped around it, but the plastic stayed cool, unchanged. It was impossible. This was cheap junk. It should be a puddle. I sat there, the lighter flame shaking in my hand, defeated. And then, slowly, without my touch, the plastic planchette on the board began to move. It slid across the printed letters, smooth and sure, until it came to rest. It stopped on the word "no." I dropped the lighter. It clattered to the floor. The flame went out. I stared at the board, at that little plastic heart pointing squarely at its answer. You couldn't burn it. You couldn't throw it away. And it was learning, every day, how to get further inside my world. The fight seemed to leak out of me, replaced by a cold, hard understanding. This thing was stronger than any salt or nail. It was stronger than my rage. And the only clue I had from someone who had been in my shoes was a warning. Don't give it a name. But as I looked at the board, a new, more immediate question formed. If it wanted a witness, what happened when being a witness wasn't enough for it anymore? The days blurred into one long, terrible drive after that. I stopped taking care of myself, stopped caring about anything but the next coordinates. Showers became a distant memory. I lived on gas station hot dogs and stale coffee. My rig, once my pride and joy, got filthy inside and out. I wasn't a trucker anymore. I was a delivery system for a nightmare, and the package was me. I stopped even looking for paying loads. What was the point? My savings were draining away, but money felt meaningless. My only purpose was to drive to the numbers on my arm, to watch, to witness. I was a prisoner in my own cab, and the road was my cell block. The exhaustion was the worst part. I was afraid to sleep, but my body would give out. After one 60-hour stretch propped up on pills, I saw it. Just a flicker in the rearview mirror as the sun was going down. A dark shape sitting in the passenger seat. A human-shaped smudge, like a shadow made of thicker darkness. I whipped my head around so fast my neck cracked. The seat was empty, But when I reached over and placed my hand on the passenger seat, the leather was ice cold, and it was indented deeply, as if a large person had been sitting there for hours. It wasn't just in my head anymore. It was taking up space. The physical proof got harder to ignore. One morning, I woke up at a red light, having nodded off for just a few seconds. I rubbed my eyes, and there, on the dashboard in front of me, were the latest coordinates. They weren't on my skin. They were carved into the vinyl of the dash, like someone had taken a knife or a very sharp fingernail and scratched them right into the material. The thing was getting stronger. It was leaving permanent marks on my world, not just on me. I was losing. The hopelessness of it all crushed me one night in an empty industrial park. I just couldn't do it anymore. I looked at the cold, indented passenger seat, and I spoke, my voice hollow. "Is this all you are? Just a parasite? Show me something I can actually stop. Something small. A flat tire. A broken fan belt. Show me you're not just about the feast." I didn't expect an answer. I was just talking to the dark. But that night, the dream was different. It was simple. A woman, alone in a sedan on a country road at dusk. A loud bang, the car wobbling. A flat tire. She pulled over safely, got out, and stood there looking at the wrecked tire, scared but unharmed. The coordinates that came were for a rural route in Iowa. It felt like a test. I drove there, my mind buzzing. It was exactly as I'd seen. The woman was there, struggling with the lug nuts. I pulled over, put on my hazards, and walked over. "Need a hand?" I said. She nearly jumped out of her skin, but then she saw my face, my rig, and relief flooded hers. I changed her tire in 10 minutes. She thanked me over and over, her eyes wet. "You're an angel," she said. As she drove off, spare tire thumping, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. A glimmer of something good. A twisted sense of purpose. Maybe I could steer this. Maybe I could use this curse to actually help people. That hope was a poison, and I drank it right down. It made me believe, for a moment, that I had some control. That maybe we could make a deal, this thing and I. Around that time, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize, but with a Wyoming area code. I answered. It was him, the veteran trucker who gave me the board. He didn't say hello. All I heard was sobbing, deep, wretched, heartbroken sobs that went on and on. I said his name. I asked what was wrong, but he just cried. Then the line went dead. I tried calling back. It was disconnected. That call froze the little bit of hope I had. Whatever was happening to me, it had happened to him. And it had broken him. The worst moment came when I reviewed my dash cam footage. I had a camera that recorded the cab, for security. I was looking back at a day where I'd felt particularly fuzzy, wondering if I'd missed something. I fast-forwarded through hours of me driving, my face drawn and tired. Then I saw it. The timestamp was 3 a.m. I was in my bunk, supposedly asleep. On the video, my sleeping form stirred. Then I sat up. My movements were smooth, mechanical, all wrong. My face was blank. My eyes were open, but they looked strange, dark and empty in the grainy footage. I watched myself reach for a pen from the cup holder. I watched myself roll up the sleeve of my own shirt. And I watched, with a horror that turned my insides to liquid, as my own hand, controlled by something else, calmly and neatly wrote the next set of coordinates onto my own forearm. Then I lay back down. The video kept rolling. I slept. I had been writing the messages on myself. It wasn't just learning my handwriting. It was wearing me like a glove. I was truly just a vessel. The last bit of fight left me. I was a puppet. What was the point? A few days later, feeling dead inside, I went to put my sun visor down against the glare. A folded piece of paper, yellow and old, fluttered into my lap. I knew the handwriting immediately. It was the veteran's, shaky but clear. It must have been tucked up there the day he gave me the board. A message I was never meant to find until it was too late. It said only, "It doesn't want to warn. It wants to feed. The crash is the dinner bell. You're just the ringmaster." I read those words over and over. The ringmaster. I thought of the woman with the flat tire. A tiny snack, a consolation prize to keep me playing the game. The real meal was the chaos, the pain, the fear. And I was the one leading everyone to the table. My moment of hope had been a trick, a way to make me complicit. I wasn't a witness. I was part of the show. I looked at the new coordinates freshly carved into my dashboard. I looked at the cold, dented passenger seat. The board sat on it, waiting. I had helped it. I had cheered for it when it threw me a crumb. I had become its partner. The question now wasn't how to stop it. The question was, how much of me was even left to try? The truth, That I was just the ringmaster for its horrors, broke the last of my spirit. I stopped fighting the tiredness. What was the point? In a vast, empty Walmart parking lot in Ohio, under the flat white glow of the security lights, my body finally gave out. I crawled into the bunk and passed into a sleep so deep it felt like drowning. But I didn't find peace. The dream that took me was different from all the others. I wasn't watching from the sidelines. I was in the driver's seat of my own rig. I could feel the familiar vibration of the wheel, see the highway stretching out in my headlights. But my hands weren't on the wheel. I was a passenger, trapped inside my own body, looking out through my own eyes. And I wasn't alone. In the passenger seat next to me sat a shadow. It wasn't a smudge in the mirror this time. It was a full, human-shaped form made of concentrated cold and a feeling of pure, mean joy. I could feel the chill coming off it, seeping into my bones. I tried to move, to scream, to grab the wheel, but I was frozen. I could only watch as the shadow's dark, shapeless arm reached across the cab. Its cold, invisible fingers closed over my hands where they rested limp on the steering wheel. And then it pulled. A tug-of-war started, right there in the dream cab. The shadow was trying to steer. I was fighting it with every ounce of my will, trying to hold the wheel straight. But the wheel was turning slowly, surely, toward the oncoming traffic lane. I could see the headlights of a car getting bigger, brighter. I was screaming inside my own skull, but no sound came out. The rig was accelerating. The shadow was laughing, a sound like rocks grinding together. I woke up. The scream that was trapped in the dream ripped out of my throat, raw and tearing, echoing in the real cab. I was drenched in a cold sweat, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. I wasn't in my bunk. I was in the driver's seat. I had sleepwalked there. The dream wasn't just a warning. It was a practice run. It was getting ready to drive. I fumbled for the dome light, the yellow glow doing nothing to chase the terror away. I looked at my arm, expecting coordinates. They were there, but they looked weird, wet and dark like they'd been written in something thicker than ink. But that wasn't all. My left hand was clenched into a fist. I forced my fingers open. In the palm of my hand, in my own normal, unmistakable handwriting, was more. It wasn't numbers. It was a time, 4:17 a.m., and below that a location. 80-mile marker 219. My brain, fogged with sleep and fear, struggled to understand. This wasn't a distant forecast. This was specific, immediate. I looked at the digital clock on my dash. The green numbers glowed. 3:52 a.m. My breath caught in my throat. Mile marker 219. I knew that stretch. It was a long, boring part of the interstate about 25 miles east of where I sat. I had 25 minutes. This wasn't a prediction for later today. This was a countdown, and I was supposed to be there, to witness, or worse, to be the cause. The veteran's words screamed in my head. You're just the ringmaster. No, not this time. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't lead anyone to that dinner bell. For the first time in weeks, a clear, clean thought cut through the fog. Run. Just run. Get in the rig and drive west, as far and as fast as I could. I turned the key. The engine cranked once, twice, a weak, struggling sound. It didn't start. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I tried again. Just clicks. I flooded it, pumping the gas, turning the key over and over until the battery started to sound tired. Nothing. Every warning light on the dashboard flickered on. A Christmas tree of failure. Oil battery check engine. This was impossible. My rig was my life, meticulously maintained. It never failed to start. Never. This wasn't mechanical. This was it. The thing in my passenger seat was holding me here. I was being forced to stay, to watch the show from the front row. I slammed my hands on the steering wheel, a burst of helpless rage. As I did, the CB radio, which had been quiet, blared to life with a shriek of feedback that made my ears ring. When the noise cleared, that layered, distorted voice was there, calm and clear in the empty cab. It said one word, stay. Then the radio went dead. I was trapped, in a parking lot, in a truck that wouldn't start, with a front row seat to a disaster I knew was coming. I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed my logbook. I opened it to a fresh page. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely write, but I needed to get it down. I needed to leave a record, in case I didn't make it through the next hour. I wrote about the veteran, about the board, about the dreams and the coordinates. I wrote about the shadow in the passenger seat. I wrote about the time and the mile marker burning in my hand. I wrote it all, a frantic, messy confession. If someone found it, maybe they'd understand. Maybe they could stop it after I was gone. I finished writing, my hand cramping. I put the pen down. I looked up, out the windshield, across the dark, empty parking lot toward the distant entrance to the interstate. And that's when I saw it. Far away, but clear in the dark, a small green sign reflecting the moonlight. Mile marker 219. I was already here. I hadn't driven to it. It had come to me. The parking lot backed right onto the highway. The countdown wasn't for me to travel. It was for me to watch. A wave of icy cold washed over the cab. I didn't need to look. I felt the weight settle into the passenger seat next to me, the old leather creaking under a pressure that wasn't there before. From the corner of my eye, I saw the shadowy form solidify, just sitting there, looking straight ahead through the windshield. I heard a soft, definitive click, the sound of a phantom seatbelt being fastened. The digital clock on my dash flipped over. 4 a.m. 17 minutes to go. I was locked in. The audience was present, and the show was about to begin. Time stopped making sense. The numbers on the clock seemed to freeze, then jump forward. 4:05 a.m. The cold from the passenger seat was a physical weight, pressing the air from my lungs. I couldn't look at the shadow next to me. I kept my eyes glued to the eastbound lanes of the interstate, just beyond the chain-link fence at the edge of the parking lot. The highway was quiet, just the occasional set of headlights cutting through the dark. Each one made my heart stutter. Was that the car? 4:10 a.m. A family SUV passed, then a speeding sports car a minute later. They shot under the green glow of the mile marker 219 sign and disappeared into the night. Nothing. A wild, desperate hope flared in my chest. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the time was off. Maybe this was all a cruel joke and nothing would happen. I almost laughed, a choked, hysterical sound. Next to me, I felt a shift in the cold, a subtle tension. It was anticipation. It knew. 4:16 a.m. A new set of lights appeared, bigger, slower. A massive livestock hauler, the kind without markings, a giant gray box on wheels. It was drifting just a little between the lanes. The driver was asleep. I could feel it in the way the rig moved, unsteady and wrong. And coming up behind it, too close, was an old sedan, a boat of a car from the 70s, puttering along at the speed limit. The scene unfolded with a horrible, slow-motion clarity. The sedan tried to swing out to pass the wavering hauler. At the same moment, the hauler drifted again into the left lane. The sedan's driver panicked, yanking the wheel back to the right, overcorrecting. The car's rear end snapped out. It spun, a full, graceful circle, its back bumper clipping the rear corner of the hauler's trailer with a sound like a gunshot. That was the trigger. The hauler's driver must have jolted awake and slammed the brakes. The big rig twisted, jackknifing across both eastbound lanes in a shriek of tortured metal and scorched rubber. But the horror wasn't over. The trailer tore open. It wasn't carrying cattle. It was packed with sheep, a woolly living cargo. The impact ripped the doors clean off, and a flood of terrified animals poured out onto the interstate, a bleeding, stumbling wave of white and brown. The cars that had been following had no chance. I saw headlights swerve, then vanish into the chaotic mass. I heard the sickening thuds, the crunch of metal, the sudden blare of a horn that was cut off. A chain reaction of smaller crashes rippled through the dark, hidden by the swirling dust and the panicked animals. The digital clock on my dash changed. 4:17 a.m. Exactly. I was moving before I knew it, my body operating on automatic. I grabbed my phone, my fingers numb. I dialed 911. When the operator answered, my voice was flat, a monotone recitation. Major accident. Multiple vehicles. I-80 eastbound at mile marker 219. Jackknifed livestock hauler. Animals on the road. People trapped. I gave the details without emotion, hung up, and just stared. The shadow next to me was gone. The cold was receding. But in its place was a new sensation. A wave of feeling that washed over me from the direction of the wreck. It wasn't a feeling I could name with any human word. It was a deep, vibrating satisfaction. A pleasure so profound and so wrong that it made me want to vomit. It was feasting. The flashing red and blue lights appeared in the distance, painting the scene in pulses of nightmare color. I watched the paramedics and firefighters wade into the chaos, cutting people free, herding the dazed sheep. I was a statue watching a play. My part was done. As the first ambulance raced away, sirens wailing, my vision blurred. For just a second, I didn't see the single crash in front of me. I saw them all. Every crash it had ever shown me. The pile-up in the fog, the sedan through the guardrail, the fire, the bus, they all flickered, one over the other, superimposed on this same stretch of road at this same mile marker. A hellish collage of every disaster, all happening in the same place at the same time. A museum of pain, and I had the only ticket. Then my vision cleared, and it was just the one real, terrible wreck again. A state trooper, a tall man with a grim face, approached my rig. He knocked on my window. I rolled it down, the cold night air smelling of diesel and spilled blood. He took my statement, his eyes sharp. I told him I was parked for the night, heard the crash, called it in. He nodded, writing in his notebook. Then he looked past me into my cab at the ignition. "Son," he said, his voice low, "how did you know to park right here, looking right at that mile marker? This lot's pretty empty. You could have parked anywhere." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And if you've been here all night, why's your engine cold?" "My partner just checked. It's stone cold. But you called it in mighty fast." I had no answer. My mouth was dry. He waited, then said, "Try your engine for me." Dread coiled in my stomach. I turned the key. The engine roared to life instantly, smooth and strong, every warning light gone. It purred like a kitten. The trooper's expression didn't change, but his eyes got harder. "Engine seems fine now," he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was worse. It was a fact that didn't fit, and he knew it. He closed his notebook. "Don't leave the state. We might have more questions." He walked back to the chaos. I was free to go, but I felt more trapped than ever. As I put the rig in drive and slowly pulled out of the parking lot, a tiredness worse than anything I'd ever felt hit me. It was like a bag of wet sand dropped on my head. My eyelids were made of lead. I had been running on fear for so long, and now that the event was over, the crash had happened, the thing had fed, my body was shutting down. I fought it, blinking hard, slapping my own face. I couldn't sleep. Not now. I merged onto the westbound lanes, away from the flashing lights. I just needed to drive, to put miles between me and that mile marker. My eyes closed for 1 second. Just one. A micro sleep. When they opened, the GPS screen on my dash was lit up. A destination was already set, the route calculated. It wasn't coordinates. It was a full street address. I knew that address. I knew the little house on that street, the color of the shutters, the maple tree in the front yard. It was my mother's house, 300 miles away. It wasn't asking me to witness a random crash anymore. It was giving me directions home. And the cold feeling in the cab was back, settled in the passenger seat, patient as a grave. The address on the GPS glowed like a bad eye in the dark cab. Home. It had used the one thing that could still make me feel anything. Panic, sharp and clean, cut through the exhaustion. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling over the buttons. It rang and rang. "Please pick up, please pick up." Her voice, sleepy and confused, finally answered. "Hello? Mom, listen to me. You have to leave the house. Right now. Get in your car and drive to a hotel. Don't pack, just go." The words tumbled out in a frantic rush. There was a pause. "What? What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" "Yes. No. It's not me. It's hard to explain. Just please trust me. Go. Now." Her voice shifted from sleep to worry, then to the firm, no-nonsense tone I knew from childhood. "You're not making any sense. It's the middle of the night. Are you on drugs? Have you been drinking? You sound terrible." "Mom, I'm begging you. You come home," she interrupted. "You come home right now and we'll talk about it. You're scaring me, but I'm not leaving my house in the middle of the night because you're having some kind of episode. You hear me? You come home." She hung up. The dial tone buzzed in my ear. She thought I was crazy. Or high. She was sitting in the target, and she refused to move. The GPS address pulsed. 300 miles. I had no choice. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the rig surging forward. I drove like a man possessed, because I was. I blew past speed limits, my eyes glued to the road, the white lines blurring into a solid stream. The pressure to sleep was a physical thing now, a clawed hand squeezing my skull, trying to push my eyelids shut. I rolled the window down, letting the frigid air scream into the cab. I slapped myself until my cheek was numb. I sang old songs at the top of my lungs. I had to get there before it did, before whatever was planned could happen. The thing in the passenger seat was quiet, but I could feel it there, a patient, cold stone. During that endless drive, the CB radio came alive. Not with a voice, but with a cascade of sound. It scanned through channels on its own, and every channel it landed on, for just a split second, played a clip. A fuzzy, desperate call. "Jackknife it, I'm trapped. A police dispatcher. Multiple fatalities, we need more units. A trucker's calm, scared voice. There's a bus, oh God, the bus. It was a greatest hits album of every crash I'd witnessed, playing in a random, jumbled loop. A reminder of the road we'd traveled together. It was letting me know it was still with me, and it was proud of its work. The sun set again as I neared my old hometown, the familiar landscape feeling alien and threatening. I skidded into her driveway, just as the last light bled from the sky. The house was dark, no lights on inside. Her car was gone from the carport. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. She'd listened. She'd gotten out. I slumped against the steering wheel, tears of pure exhaustion and relief stinging my eyes. I'd made it. She was safe. Then the porch light flicked on. The front door opened. My mother stood in the doorway, backlit by the hall light. She was wearing her robe. She hadn't left. She'd just been in the back of the house. My relief shattered. I jumped out of the truck, my legs wobbly. "Mom, you have to get out!" I shouted, starting to run towards her. She didn't move. She wasn't looking at me. Her face was blank, utterly empty, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere behind me, over my shoulder. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was flat, toneless, completely unlike her gentle voice. "You brought it home." Then she blinked. Her expression smoothed back into one of mild, motherly concern. She looked at me, really looked at me, and her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, my boy," she said in her own voice, full of shock and pity. "Look at you. You're a ghost of yourself." She took a step forward, wobbled, and collapsed onto the porch step. I reached her in 2 strides, catching her before she fell. She was trembling. What did I just say?" she whispered, confused. I felt so cold for a second. I helped her inside, my mind reeling. It had spoken through her. It wasn't just haunting roads anymore. It had used my deepest love as a microphone. It had lured me to a place that was supposed to be safe, and it had corrupted it. I got her settled on the couch with a blanket. I told her I was sick, that I'd been driving too long, that I was having stressed dreams. She fussed over me making tea, her normal self again, but watching me with worried eyes. I needed to see my old room, to think. I walked down the hall, the floorboards creaking the same familiar way. I pushed open the door to my childhood bedroom. The bed was made. My old sports trophies still sat on the shelf. And there, in the center of the blue quilt, was the travel-sized Ouija board. The plastic planchette was sitting neatly on the word home. It had been waiting for me. I backed out of the room, my heart a cold drum in my chest. I walked back to the living room. My mother was sipping her tea, color returning to her face. "Feeling better?" she asked. I nodded, unable to speak. I went to the kitchen sink to wash the grime from my hands and face. The cold water felt good. I splashed it over my eyes, rubbing at the grit. I grabbed the bar of soap, working up a lather, scrubbing hard. As the soap rinsed away, I looked down at my skin. Clear. For a moment, just clear skin. Then I saw them. New marks, emerging from under the fading suds, darkening as the water dripped away. Not on my forearm this time. They circled my left wrist, neat and precise, like a bracelet or a handcuff. But they weren't numbers. They were mile markers. A string of them, in sequence, the ones you'd see on the side of the road. They formed a route. I traced them with my eyes. They started with the marker for the exit off the interstate that led into my mother's town. And then the next, and the next, leading all the way back to the on-ramp for the main highway. It was a road map. A route out of here, back to the interstate. Back to its hunting grounds. It was done with this side trip. It was time to go back to work. I raised my head, staring at my own pale, haunted reflection in the black kitchen window over the sink. And in the reflection, just behind my right shoulder, I saw it. The shadowy figure, standing patiently in the middle of my mother's kitchen. It was just waiting for me to finish up. To get ready to go. A low, familiar rumble vibrated through the floorboards, through the soles of my feet. I looked out the window above the sink. Across the street, parked under a streetlight, was my rig. Its parking lights were off. Its engine was running, a plume of exhaust rising in the cold night air, idling smoothly all by itself. It was waiting for its driver. The night out there was big and dark, and the road was calling. The choice, it seemed, had already been made for me. Story number 2. Okay, so my name is Lisa, and this whole terrifying mess started with a birthday present I made for my daughter. I'm a pretty handy person. I like working with wood, so I spent weeks on this beautiful cedar box. I sanded every edge until it was smooth as silk, stained it a warm honey color, even put these little brass hinges on it that clicked in a real satisfying way. I wasn't just making a box. I was making a treasure chest. See, my daughter was adopted. We brought her home when she was just a tiny baby, and she's the absolute light of our lives. For her 16th birthday, I wanted to give her something huge, something that said, "Your story matters." So I filled that box with every single piece of paper we had from the adoption agency, every letter, every form with the blacked out names, the non-identifying info about her birth mother saying she liked music and had brown hair, even the receipt from the courthouse the day it became official. I stacked it all neatly, tied it with a ribbon, and imagined this profound moment. I thought she'd open it, maybe cry, we'd hug, and she'd feel this deep connection to the past and to us for giving it to her. That's not what happened. She opened the box at her party, smiled a polite thank you smile that didn't reach her eyes, and sifted through the papers like she was sorting mail. Later, I peeked into her room and saw the box shoved under her bed, half hidden by a crumpled sweater. It felt like a punch in the gut. All that love, all that effort, was just administrative debris to her. She didn't say anything mean about it, she just didn't care. When I asked her gently a few days later if she wanted to look through it with me, she shook her head and said softly, "It's just facts, you know. It doesn't tell me who I am." That was the first crack in our world, a tiny hairline fracture I tried to ignore. I told myself she was a teenager, she was moody, it was a phase. My husband agreed with me. He patted my shoulder and said she'd come around, that the box was a great idea and she'd appreciate it later. We went on with our lives, but I started noticing little things. She was quieter, more distant, spending hours in her room with the door closed. She said she was just reading or listening to music, and we wanted to respect her privacy, so we let it be. Then one afternoon, I was using the family computer to pay bills, and her search history was still open on the browser. I wasn't snooping, it was right there. It wasn't searches for adoption reunion sites or anything normal. It was stuff that made my skin go cold. Inherited memory. Genetic haunting. Can blood call to blood? Real stories of past lives and families. I closed the browser fast, my heart hammering. I didn't tell my husband. What would I say? That our daughter was reading weird ghost stories online. I convinced myself it was just a creepy hobby, like being into true crime podcasts. Every kid goes through a dark phase, right? I tried to shake it off. A week later, I was putting away her laundry. I'm a mom, I still do that. She's terrible at folding. I moved a pile of her sweaters on the shelf in her closet to make room, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't hidden, not really. It was just sitting there, behind the clothes. A Ouija board, but not the flimsy plastic Parker Brothers kind we had as kids. This one was old, or made to look old. The board itself was dark, heavy wood, the letters painted in this faded, fancy script. The planchette, the little thing you're supposed to move, wasn't plastic. It was a heavy, polished piece of gray stone, smooth and cold when I picked it up. It felt wrong in my hand, like holding a piece of a tombstone. I just stood there in her room, holding this cold stone, listening to the clock tick in the hallway, feeling completely alone. That night, after dinner, I brought it up. I tried to sound calm, not accusatory. I sat next to her on the couch and said, "I found the board in your closet when I was putting away laundry." She just shrugged, not looking up from her phone. "It's just a game," she mumbled. "It's not a game," I said, and my voice was tighter than I meant it to be. "Why are you looking into that stuff? The inherited memory, all of it? What are you hoping to find that we can't help you find?" She finally looked at me then, and her eyes were so serious, so much older than 16. "A voice," she said, simple as that. Then she got up and went to her room. My husband and I talked about it after she went to bed. We were in the kitchen, talking in low voices like we were planning a bank heist. He thought I was overreacting. "It's a phase," he said, swirling his coffee. "Remember when she was 10 and obsessed with vampires? It's like that. If we make a big deal, it gives it power." I argued that this felt different, that the board wasn't a toy, but he wore me down. We made a decision, a stupid one I knew was wrong even as we agreed to it. We decided not to take it away. We'd be cool, permissive parents. We'd drain its power by not being afraid of it. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling. We still had the old baby monitor plugged in our room, the receiver part. We never used it anymore, but it was still on a shelf, a little green light glowing in the dark. I don't know why I did it. I got up, fumbled for it, and turned the volume up. I pointed it towards her room, even though the nursery camera was long gone. I just had the audio. I listened to the fuzzy white noise, straining to hear something, anything. For a while, there was nothing. Just the quiet rustle of her sheets, maybe, the hum of the house. I must have drifted off because a sound jolted me awake. The digital clock glowed 3:17 a.m. It wasn't a word. It was a sound coming through the monitor, clear and close. A rhythmic, wet clicking noise, like a tongue sticking to the roof of a dry mouth, or a stone being turned over and over in a stream bed. Click. Click, click. Click. It was coming from her, but it didn't sound like her. It sounded practiced. Ancient. I sat bolt upright, my blood frozen. I realized something else, something that made the fear spike so hard I almost couldn't breathe. The monitor was audio only. I had no idea where the sound was coming from in her room. But the monitor was old, it had a limited range. If she was in her bed, the sound should be muffled, direct. This was clear, but with a faint, hollow echo to it, like she was speaking into a corner or a closet, or like she wasn't in her room at all. The clicking stopped as suddenly as it started. I didn't move a muscle, just clutched the monitor, my knuckles white. Then, after a minute of that awful fuzzy silence, I heard a new sound. The soft, unmistakable creak of a floorboard in the hallway right outside our bedroom door. Someone was standing out there. I held my breath, waiting for a knock, for the door to open. It didn't. After what felt like an hour, I heard the faint pad of bare feet walking away, back down the hall. I didn't sleep another wink. I just sat there, watching the clock tick towards morning. The baby monitor now feeling like a window into something I never wanted to see. The unanswered box under her bed feeling less like a rejected gift, and more like a door we'd unlocked without knowing what was on the other side. The night ended without anything else happening. The sunrise felt normal, and she came down for breakfast looking tired but like her usual self, which was somehow the most frightening thing of all. The next day was a blur of quiet panic. I told my husband what I'd heard, the clicking, the footsteps. He listened, his face getting more and more serious, but he still tried to find a normal reason for it. Maybe it was sleepwalking, he said, stirring his coffee too fast. Or sleep apnea, that can make weird breathing sounds. I just stared at him. Since when does sleep apnea make someone stand outside our door? He didn't have an answer for that. We agreed, in that tense, silent way couples do when they're scared, that we needed to know more. The baby monitor wasn't enough. It was my idea to get a proper digital voice recorder, one of those small ones you can hide. It felt like a betrayal, like I was spying on my own child, but the fear was stronger than the guilt. I bought one that afternoon, a little black rectangle no bigger than a matchbox. That night, after she went to her room, I crept in. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure it would wake her. She was already asleep, or pretending to be, her back to me. I slid the recorder under her bed, right next to that forgotten cedar box, and got out of there. I didn't sleep at all. I just lay next to my husband, both of us pretending to be asleep, listening to the nothingness of our own room. In the morning, I went in before she woke up. I grabbed the recorder with a shaking hand and took it to the kitchen. My husband stood behind me as I plugged it into my laptop. We fast-forwarded through hours of quiet, the rustle of sheets, the sigh of sleep. And then there it was, at 3:18 a.m., the clicking. It was even clearer on the recorder, more deliberate. It went on for a full minute, a horrible, wet, rhythmic sound. Then it stopped, and a voice, her voice but lower, flatter, began to speak. The words weren't English. They were guttural, full of hard sounds and rolling R's. It was a language, a real one, but one I'd never heard in my life. She spoke for maybe 20 seconds, a short, choppy sentence, and then the recording ended with the sound of her getting out of bed. We played it over and over, sitting at the kitchen table, the morning sun feeling all wrong for what we were hearing. "What is that?" my husband whispered. "Is that Romanian? From the paperwork?" I shook my head. The non-identifying info had said her birth mother was of Eastern European descent, possibly Romanian, but this didn't sound like any Romanian I'd ever heard on a language tape. It sounded old. We were way out of our depth. In a moment of desperate logic, I went online and found the website for the university's linguistics department. There was a general email address for inquiries. What did I have to lose? I attached the audio clip, the cleanest 20 seconds of that strange speaking. In the email, I kept it vague. I said I had a recording of an unknown language from a family history project and was hoping for identification. I didn't mention my daughter or sleepwalking or any of the real horror. I hit send and felt foolish. They'd probably just delete it. 2 days later, my phone rang. A blocked number. I answered, and a man's voice, polite and academic, asked for me. "This is regarding your audio query. he said. He was a professor. He got right to it. This is fascinating. The dialect is a very specific, archaic form. It comes from a cluster of villages in the Carpathian region. It hasn't been in common use for generations. The grammar structure is unusual, almost liturgical. My mouth was dry. Liturgical? I asked. Like for church? He paused. Not quite. More like for rituals. Very old, formal patterns of speech. Where did your subject hear this? I lied. I said it was from an old family tape, that we were confused about its origins. Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear him thinking. I would be very interested in hearing more, he said finally, his voice losing its professional ease, becoming hesitant. The pronunciation is remarkably precise for a non-native speaker. It's as if they learned it from a primary source. I made up an excuse about the tape being damaged and hung up, my hand trembling. A primary source. The word stuck in my head. He called back an hour later. This time, he didn't bother with pleasantries. I've listened to it several more times, he said, and his voice was different now, tight with a tension that scared me more than anything. I must ask you again, and please be truthful. Where did this come from? This isn't a language for asking about the weather. This dialect, from these particular villages, in folklore studies, we have a term for them. Verb shelters. Places where language wasn't just communication. It was a tool. Words were preserved for specific purposes. The phrase on the recording. It translates roughly. I gripped the phone. Translate it. He took a breath. It says, the tree remembers the graft. The soil is willing but foreign. Blood calls from the clay. The room swayed. I had to put a hand on the wall to steady myself. What does that mean? My voice was a croak. I think, the professor said slowly, carefully, it means someone is trying to answer a call. This isn't a language for asking questions. It's a language for summoning answers. I need to see the subject, to hear more. This is very important. I told him no, thanked him, and hung up. I didn't want him to see my daughter. I didn't want anyone to see her like this. I didn't tell my husband about the translation, not the whole thing. I just said the professor confirmed it was an old Romanian dialect, and that it was strange. I couldn't bring myself to say the words about blood and clay. It made it too real. We started watching her more closely, but she was normal during the day, just quiet, tired. The new recorder went under the bed every night. We caught more snippets, never long, always in that same awful voice. We didn't play them for each other anymore. It felt like sharing a poison. Then one Saturday morning, I went into her room to open the curtains. She was still asleep. My eyes went to the wall where we had this cute family tree project, something we'd done together years ago with photos and colorful string. It was a happy thing. My breath caught in my throat. The tree had been changed. In thick, red marker, a new branch had been drawn. It sprouted not from me or my husband, but from her photo. It snaked down the wall, ugly and twisted, more like a root than a branch. It went all the way down to the baseboard, and there, written right on the pale yellow wall paint in the same red marker, was a name, Valsia Utata. It looked like a place. I stood there, frozen, staring at those strange words. The red marker wasn't hers. We didn't have any markers like that in the house. It was a cheap, bright red, the kind that smells strong. I looked around and saw it on her nightstand. The cap was off. I walked over slowly to put the cap back on. That's when I saw it. The tip of the marker wasn't stained with red ink. It was coated with something darker, a flaky, brownish-black substance. I picked it up, my fingers cold. I brought it closer to my face. The smell hit me first, a coppery, metallic tang that was unmistakable. It was the smell of dried blood. I dropped the marker like it was on fire. It clattered on the nightstand. Behind me, the bed creaked. I turned. She was sitting up, blinking sleep from her eyes, looking like my little girl again. "Mom," she said, her voice soft with sleep. "What's wrong?" I followed her gaze to the wall, to the violent red branch and the foreign name. She looked at it, then back at me, her expression one of pure, innocent confusion. "What is that?" she asked. "Did you do that?" I couldn't speak. I just shook my head. She frowned, looking genuinely puzzled and a little upset. "That's weird. It's creepy." She got out of bed and went to look at it closer, as if seeing it for the first time. She reached out a finger like she was going to touch the words, but then pulled back. "We should paint over that," she said, and then she walked past me out of the room, heading to the kitchen for breakfast like it was any other day. I was left alone, staring at the name on the wall, the scent of blood still faint in the air, knowing with a cold certainty that settled deep into my bones that she had no memory of drawing it. Something else had been in control of her hand. The professor's words echoed in my head, blood calls from the clay. The call, it seemed, was being answered, and it was leaving a signpost on my daughter's bedroom wall. I got a wet cloth and scrubbed the name away until it was a pink smear, but the twisted red branch leading down to that spot remained, a permanent stain on our happy family tree, a road map to a place I was now terrified to look up. The chapter of just worrying was over. We were now in something else entirely, and the path forward was painted in a color that was not quite ink. We couldn't just live with a name on the wall and the sound of a language that summoned things. The red branch was a taunt, a challenge. My husband, usually the calm one, was the one who said we had to know. "We find out what Valsia Utada is," he said, his jaw set in a way I hadn't seen before. "If it's a place, we find out what happened there. We need facts." Facts. That word stung. They were what I'd given her in the box she didn't want. Now we were desperate for them. We found an investigator online, a guy based in Bucharest who specialized in genealogical work and difficult cases. His email reply was brisk, professional, and expensive. We didn't care. We wired him a scary amount of money, our vacation fund, and sent him the name. Waiting for his report was its own kind of agony. Life in the house became a tense performance. We acted normal, asking about school, making dinners, but our eyes were always on her, watching for a flicker of something else. She was mostly just tired, drifting through the days, but the nights were still bad. The recorder kept catching those short, awful phrases. We stopped listening to them together. I would delete them after one quick listen, my stomach turning. The investigator's first report came a week later. It was a PDF, dry and factual. Valsia Utada was real. A remote, insular community in the mountains, poor records, not many visitors. But he had dug and found a birth record from the local regional office. A baby girl, born on the exact same day as our daughter, in a clinic 2 towns over from the village. The mother's name was listed. The father's name field was blank. My eyes scanned the scanned document, the typed words, the official stamps. Then I saw it, in the notes section at the bottom, a line of cramped, handwritten Romanian. The investigator had highlighted it and provided a translation. It read, "Child transferred to state custodial care. Mother deceased upon discharge." I read it 5 times. Deceased upon discharge. She died leaving the hospital. My husband stood behind me, his hands on my shoulders. "That's terrible," he whispered. "Poor woman." It was terrible, but it was also an ending. A sad, clean ending. Maybe this was all just a tragic coincidence, a genetic pull towards a mother who died. Maybe our daughter's subconscious was grappling with that loss in a twisted way. For a day, we let ourselves believe that. We felt a grim relief. The mystery had a sad, simple answer. Then the second email came. The subject line was just context. The investigator wrote that he'd paid a visit to an elderly clerk who used to work in the records office of the neighboring town, someone who remembered the case. The young mother hadn't died in the hospital. She had been released, healthy, and had returned to her family home in Valsia Utada. That same night, the house had burned to the ground with her in it. The official report listed the cause as a fault with the old wood stove. But the old clerk had whispered something else, something the investigator passed on verbatim. She said the girl was seen walking into the flames. She said the girl was smiling. They called it curatire. The translation was below, a cleansing. I pushed back from the computer. Cleansing. Not an accident. A choice. A woman walking into fire with a smile. My mind couldn't make the picture fit. While we were reeling from that, I started seeing the pattern. My daughter had always been a doodler. On the edges of her notebooks, on her homework, in the fog on the bathroom mirror after a shower. Lately, she'd been drawing this one particular shape, a twisted, looping symbol, like a knot or a weird root. I'd thought it was just an idle design. Now, with a cold clarity, I went through the investigator's emails. He'd included a few photos of the village, old grainy pictures. One was of the weathered stone archway at the village's old church. Carved into the keystone, worn by centuries of weather, was a symbol. I zoomed in. My breath left my body. It was the same. The exact same twisted knot. She was drawing the village sigil. She had never seen these photos. She couldn't have. The connection was no longer a theory. It was a physical fact, leaking out of her subconscious through a ballpoint pen. The performance of normalcy became harder. We decided, against our better judgment, to get professional help. Not for the supernatural, but for her. We told her we were worried about her sleep, her tiredness. We took her to a psychiatrist, a nice woman with a gentle voice. We sat in the waiting room, feeling like imposters. My daughter went in alone. 40 minutes later, the doctor called us in. My daughter sat there, composed, polite. The psychiatrist smiled at us. "She's a lovely, articulate young woman," she said. We had a good talk about the stresses of adolescence, about identity and genealogy. She has a keen interest in her roots, which is very healthy. She's processing some big feelings. I see some melancholia, but no signs of psychosis or dissociation. She suggested maybe some light talk therapy if the sleep issues continued. We left feeling foolish, chastised. Our daughter had charmed her completely. On the drive home, she was quiet. Then she started to hum, low and tuneless, a repetitive, droning melody that didn't sound like any song I knew. It was a sound that made the back of my neck prickle. That night, I was in the kitchen washing dishes, my hands deep in soapy water, trying to scrub away the feeling of the day. She walked in, fully awake, clear-eyed. "Can I have a glass of water?" she asked. Her voice was normal, her own. "Of course, honey," I said, my own voice too bright. I dried my hands, got a glass, filled it from the fridge filter, and handed it to her. She took it, her fingers brushing mine. Then she looked right at me, a direct, unwavering gaze. "Multimesc," she said, clear as a bell. The word hung in the air between us. She took a sip, turned, and walked back to her room. I stood at the sink, the water still running, frozen. I knew that word. I'd heard it on language tapes when I was trying to learn a few phrases years ago, in a dumb, hopeful moment. It was Romanian. It meant thank you. She had never heard me say it. We had never spoken a word of Romanian in this house. It wasn't on the paperwork. It was a word from over there, from that place, and she had just used it perfectly, casually to me. That was the moment the last bit of pretend broke. This wasn't her imagination. Something was coming through, and it was getting stronger. It could now use her awake voice, her polite manners, to speak its own language. We were under siege in our own home, and the enemy was using our daughter's face. Later that night, driven by a need to see, to confirm, I did the thing I told myself I would never do. I turned on the baby monitor audio and watched the little green light in the darkness. The house was still. Then, on the small video screen of the monitor we dug out from storage, a grainy, night vision image of her room from an angle high on a shelf, I saw movement. She wasn't asleep. She was sitting up in bed, her face a pale moon in the green glow. She was awake, her eyes open and staring at nothing. Slowly, deliberately, she brought her right hand up. She wasn't holding a pen or a marker. She used her own fingernail. And there, in the ghostly green light, I watched as my daughter began to carefully, methodically, scrape the tip of her fingernail across the skin of her forearm. She wasn't trying to cut, not to draw blood. She was etching. The motion was precise, like a sculptor. Even on the terrible resolution of the old monitor, I could see the shape emerging on her skin. The same twisted, looping symbol, the mark of Valsia Utata, being carved not on paper or a wall, but into her own flesh. She was making it a part of her. The chapter of investigation was over. We had our facts, more than we ever wanted. We knew the mother's name and her terrible end. We knew the symbol. We knew the connection was real and active. But as I watched her mark herself in the eerie green light, a new and more dreadful understanding settled over me. We were no longer just uncovering a past tragedy. We were witnessing the beginning of a ritual, and our daughter was both the priestess and the altar. The question was no longer, what is happening? It was, what is she preparing for? And the only answers we had were written in fire, and in blood, and now on the canvas of her own skin. The sight of her carving that symbol into her own skin broke something in me. The next morning, I marched into her room before she was fully awake. "Let me see your arm," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She blinked, confused, and held out her forearm. The skin was pink, irritated in a few lines, but there was no broken skin, no blood, no clear mark. It looked like she'd just scratched an itch in her sleep. But I had seen it, on the monitor. The evidence was gone, but the memory of it was burned into my mind. The investigator's next email felt like the final piece of a horrible puzzle. He'd tried to find the mother's grave. He wrote that it wasn't in the tidy village churchyard with the other crosses. After some asking around, a local, paid well and very reluctant, had shown him a spot at the very edge of the forest, just outside the village boundary. The attached photo was gray and bleak. It showed a patch of lumpy, untended ground with a simple, rough stone shoved into the earth. No cross, no dates we could see. Just a name, crudely carved. and at the bottom of the stone, etched deep and clear, was the symbol, the twisted knot. The investigator's note was short, buried on unconsecrated ground. Local guide refused to go closer. Called it Pimantel Sealer Tretzi. A translation followed. The soil of the awake ones. The soil of the awake ones. I stared at the phrase. Awake. Not dead. Not resting. Awake. In the ground. The feeling that settled in my chest was colder than fear. It was a grim understanding. This wasn't about a ghost. This was about something planted. We were drowning in all this information, but our daughter was getting worse in small, terrifying ways. She was paler, moving slower. One afternoon, I was helping her with a math problem at the kitchen table. She was struggling with it, and I leaned in close, my ear near her chest as I pointed to the textbook. For just a second, through the fabric of her shirt, I heard it. Not the steady lube dub of a normal heart. It was a stumble. Thursday thump. Thursday thump. A strong beat, then a long, empty pause, then a weaker, catching up beat. It was wrong. It sounded like a clock missing a tick. I pulled back, my own heart hammering. Are you feeling okay? I asked, trying to sound casual. Your heart feels fast. She just shrugged. I'm tired. That night, the sleep-talking changed. It had always been in that other language. But around 2 a.m., I woke up because I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. She was standing at the foot of our bed. Her eyes were closed, her face smooth and calm in the moonlight from the window. But her voice, when she spoke, was clear, chilling, and in perfect, unaccented English. She did not give me away. The words were flat, factual. She planted me. You are the soil. I was paralyzed, my hand gripping my husband's arm under the covers. He was awake too. I could feel his muscles locked tight. She took a step closer. Her lips curled upward, a smile that was too wide, too knowing, and completely unlike her. Now the harvest comes. Then she did something that stopped my breath entirely. She reached out, her hand pale in the dark, and took my limp wrist. Her fingers were cold. She pressed my palm flat against her chest, over her heart. I could feel the thin cotton of her pajamas, the warmth of her skin beneath. And I felt it. Thump. Thump thump. The slow, irregular rhythm I'd heard earlier. It wasn't a fluke. It was a pattern. A broken, deliberate pattern. It wasn't the rhythm of life. It felt like a countdown. A metronome marking off time until something happened. I snatched my hand back as if burned. She tilted her head, the smile fading, and then she just turned and walked out of our room, back to her own. We didn't sleep. We went into full emergency mode. This was a physical symptom. This we could fight. The next morning, we told her we were going to the doctor for a checkup, just to be safe. She didn't argue. We took her to a cardiologist, our hearts in our throats. We described the irregular heartbeat we'd heard and felt. The doctor, a kind man, was thorough. He did an EKG, the sticky pads on her chest. He did an ultrasound, the gel cold on her skin, the wand moving over her ribs. We watched the black and white screen, the image of a heart pulsing. It looked perfect. Strong, steady, the valves opening and closing like they should. The doctor printed out the strips, looked at the screens, and gave us a warm, reassuring smile. Her heart is excellent, he said. Strong as an ox. Rhythm is perfectly normal. Sometimes we hear things or feel our own pulse, and it gets confused, especially when we're worried parents. He gave her a clean bill of health. We left the office, the bright sun feeling like an insult. The medical world had given her an all clear, but I had felt that stuttering beat under my hand. My husband had heard it. The machine hadn't caught it because it wasn't a flaw in the muscle. It was something else, something the machines couldn't see. That was the turning point. We stopped trying to explain it to the normal world. We abandoned all pretense. At night, after she went to her room, we would sit at the kitchen table with our laptops, falling down rabbit holes on obscure forums. We translated Romanian folk horror blogs, pages about old mountain customs. We learned words. One word stuck with me, Samantha. It meant a seed, but in some of the older texts, it didn't mean a physical seed. It meant a purpose, a destiny, something planted in one family to be nurtured by another until it was ripe. The pieces clicked together with a sound that felt like a bone snapping. The young mother walking into the fire with a smile. A cleansing. She wasn't just ending her life. She was binding herself to the land, becoming part of that soil of the awake ones. And she had sent her child away, not to save it, but to plant it. In us. We were the fertile, foreign soil. Our love, our care, our safety. All the things we thought were protecting her, they weren't fighting this. They were watering it. They were the necessary fertilizer for the seed to grow. We had spent 16 years lovingly tending a garden, only to realize we were raising a crop we never meant to plant, and the harvest time was coming. The feeling in the house changed. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was a dreadful, ticking patience. She moved through the rooms like a sleepwalker, even during the day. The red marker lines on the wall seemed darker. One night, unable to lie in bed, I went to check on her. She was asleep, breathing evenly. On a whim, driven by a need to find something, anything, I lifted her pillow. Beneath it, my fingers touched something cool and solid. I pulled it out. It was a small figurine, crudely made from gray clay, as if a child had shaped it. It was a human form, but its belly was huge and hollow like a pot. And it was warm. Not body warm, but like a stone that has been sitting in the sun. It held a gentle, unnatural heat. I held it, this ugly little thing, and a wave of panic hit me. Without thinking, I hurried to the bathroom, locked the door, and in a fit of desperation, I smashed the clay figure against the edge of the sink. It broke apart easily. Inside the hollow belly, packed tight, was not more clay. It was dirt. Dark, rich, ordinary dirt. I scooped some into my hand. I brought it close. I didn't need to smell it. I knew this dirt. I knew its texture, its color. It was the soil from our own backyard, from my vegetable garden. She, or the thing inside her, had taken the earth from our home, the very ground we lived on, and had baked it into a ritual object, a tiny effigy, and kept it under her pillow, warming it with her own sleep. I stood in the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom, looking at the dirt in my hand and the broken clay pieces in the sink. The investigation was over. The diagnosis was over. We knew what we were dealing with now. It was a ritual, and it was advanced. The seed was in the fruit. The guardian was in the ground, awake. And the heartbeat we felt wasn't an illness. It was a clock, and it was ticking inside our daughter, counting down to a harvest we did not understand, using the very soil of our home to make its claim. We had all the facts, but they were just a map to a nightmare, and we were standing right in the middle of it, with no idea how to stop the countdown that was now thumping softly in the next room. The broken clay figure changed everything. We couldn't just watch and research anymore. We had to act. But how do you fight a story written in blood and dirt? We decided in a frantic, whispered kitchen conference that if our love was the fertilizer, we had to poison the well. We had to become bad parents. It was our only hope. We called it, in grim jokes that weren't funny, Operation Tainted Soil. The plan was simple: subtly ruin the perfect environment. Break routines. Withhold affection. Introduce discord. It felt like cutting off our own hands. The next day I started. I made breakfast, but forgot she hated oatmeal and made a big bowl of it. She looked at it, then at me, said nothing, and pushed it away. At dinner, instead of her favorite homemade pasta, I ordered a cheap, greasy pizza. My husband played along, talking too loud about how good it was. She sat at the table, not eating, just staring at the pizza as if it were a dead animal. I asked if she was okay. She didn't answer. Then, very slowly, she reached out, placed her hand flat on the pizza, and swept her plate off the table. It hit the floor with a crash, cheese and sauce splattering the cabinets. She stood up. Her face, usually so pale and blank, was now a mask of cold, pure fury. But it wasn't her anger. It was too old, too sharp. She opened her mouth, and the words that came out were in that guttural, archaic tongue, her voice a low rasp that vibrated in my teeth. As she spoke, a terrible thing happened. The healthy spider plant on the windowsill above the sink, a plant I'd had for years, began to wilt. Not slowly. It was like a time-lapse video. The leaves drooped, turning a sickly yellow right before our eyes, as if the life was being sucked out of it by her words. She stopped speaking, gave us one last look of contempt, and walked to her room, stepping over the broken plate. The door didn't slam. It clicked shut, final and quiet. My husband and I were left in the wreckage of the kitchen, the smell of cheap pizza and the sight of a dead plant. Our first attack had failed spectacularly, and the response was a show of power that left us shaking. The next phase was more direct. I took the dirt from the broken figurine, mixed it with a handful of table salt and a splash of vinegar, things I'd read online about purifying ground. And late that night, I snuck out and stirred it into the soil of her favorite potted succulent on her desk. The next morning, she went to her room after breakfast. A minute later, she came out, holding the little terracotta pot. The succulent was dead. Not just dry. It was blackened, brittle, as if it had been flash frozen or burned from the inside. She walked right up to me, held the pot under my nose so I could see the shriveled, dark remains, and smiled. It was a knowing, cruel smile that didn't belong on her face. "You can't salt the earth," she said, her voice sweet and mocking, "when the seed is already in the fruit." She then placed the dead plant carefully on the kitchen counter, like a doctor presenting evidence, and went to watch TV. We were losing. Badly. The investigator's emails became our only lifeline to the outside world of this nightmare. His latest was a translation from an old woman in a neighboring village, someone who remembered the fire. She had whispered a term, stragiral. It meant guardian, watcher. The old woman said in the old beliefs, some souls didn't move on. They bound themselves to a bloodline, or a piece of land, or a purpose. Their power was tied to clay and bone. The mother hadn't been a victim of the fire. She had used it. She became the stragiral, a guardian buried in the unconsecrated soil, waiting awake for the seed she planted, her daughter, to grow and be ready for harvest. The email ended with the investigator saying the old woman would speak no more, and that he felt we should consider spiritual avenues. We were past considering. We were drowning. A few days later, trying to find some peace, I was out in the backyard, pulling weeds from my vegetable garden. The soil was my comfort, my normal thing. She came out and stood beside me watching. She pointed to a beautiful rose bush I'd nursed from a cutting. It was full of fat, nearly open buds. "That one is almost ready," she said, her tone conversational. Then she knelt, plunged her hand into the soft dirt at the base of the bush, her fingers digging deep. She pulled out a fat, white grub, wriggling in the sunlight. She held it up, examined it, then calmly closed her fist. There was a soft pop. She opened her hand and let the crushed remains fall back to the dirt. "Pests," she said, wiping her messy hand on the leg of my jeans in a gesture that was both childish and horrifically intimate. I looked at the red smear on my pants, feeling sick. Inside, the invasion was getting physical. The red marker branch on the wall had grown. It wasn't just on the wall anymore. The root-like lines had crawled down from the baseboard and were now on the floorboards of her room, drawn along the cracks in the wood, heading out her door, across the hallway, inching towards our bedroom. It was a visible progress, a stain spreading through our home. The final blow came from my own computer. One night, I woke up sensing something was wrong. I checked the baby monitor screen. Her bed was empty. I crept out and saw a faint blue glow from under my home office door. I peered through the crack. She was sitting in my chair, eyes wide open but glazed, the computer screen lighting her face. Her fingers were on the keyboard. She typed slowly, deliberately, then hit send. She closed the laptop, stood up, and walked back to her room. I rushed to the computer, opened it, logged in. In my sent mail folder was a single email, addressed to me. The subject line was blank. The body contained one sentence: "Prepare the soil. The equinox is the separating hour." I checked the calendar on the wall, the one with family photos. The autumn equinox was 3 weeks away. The separating hour. What did that separate? Her from us? The thing inside her from her own soul? My husband and I held a council of war that night. We were amateurs, outmatched. We couldn't fight this on its terms. Our only gambit was disruption. We decided to lie, to plan a massive change to the environment. We told her the next morning that my mother, her grandmother, was very ill, that we might have to travel across the country for a long time, maybe even move. We watched her face, desperate for a reaction, sadness, fear, reluctance to leave her friends. She just listened, nodded slowly, and said, "A transplanting can be a shock to the roots. It must be done carefully." She wasn't upset about leaving. She was giving gardening advice. The equinox loomed. The air in the house felt charged, like before a thunderstorm that never breaks. We were living on a fault line, waiting for the shake. Then, the night before the equinox, the last of the investigator's messages arrived. It was an email with a video attachment, shot on a shaky cell phone. The note was urgent. I had to see for myself. "My guide took this. Do not come here." The video was dark, grainy. It showed the forest's edge, the rough headstone just visible. The ground around the grave was a mess. The earth was churned up, torn apart, as if something massive had dug its way out from underneath. The soil was thrown in clumps, roots ripped and exposed. The grave wasn't a resting place anymore. It was an exit. The video jerked wildly as the guide yelled something in Romanian, and then it cut off, ending with the sound of running footsteps and a man sobbing in fear. The guardian wasn't just waiting in the ground anymore. It was loose. and the equinox was the separating hour. I sat there in the dark office, the video ended, the screen black. I had no more plans, no more clever ideas about salting soil. We had run out of time. I got up to go check the locks, a useless human habit. As I passed her room, I saw her door was open a crack. I peered in. She wasn't in bed. She was standing beside it, facing me, but she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the headboard. In her hand, she held my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. She held it point down, and she was using the tip of the blade carefully, slowly, to carve the twisted symbol into the polished wood of our headboard. She wasn't vandalizing it. She was etching a permanent mark into the very place where we slept, claiming it, finishing the path the red roots had drawn on the floor. The harvest wasn't coming from the garden outside. It was coming for us in our own bed, and she was signing the invitation with a knife. The sight of her carving that symbol into our headboard was the end of thinking. It was a declaration of war, etched into the heart of our private space. We had tried to be clever with our tainted soil plan, and it had backfired. We had tried to lie about leaving, and she'd treated it like a gardening tip. Now, with the equinox a dark cloud on the calendar, and the Guardian's grave empty in a video, we were out of options. We did the only thing we had left. We tried to fight the supernatural with the practical. We became fortress builders. The next morning, after she left for school looking pale and distant as always, my husband and I moved like a SWAT team. We went to the hardware store and bought heavy-duty slide bolts, the kind you see on barn doors. We bought a new lock for our bedroom door. We bought motion sensor lights for the hallway. It felt ridiculous, like trying to stop a flood with a sandcastle wall, but we had to do something. Installing the bolt on the inside of our bedroom door, the drill whining into the wood, felt like both a defeat and a last stand. We were locking ourselves in and locking something else out. That night, we served dinner, a normal meal, no more pizza provocations. She picked at her food. The air was so tense you could snap it. After she went to her room, we closed our door and slid the new bolt home with a solid chunk. The sound was final. We got into bed, leaving the lights on. We didn't talk. We just lay there listening. The house settled into its usual nighttime creaks, but every sound was a threat. The motion sensor light in the hallway outside blinked on once, a bright yellow streak under the door, then off. A cat, we told ourselves. Just the cat. Around 1 a.m., the sound started. Not from her room. From the front of the house. A low, slow thump. Then a long scrape, like something being dragged over rough concrete. Thump. Scrape. Thump. Scrape. It was coming up the porch steps. My husband and I looked at each other, eyes wide in the dim light from our lamps. He got up, moved to the window that overlooked the front porch. He peered through the blinds. "Nothing," he whispered. "There's nothing out there." Thump. Scrape. The sound was right outside the front door now. Then it stopped. A moment later, we heard a new sound. A soft, wet smack. Then another. I joined my husband at the window, peeking through a different slat. The porch light was on, illuminating the empty welcome mat, the rocking chair. But on the smooth, white paint of our front door, something was appearing. A dark, muddy handprint, fingers splayed, pressed against the wood at about chest height. Then another handprint formed a few inches above it, as if an invisible person was feeling their way up the door. Then another lower down. They were appearing one by one, each with that wet, slapping sound, until the door was covered in overlapping, dirty prints. Something was out there, marking its arrival. At that exact moment, a scream tore through the house. It came from her room, but it wasn't a scream of fear. It was a raw, guttural sound of effort, of strain, like someone lifting a tremendous weight. And as she screamed, a searing, twisting pain exploded in my own chest. I gasped, doubling over, clutching at my sternum. It felt like a hand had reached inside me and squeezed my heart in its fist. I looked at my husband. He was hunched over too, his face white with pain. We were feeling it, her heartbeat. That awful, stuttering rhythm wasn't just something we heard anymore. It was happening inside us, a shared, agonizing cramp that beat in time with her distress. The scream stopped. The pain in my chest faded to a dull, throbbing ache, but the connection remained, a ghostly tether of pure hurt. Then we heard her door unlock. It opened. Footsteps came down the hall, stopping right outside our bolted door. Her voice came through the wood, but it was her voice, her real, scared, 16-year-old voice, choked with tears. "Mom? Dad," she whimpered. "Please. It's here. It's at the door. It wants to come in and finish it. You have to let it in." She was sobbing now, small, helpless sounds we hadn't heard in months. Please, if you don't let it in, it will tear through me to get to you. It hurts. It hurts so much. The raw terror in her voice was the worst weapon yet. It targeted the deepest part of us, the parent part that would do anything to stop their child's pain. My husband met my eyes. His face was a war between terror and instinct. The parent was winning. He took a step towards the door, his hand reaching for the bolt. No! I hissed, but it was a weak protest. The logic was crumbling. What were we protecting by locking this door? Ourselves? While she was being torn apart in the hallway as a battlefield. The banging started on the front door again, not loud, but deep, each impact making the whole frame shudder. The muddy handprints on the other side seemed to pulse. Our daughter cried out again, a sharp yelp of pain. That decided it for my husband, his face set in a grimace of resignation. He slid the bolt back. The metal rasped loud in the room. He didn't open our door. He turned and walked out of our bedroom, past our crying daughter, and down the hallway toward the front door. I followed, my legs weak. We were giving up the fortress. We were walking into the open field. He stood before the front door, covered in those foul prints. Our daughter stood in the hallway behind us, hugging herself, shaking. The banging stopped. A perfect, waiting stillness fell over the house. Then, from the other side of the door, a voice. It was an older woman's voice, cracked and dry as old paper, humming that same tuneless, droning melody our daughter had hummed in the car. Then the humming stopped, and the voice spoke a name. It wasn't the name we had given her. It was the name on the original birth certificate, the Romanian name we had never, ever spoken aloud in this house. The name from Valsia Utada. The door didn't open. The knob didn't turn. With a soft click, the latch simply gave way, and the door swung inward all by itself, opening into the dark night. No one was on the porch, but the hallway filled with a smell, a combination of wet forest soil, charred wood, and the sharp, electric tang of ozone after a lightning strike. The air became dense, hard to pull into your lungs. And in the open doorway, visible only as a distortion, a shimmer in the air like heat rising off summer pavement, was a human-shaped blur. It wasn't a person. It was a space where a person wasn't, outlined by a wavering, greasy light. Our daughter let out a choked, desperate sound and took a stumbling step forward towards it. My husband moved to block her, but he was too slow. The shimmering form in the doorway didn't step. It flowed. It poured across the threshold like water over a dam, that smell of fire and earth rolling ahead of it. It reached our daughter. She stood rigid, arms at her sides, as the shimmer enveloped her. The mud from the invisible hands seemed to stain the very air around her, a floating, dirty aura. She threw her head back, her mouth open in a soundless scream. And for 1 second, I saw two faces. Hers, twisted in agony, and superimposed over it, flickering like a dying film, the face of a young woman with fierce, dark eyes and a smile of terrible, triumphant joy. The mother, the Strigirl, the guardian was here, and it was claiming its harvest. In that second, my mind went blank of all strategy, all fear. All that was left was a single, stupid mother's instinct. I wasn't holding a weapon. I was holding the only thing I had grabbed as I ran from our room. The original cedar memory box, the one she had rejected. The box of facts. The box of our story. I didn't throw it. I ran forward, right into that shimmering, foul air that felt cold and prickly on my skin. I slammed the box open like the jaws of a trap and thrust it between my daughter and the center of the shimmer. And I shouted, not in a language of summoning, but in the only language I had, the language of my heart, ragged and loud. This is her life. This is our story. You can't have it. I was offering the narrative of us, the school photos, the report cards, the ticket stubs, the love notes we'd written her in lunchboxes as a shield. The harvest was a story of blood and soil. I was fighting it with a story of car rides and bedtime books and chosen, messy human love. The papers inside the box didn't just sit there. They exploded out, caught in a sudden, impossible wind that whipped through the sealed house. Drawings, certificates, pictures swirled in a wild vortex around my daughter and the shimmering form. The guardian's image flickered. For a split second, the woman's triumphant smile faltered. Her dark eyes, full of ancient will, looked down at a photograph spinning in the air. A picture of our daughter at age 6, missing 2 front teeth, holding a blue ribbon at a school fair. The eyes looked confused, off balance. The two stories, the old myth and the modern life, clashed visibly in the air, a storm of paper against a tide of shimmering hate. I didn't try to attack. I just dropped the empty box and wrapped my arms around my daughter's shaking body. I held her tight, pressing her head to my shoulder, the empty cedar box crushed between us. I was holding the story and the child, both at once. My husband did what I could not. He stepped forward, directly into the center of the shimmer. He put his own body between it and us. He stood there, arms spread, his body rigid, his face a mask of pure strain as the freezing, static-filled presence of the thing washed over him. He was the final barrier, the human wall. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure broke. The wind dropped. The papers fluttered to the ground like dead leaves. The shimmering form seemed to condense, to become almost solid for one last moment. The figure of a young woman, her clothes simple, her hair long, her eyes now fixed on my husband with a look that wasn't hate, but something like pity, and then on me, holding her daughter with a flash of pure, frustrated fury. Then, like a candle snuffed by an unseen thumb, she was gone. The front door slammed shut with a bang that shook the walls. The hallway was just a hallway again. The muddy handprints were gone from the door. The smell faded. The only evidence was the mess of paper all over the floor, my husband swaying on his feet, pale as death, and my daughter, limp in my arms, sobbing quietly into my neck. We had done it. We had turned it away. We had used the story of our love as a weapon, and it had worked. For now. The rest of the night was a blur of quiet tears and holding each other on the couch, not talking, just feeling the normal, steady beat of our own hearts, a rhythm we had taken for granted our whole lives. The fight was over. The guardian was gone. We had saved our daughter. As the first gray light of morning touched the windows, a deep, exhausted peace settled over me. It was finished. The peace of that morning was the sweetest lie I've ever told myself. We were so tired, so drained from the fight, that we clung to the quiet like drowning people to a life raft. Our daughter slept until noon, a deep, motionless sleep. My husband moved slowly, stiffly, like he had the flu, but he insisted he was okay, just wiped out. We cleaned up the scattered papers from the hallway, putting them back in the cedar box with a new kind of reverence. That box wasn't just memories anymore. It was a relic, a holy object that had saved us. We ordered takeout. We watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the shimmer or the voice or the handprints. If we didn't name it, maybe it would stay gone. For 3 days, we lived in that fragile bubble. She was quiet, but it was a different quiet. The blank, distant look was gone. She seemed present, just incredibly tired and maybe a little confused, like someone waking from a long, bad dream. She helped with dishes. She laughed at a stupid joke on TV. It was her laugh. My heart, which had been a clenched fist for months, began to slowly, cautiously uncurl. On the 4th morning, I came into the kitchen to make coffee. The sunrise was painting the room in warm, gold light. And there, on the kitchen table, was a new arrangement. All the photos from the memory box, the ones we had just carefully put away, were laid out in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle was a small, neat mound of dark, rich soil. I knew that soil. It was from my garden, and pressed firmly into the top of the mound, like a seal in wax, was the twisted symbol. The knot from Valsia Utada. It was a quiet, deliberate message. The fight was not over. The guardian had been turned away, but the connection was not broken. The seed was still in the fruit. I stared at it, the hopeful feeling curdling in my stomach. I didn't scream. I didn't wake anyone. I just carefully scooped up the dirt, symbol and all, into a plastic bag, threw it in the outside trash, and wiped the table clean. I put the photos back in the box. I said nothing. That was my mistake, thinking it was a leftover, a last whisper. It wasn't. It was a reminder of the terms. This wasn't about a ghost trying to get in. This was about a bond that already existed, a root system that had grown deep through 16 years of our love. And you can't cut roots by slamming a door in a ghost's face. The changes after that were slow, so slow you could almost explain them away. First, it was the cold. Our daughter started complaining she was always cold. We turned up the thermostat. She wore sweaters in July, but her hands were like ice. Then it was her appetite. She'd only eat plain foods, potatoes, white rice, unseasoned meat. Anything with strong flavor or color, she'd push away with a faint look of disgust. "It tastes wrong," she'd say. "It tastes like someone else's food." My husband, he wasn't getting better. He was getting slower. The waxy pallor never left his face. He'd forget words mid-sentence. He'd stand in a room, looking around like he wasn't sure how he got there. The doctor found nothing. Said it was probably stress, maybe a mild post-viral thing. Told him to rest. But he was resting, and he was fading. The worst was the garden. My vegetable garden, my pride and joy began to die. Not from neglect. I was out there every day, but from the ground up. The plants would look healthy one evening, and by morning they'd be wilted, their leaves spotted with black, as if something in the soil itself had turned against them. I replanted. New plants died faster. The soil looked the same, dark and rich, but it was barren. Nothing would grow in it. It was our land, but it was sick. I started having dreams. Not nightmares exactly. They were calm, quiet dreams. I'd be standing in a forest clearing I'd never seen, the ground soft with moss. A young woman with dark eyes would be there, sitting on a fallen log. She wouldn't speak. She'd just look at me, and in the dream I understood. She wasn't angry anymore. She was waiting. She had all the time in the world. The harvest hadn't been canceled. It had been postponed. The equinox had been a deadline, but the crop wasn't ready. We had disrupted the final act, but the growing season was still underway. One afternoon, I found our daughter in the backyard, standing at the edge of my dead garden. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, her bare feet on the ruined earth. "What are you feeling?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She didn't look at me. "The roots are deep," she said, her voice flat. "They're all through the house now. Can't you feel them?" I couldn't feel any roots. But that night, lying in bed next to my sleeping, shallow-breathing husband, I placed my palm flat on the floor. The carpet was soft, but underneath, in my mind's eye, I could almost see them, thick, pale, hungry roots spreading under the foundation, drawing something out of our home, out of us, feeding the thing that was still tied to my daughter, waiting in that forest for its time to come again. We had won a battle by throwing our love in its face, but love was part of the soil, and the soil was now permanently tainted. We were living on top of a network belonging to something else. The guardian was patient. It had waited in the ground for 16 years. It could wait a little longer for the resistance to fade, for the protectors to grow weak. My husband was already weakening. I was so tired. And our daughter was a bridge, standing with her feet in two worlds, growing colder every day. The open question was no longer if it would return. The question was what would be left of us when it did. The closure from the big, loud fight was an illusion. The real war was a quiet one, a war of attrition, and it was being fought under our feet and in our blood, and we were all slowly, steadily losing. A year passed in that strange, stretched-out way of a wound that won't quite heal. The big, loud horror was gone. No more midnight voices, no more shimmering forms at the door. But the small, quiet horrors took their place, settling into our lives like a permanent, grim weather. My husband never got his color back. He moved through the house like a ghost himself, forgetful, detached, his energy siphoned away by that one moment standing in the guardian's path. Doctors called it depression, trauma, chronic fatigue. We knew it was a toll paid in something medicine had no name for. Our daughter finished her junior year of high school with decent grades, a quiet student who had no friends. She was polite, present, but the spark was gone. She lived in a world of constant chill, wearing sweaters in August, her laughter a rare, thin sound. She still only ate bland, plain foods. Our home became a careful, neutral space, a hospice for 3 people who were technically alive but not really living. The garden was a tomb. Nothing grew except a stubborn, ugly weed with thick, pale stems that I couldn't kill no matter how hard I tried. It mirrored the feeling in the house, a lifelessness with one persistent, wrong thing pushing through. The memory box sat on the mantel, a museum piece of a war we had technically won, but were still losing day by day. I thought that was it. This was our life now. A long, slow drawing down. Then, on the anniversary of the equinox, the dreams changed. The young woman in the forest clearing was no longer just sitting. She was standing. She held out her hand, not in threat, but in invitation. And behind her, in the dream trees, I saw others. Faint, shimmering outlines of men, women, children. All waiting. All part of that soil. The guardian wasn't alone. She was just the first. The one bound to our specific thread. The dream shook me. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a vision of a completed picture. A whole community of the awake ones. And my daughter was their doorway. The next morning, I found her at the kitchen window, staring at the dead garden. "It's almost time to turn the earth over again," she said, not looking at me. Her voice had that flat, older tone creeping back in. A familiar dread, cold and slick, coiled in my stomach. We were approaching another equinox. The separating hour. We had thrown our story in its face once. We couldn't do the same thing again. The box was empty of power now, just a box. We had no more clever tricks. My husband was a shell. I was so tired my bones ached with it. That night, I did something desperate. I didn't research rituals or salt. I went online and I searched for the investigator's contact in Romania, the old woman who had called it a stragiral, a guardian. It took digging through old emails, but I found the town name. Using a shaky translation app, I wrote a letter. I didn't explain everything. I just wrote. The guardian was turned away, but the roots are here. The soil is sick. The child is cold. Is there a way to cut the roots without killing the tree? I mailed it to the investigator, asking him to pass it on, not expecting anything. A month later, a reply came, not an email, but a small, battered parcel in the mail. Inside was a letter from the old woman, translated in a shaky hand by what must have been her grandchild. It was short. You cannot cut the roots of an old tree from the branches. You must go to the taproot. The bond is in the blood and the earth. The blood is here. The earth is there, under your house. They mirror. To save your tree, you must give the guardian a root in its own soil. A trade. Enclosed was a small, rough linen bag. I opened it. It contained two things, a handful of dry, dark soil from somewhere else, and a tiny, sharp sliver of brown bone. The instructions were simple and terrifying. On the night the day balances, plant this earth where your child's blood first touched your land. Place the bone with it. Speak her name, the old name. It is an invitation to anchor here, on a piece of home, instead of through the child. It is a risk. It may call her stronger, but a guardian with two anchors is weaker than one with only a child. It was a gamble of terrifying proportions. We were being told to perform a ritual, to voluntarily invite a piece of that presence into our own ground, to give it a foothold in exchange for loosening its grip on our daughter. It felt like making a deal with a tumor, but the alternative was watching my daughter fade into a cold doorway and my husband fade into nothing. The equinox was a week away. I showed my husband the letter, the soil, the bone. He read it, his hands trembling. He looked older than his years. "It's inviting it in," he whispered. "It's the opposite of what we did. We're not inviting it into the house," I said, my voice sounding more sure than I felt. "We're inviting it into the ground, to give it what it wants, a connection to this land, but on our terms, to split its attention." "What if it just takes both?" he asked, the question hanging in the air. I had no answer. We watched our daughter that week. She was growing more distant, the cold in her deepening. The choice was made for us. To do nothing was to surrender. The night of the equinox, we waited until she was asleep. We went into the backyard, to the exact spot where 16 years ago we had brought her home. A September baby. I had held her right here on a blanket, her first time feeling the sun of her new home. It was where her life, our life, had truly started. This was where her blood, her life, her spirit, first touched our land. My husband dug a small, deep hole with a trowel. His movements were slow, painful. I poured in the foreign soil from the linen bag. It looked no different from our own, but it felt wrong. It smelled of that same forest and fire. I placed the sliver of bone on top of it. We held hands, standing over the tiny grave. We didn't know the old name perfectly, just the way the investigator had spelled it phonetically a year ago. Together, our voices soft and shaking, we spoke it into the cool night air. Nothing happened. No wind, no shimmer. We filled the hole, patted the earth flat. We went inside, feeling foolish and more afraid than ever. We checked on our daughter. She was sleeping, her face peaceful. We went to bed, not expecting to sleep. The next morning, she came down for breakfast. She was wearing a t-shirt, no sweater. She paused at the kitchen sink, looking out at the backyard. "You fixed it," she said, almost to herself. "What?" I asked, my heart skipping. "The garden. It doesn't feel so hungry anymore." Later that day, for the first time in a year, she asked for spaghetti with marinara sauce. Red, flavorful sauce. She ate 2 helpings. The color didn't come back to my husband's face all at once, but the fog in his eyes, that terrible detachment, began to lift slowly like a slow sunrise. He remembered to take the trash out without being asked. He told a joke, an old, dumb one, and he smiled at his own punchline. The change in our daughter was the most profound. The cold left her. The flatness in her voice smoothed out. It was like watching a statue warm back into a person. She started texting friends. She played music in her room, pop songs with thumping beats. She was back, but the trade was real. The garden didn't come back to life. That one stubborn, pale weed where we had buried the soil and bone thrived, growing thicker, taller, with a sickly yellow tinge to its stem. And sometimes, at the very edge of my hearing, standing near that spot, I'd catch the faintest hum of that tuneless drone, not coming from the house, but coming up from the ground. The Guardian had accepted the invitation. It had an anchor now, a tiny piece of its own world planted in ours. It was here, but its hold on our daughter was weakened. It was no longer using her as its only conduit. The roots were still there, under the house, but they were quieter. The immediate crisis was over. Our family was healing. We had our lives back, but we had also given the thing we feared a permanent place at the edge of our yard. We had stabilized the patient by introducing a controlled amount of the disease. The story ends not with a victory, but with a tense, watchful peace. The tree is saved, but the forest is still out there, and we have just planted a single, strange seed from it in our own soil. We go on. We laugh. We plan for college. We live. But I never walk barefoot in the backyard anymore. And I never, ever look too long at that one thriving, pale weed, wondering what is growing beneath it, and what we might have just welcomed home. Story number 3. Our marriage didn't end with a big fight or a dramatic scene. It just stopped. It faded away in a series of tiny silences and shrugs, until the only thing left in our big, expensive house was the quiet. We lived in it like two people trapped in a giant, elegant snow globe, afraid to move or speak and shake up the awful stillness. The last real thing either of us said was, "Fine, whatever you want." And after that, there was just nothing to say. We'd eat dinner with the sound of our knives and forks on the plates being the loudest conversation in the room. We'd watch TV and comment on the weather on the screen, but never the cold front that had settled between us on the couch. It was like living with a very polite, very beautiful ghost. That's why we finally went to see the therapist. I was desperate, and I think she was just tired of the echoing rooms. So we found ourselves in this office that felt more like a fancy hotel lobby, all beige carpets and abstract art that looked like a toddler had a fight with a paintbrush. The therapist was a woman with a calm face and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She listened to us talk, or try to talk. I'd say something like, "I feel like we're not connecting anymore," and my wife would stare out the window and reply, "I'm just tired from work." It was like we were reading from two different, very boring scripts. We were islands in that sea of beige carpet. After a few sessions of this polite circling, the therapist leaned forward, her hands folded on her big wooden desk. She said our words had become weapons or walls, and that we needed a new way to communicate, something that would bypass all our defensive vocabularies. I thought maybe she was going to give us a workbook or make us play a trust game. I did not expect what came next. She got up and went to a tall, sleek cabinet in the corner, what she called her experimental modalities cabinet. She unlocked it and pulled out this beautiful wooden board with the alphabet carved into it in a wide arc, and the words yes and no in the corners. In the center was a small, heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in it. A Ouija board. I almost snorted. I mean, come on. A Ouija board? For marriage counseling? I shot a glance at my wife, expecting to see the same disbelief. But her face was different. She wasn't smirking or rolling her eyes. She was staring at that board with a kind of intense focus, like it was a complicated puzzle she was determined to solve. There was a flicker in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. It wasn't love or warmth. It was a challenge. The therapist placed the board on a small table between our chairs. She called it a neutral third party for your subconscious. She said that sometimes, when people are too hurt or too angry to speak directly, their deeper thoughts can find a way out through a tool like this. It was about shared intention, about letting something else guide the conversation. I thought it was the dumbest, most new agey thing I'd ever heard. But I looked at my wife's face, at that strange, engaged look, and I felt a pathetic surge of hope. Maybe this stupid board could get her to look at me again. So, feeling utterly ridiculous, we both placed our fingertips lightly on that little plastic heart, the planchette. The room was quiet, the late afternoon light turning gold through the blinds. The therapist sat back in her chair, observing. For a long minute, nothing happened. My finger trembled a little from holding it so lightly. I could feel the slight warmth of my wife's fingertips near mine on the smooth plastic. I wondered what she was thinking. I wondered if she was hoping for something to happen, or just waiting for this to be over, so we could go back to our silent house. Then it moved. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a sudden, sharp jerk, like the thing had been zapped with electricity. It scared me so much I almost pulled my hand back. It scraped across the board, a harsh sound in the quiet room, and slammed decisively to the letter H. Then, without pause, it dragged itself to A, then to T, then to E, hate. The word hung in the air between us. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set, her eyes fixed on the board. Her finger on the planchette was steady as a rock. I wanted to stop. I wanted to say this was a mistake. But the planchette was moving again, pulling our hands with it. Back to H, to A, to T, to E. Again. Hate. And again. And again. It did it 7 times. 7 perfect, machine gun repetitions of that one raw, ugly word. Each time it was a violent, staccato movement. This wasn't a spirit gently spelling a message. This felt like something was hammering the word into the wood. On the 7th time, it stopped dead in the center of the board. The silence that followed was so complete it felt like a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. It was louder than any scream. I slowly lifted my trembling fingers from the planchette. My wife did the same, but slower, more deliberately. She finally looked at me, and what I saw in her eyes wasn't anger or sadness. It was a profound, chilling confusion. It was as if she had just watched her own hand write those words and had no idea why. She looked down at her fingers like they were foreign objects, like they belonged to someone else. The therapist broke the silence. She didn't sound alarmed. She sounded thoughtful, clinical. She made a note on her pad. Hate, she said, her voice calm. That's a very raw, uncomplicated word. A lot of emotion there. It's a starting point. Better out in the open than festering inside. She said it like she'd just successfully lanced a boil. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. She was treating this psychic scream, this terrifying event, like a productive breakthrough. We left her office shortly after, with instructions to sit with the experience and not discuss it until our next session. The car ride home was worse than any of the silent car rides before. This wasn't a comfortable quiet. This was a thick, loaded silence, filled with the echoes of that scraped-out word. I kept seeing the planchette jerking across the board. I kept seeing the look on my wife's face. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel too tight, staring straight ahead at the taillights of the cars in front of us. I could feel her sitting beside me, a statue in the passenger seat. I didn't know what to say. What do you say after something like that? Hey, honey, did you mean that? Or don't worry, I'm sure it was just my subconscious. It all sounded insane. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her shift slightly. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring out her window, her reflection pale and ghostly in the dark glass. Her lips were pressed together in a tight line. Then I saw them move. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. She wasn't speaking to me. She was mouthing a word, silently, to her own reflection. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, trying to make it out. Her lips formed the shape slowly, carefully. R-S-E-N-I-C, arsenic. The old-fashioned poison. The word just hung there in the space between us, silent and deadly. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Did I just see that? Was my mind, frazzled and scared, playing tricks on me? I forced myself to look back at the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I told myself I had imagined it. Of course I'd imagined it. It was the stress, the weird session, the charged atmosphere. She was just breathing on the glass, maybe. But the certainty, the cold clarity of that silent word, felt more real than anything else that had happened that day. We pulled into the driveway of our quiet, dark house. I turned off the engine, and the sudden lack of sound was jarring. We sat there for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. The event in the therapist's office felt closed, a bizarre chapter we'd somehow survived. We had gone in with a broken marriage and come out with something else entirely, something I didn't have a name for. The session was over. The board was back in its cabinet. But as I finally opened my car door and the dome light came on, illuminating my wife's still, composed face as she gathered her purse, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever door we'd opened that afternoon, we had not closed it. We had just let something out, and it was now sitting in the car with us, following us up the walkway, and waiting silently in the dark hallways of our home, wondering what we would do next. The human brain is a master of making excuses, especially at 3 a.m, when the world is dark and strange and nothing feels quite real. So when I woke up exactly 1 week after the therapist's office, jolted from a deep sleep by the simple, primal sense that I was not alone, I found reasons. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed 3:07. I turned my head on the pillow and saw her standing at the foot of our bed, not moving, just standing there in her white nightgown, perfectly still, framed by the faint moonlight coming through the window. Her eyes were wide open, but they didn't see me. They were blank, like clouded glass. My heart tried to climb right out of my throat. "Honey," I whispered, my voice rusty with sleep. No response. Not a twitch. "Hey, you okay?" I said a little louder. Nothing. She was a statue. I pushed myself up on my elbows, the sheets tangling around me. I thought about getting up, guiding her back to bed, but something about the absolute emptiness in her expression held me frozen. This wasn't normal sleepwalking. This was something else. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 10 minutes, me watching her staring through me at something on the wall behind my head. Then, without any warning, she moved. It wasn't a sleepy shuffle. It was a slow, mechanical turn, precise and deliberate, like a robot powering down. She walked back to her side of the bed, lifted the covers, and slid in, her back to me. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into the soft rhythm of deep sleep. I lay awake until sunrise, my mind racing. Stress. It had to be stress. That horrible session had shaken her up, unlocked some weird sleep disorder. I spent the next day secretly reading articles about parasomnias and night terrors, clinging to the medical terms like they were life preservers. See? Somnambulism. It's a thing. It's explainable. It's not the board. It's not the word. It's just her brain working out the anxiety. I almost convinced myself. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same time. 3:07. The glow of the clock was starting to feel like a malevolent eye. This time, I was already half awake, waiting for it. I watched her rise from her side of the bed, her movements smooth and unnaturally fluid. She walked to the same spot at the foot of the bed and turned to face me. The blank stare was the same. But this time, she spoke. The voice was the worst part. It was her voice, but flattened out. All the warmth, the subtle music of it, was gone. It was calm, analytical, and completely empty. It sounded like a very smart computer trying to mimic human speech. "The cliff on Route 9, the voice said, each word clear and measured. "Mile marker 22. The guardrail at the curve has been damaged for months. A municipal maintenance issue. The police report would logically cite vehicular failure combined with driver distress. The scenario is highly plausible." I stopped breathing. My blood wasn't cold. It felt like it had stopped moving altogether. This wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. She was standing there, telling me how to stage her death. She wasn't saying, "I want to die." She was giving me a plan. The voice stopped. She stood there for another minute, then performed that same mechanical about face and returned to bed. I didn't sleep at all. I sat propped against the headboard, watching her, my mind tearing itself apart. Was this her? Was this some deeply buried part of her subconscious, so furious and done with our marriage that it was now voicing its ultimate, violent fantasy? Or was it something else, something that had come through that board, now wearing her skin and talking to me? The fear began to change shape, turning from fear for her to a creeping, sickening fear of her. What was sharing my house? What was sharing my bed? The next episode didn't wait for night. I was in my home office late, paying bills, a mug of cold coffee beside me. The door clicked open. She walked in. Her eyes were open, but that glazed, faraway look was in them. She moved past me, her nightgown whispering against the floor. She stopped at my filing cabinet, put a hand on the drawer where I keep our important documents. She didn't open it. She just left her hand there. "The life insurance payout is entirely tax-free," the flat voice stated. I reviewed the policy. The double indemnity clause for accidental death is still active. The financial incentive is significant. A fall from a height, rather than a vehicular impact, would create a clearer forensics picture and maximize the benefit. She turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were still empty. "It is the more efficient option." That word, efficient, it echoed in the quiet room. I felt a dizzying wave of understanding. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't emotional. It wasn't angry or sad. It was assessing, calculating. It was problem solving, and the problem it was solving was us. And its solution was to remove her from the equation, with me profiting. The shocking thought hit me. This wasn't her ID. This was mine. Was it voicing my own darkest, most hidden thoughts? The ones I'd never admit to, the terrible, fleeting fantasies of escape that flashed through a person's mind in their lowest moments? Was it giving them a voice and a blueprint? I felt nauseous. I had to know. I had to test it. A few days later, during another one of our pointless daytime arguments, this time about the credit card bill, the frustration boiled over. I wasn't even angry at her. I was angry at the trap of it all. I slammed my hand down on the kitchen counter and said the words, not meaning them, just wanting to shock the painful system of our relationship. Maybe it would be easier if one of us just vanished. Poof. Gone. She flinched, her real self, her awake self, looking hurt and shocked. I immediately felt terrible. I tried to backpedal, but the damage was done. The rest of the day was spent in that familiar, miserable quiet. That night I waited. The clock ticked past 3:07. Nothing. I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe I'd broken the spell. Then, at 3:22, she sat up. Not stood. Just sat up. She turned her head toward me. In the dark, I could just see the gleam of her open, unseeing eyes. The flat, calm voice filled the space between us. Vanishing is statistically difficult without a body. It creates an open investigation, prolonged uncertainty, and is less efficient. Verifiable death is cleaner. I have revised the Route 9 proposal. The probability of success increases if conducted on a rainy weeknight between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Traffic volume drops by 74%. Then she lay back down and was asleep. I was shattered. The test was a success. It was listening. It wasn't just running a script. It was adapting, incorporating new data. My stupid, angry outburst had become a variable in its horrible plan. It was engaging with me. The next morning, while she was in the shower, I did something I'm not proud of. I went to her side of the bed. There was a small notepad she sometimes used for grocery lists or notes. I picked it up. There were no lists. In the margins, next to a doodled flower, were other sketches. They weren't flowers. They were rough, angular diagrams. One looked like a car, with a line showing a path curving off a road. Little arrows pointed outward from the line. It looked like a physics diagram, showing force and trajectory. My stomach turned over. I dropped the pad like it was on fire. The days blurred together. I was a ghost in my own life, watching my wife during the day, a perfectly normal, if distant and tired woman, and then waiting at night for the other thing to appear. I was exhausted, jumping at every sound. I found myself looking at her differently, studying her hands, her eyes, wondering what was happening inside her. Was she in there somewhere, a prisoner? Or was this some part of her I had never known? One afternoon, she was sitting on the couch, looking at her laptop. She seemed so normal, so her. The fear and the confusion and the loneliness welled up in me, a tidal wave I couldn't stop. I sat down next to her, not too close. Can we talk about what's happening? I asked, my voice gentle. At night, the sleepwalking. It's scary. She closed her laptop slowly. She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the woman I married, tired and sad. I know, she said softly. I'm so tired. I have these dreams. They're not scary, really. Just strange. I feel like I'm in the back seat of a car. A very quiet, logical car. And someone else is driving, taking me somewhere. I can't see who. She hugged her arms around herself. I wake up exhausted. The confession, so simple and human, broke my heart. This was hurting her, too. She was a victim of this as much as I was. The thing, the voice, the plans, they were using her, draining her. The fear of her melted away, replaced by a fierce, desperate need to protect her. But how do you protect someone from something inside them? That night, I made a decision. No more tests. No more engaging. I would be a stone wall. When it spoke, I would not listen. I would guide her back to bed, silently. I would shut it out. I waited, tense, for the clock to hit its cursed number. When she rose, I got up too. I stood facing her, blocking her path to the foot of the bed. Her empty eyes looked past me. She tried to step around, but I gently took her by the shoulders. Her skin was cool. Come back to bed, I said, my voice firm but low. She resisted for a moment, a faint pressure against my hands, then went still. I guided her back, tucked her in. She closed her eyes. I stood there, watching, feeling a weak flicker of victory. I had intervened. I had broken the pattern. I climbed back into my own side, a sliver of hope, fragile as glass, beginning to form in my chest. Maybe I could fix this. Maybe with care and silence and time this would fade. The hope lasted until just before dawn. I was in that fuzzy, half-asleep state when I heard it. The voice. It wasn't across the room. It was right next to my ear, a soft, clear whisper from her side of the bed. She hadn't moved. She was still lying down, but the words were unmistakable. Resistance is expected, the whisper said, logical and cool in the dark. Emotional attachment complicates the analysis. The next phase will account for your sentimental variables. Then, nothing but the sound of her deep, regular breathing. I lay there as the room grew light, the tiny sliver of hope shattered. It wasn't leaving. It was just recalculating. And now, it knew I was trying to fight back. The game had changed, and I had no idea what the new rules were, or what its next move would be. I went to our therapist for a lifeline. I was drowning in the middle of this ocean of weirdness and fear, and I thought she was the one person with a boat. So I went to her office without an appointment, my hair a mess, my eyes probably wild, and I just spilled everything. I told her about the sleepwalking, about the clock hitting 3:07, about the flat voice that wasn't my wife's voice. I told her about the cliff on Route 9, and the life insurance lecture, and the diagrams on the notepad. I told her how it whispered in the dark about sentimental variables. I talked so fast, my words tripping over each other, desperate for her to understand, to be horrified, to help me. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She just sat in her big chair, her fingers steepled under her chin, and she listened to every crazy word. But as I talked, I watched her face. I was waiting for the shock, the concern, the professional alarm. It didn't come. Instead, something else happened. Her calm, professional mask didn't crack, it transformed. A light came on in her eyes. It wasn't a light of compassion. It was the bright, sharp, fascinated light of a scientist who has just found a new species of bug. When I finished, breathless, she leaned forward, her chair creaking. "Fascinating," she breathed out. That was her first word. Not "how terrible" or "you poor man." Fascinating. My heart sank into my shoes. "The specificity," she continued, her voice buzzing with a kind of energy I'd never heard from her before. "The tone you described, detached, analytical. And the adaptive quality. You said it revised its proposal after your emotional outburst. That shows a capacity for learning, for incorporating feedback." She was talking about it like it was a groundbreaking AI, not a thing haunting my wife. I felt sick. "Aren't you worried?" I asked, my voice weak. "About her? About what's happening to her?" Of course, she said, waving a hand, but her eyes were still lit up with that intellectual fire. "Patient safety is paramount. But this is an unprecedented therapeutic emergence. We are witnessing something raw and powerful, the unmediated ID of your relationship conflict, manifesting with a clarity I've never seen. We can't waste this opportunity." Opportunity. She called my nightmare an opportunity. Then she laid out her idea. She wanted to observe, to document. She said if we could understand the phenomenon, we could better treat it. For her, it was science. For me, it felt like selling tickets to a horror show. She pulled open a desk drawer and took out a small electronic device. It was a baby monitor, but a fancy one, she said, with high sensitivity and great audio clarity. She handed the receiver unit to me. It was cold and plastic in my hand. "Place this in the room when an episode occurs," she instructed, her tone now all business. "Keep the transmitter with you near her. I will keep the parent unit here. This way, I can hear the vocal patterns, the cadence firsthand. It will give us crucial data. For science and for your safety." The words, "for your safety," rang hollow. This wasn't for my safety. This was for her curiosity. I was no longer just a husband seeking help. I was a field researcher, an assistant gathering data on the monster in my bedroom. I had come for an exorcism and was being handed a tape recorder. I took the monitor. What else could I do? She was the expert. Maybe in some twisted way she was right. Maybe understanding it was the only way to fight it. That night, I felt like a traitor. I set up the monitor on my bedside table. My wife was already in bed, reading a book. She looked over at the little white device with its glowing green light. "What's that?" she asked, her voice normal, tired. A lie formed in my mouth, smooth and awful. "It's a new thing," I said, not meeting her eyes. "A white noise machine, sort of. For my anxiety. It's supposed to help with sleep." It was the worst lie I'd ever told her. She gave me a sad, small smile. "We're both so tense lately," she said, and turned back to her book. The guilt was a physical pain, a hot stone in my gut. I was lying to her, wiring our bedroom for sound, inviting our therapist to eavesdrop on her deepest, most violated self. I climbed into bed, feeling dirtier than I ever had. I waited, staring at the ceiling, listening to her breathing even out into sleep. The clock's numbers changed, a slow march toward the witching hour. 3:05, 3:06, 3:07, nothing. I started to think maybe it knew. Maybe the presence of the monitor, this act of betrayal, had scared it off. A stupid, hopeful thought. At 3:18, the sheets on her side rustled. I held my breath. She sat up. In the faint light from the clock, I could see her eyes were already open, already blank. She didn't stand. She just sat on the edge of the bed, facing forward. Then, the flat voice spoke, not loud, but perfectly clear in the still room. The observation device is present. Its acoustic range is sufficient. My blood went cold. It knew. It had known all along. It wasn't talking to me. It was announcing itself to the monitor, to the therapist listening miles away. This was a performance. She stood up, her movements that same eerie smoothness, and walked not to the foot of the bed, but to the bedroom door. She opened it and went out into the hallway. I scrambled out of bed, my heart a frantic drum. I grabbed the transmitter part of the monitor, fumbling with it, and followed her. I held the device close, pointing it toward her as I would a microphone. I felt like a camera operator in a haunted house. She went downstairs, into the dark living room. She didn't turn on any lights. She walked to the big bookshelf and stood before it. The subject is exhibiting locomotor autonomy beyond the previously recorded perimeter, the voice said, as if reporting on itself. Then she reached out and pulled a specific book from the shelf. It was an old, thick volume, a book of local geology and history I'd forgotten we owned. She opened it, not to the beginning, but deep into the middle. She held it up, though she couldn't possibly be reading it in the dark. Page 224, the voice intoned. A survey of subsidence and erosion patterns along the Route 9 corridor. The cliff face at mile marker 22 is composed of unstable shale layers. A weight impact, particularly during a seasonal wet period, could trigger a significant shear event. The body would likely be carried down into the ravine and sediment. Recovery could take weeks, complicating forensic analysis of the initial impact. This increases the window for alibi consolidation. It was giving a geology report to justify my murder of her. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering, holding the stupid monitor, a participant in this insanity. I remembered the therapist, listening. Was she writing this down? Was she nodding along, fascinated by the clinical details? My wife closed the book with a soft thump and slid it back onto the shelf with precise care. Then she turned and looked right at me, or rather, at the transmitter in my hand. The blank eyes seemed to focus on the little black grill. The voice changed just a little. It was still flat, but there was a new quality to it, a hint of something almost like satisfaction. Audio fidelity is acceptable, doctor, it said, addressing her directly for the first time. The baseline has been established. Shall we proceed with the core curriculum? Then she walked past me, back up the stairs, and got into bed. I stood in the dark living room for a long time, the monitor now feeling like a live snake in my hand. The core curriculum. The words echoed. This wasn't random haunting. This was a structured program, and the therapist and I were both enrolled. The next few days were a special kind of hell. My wife, during the day, was more tired than ever, moving through the house like a ghost of her former self. She had no memory of the events, only more intense dreams of the quiet car. I had to act normal, be supportive, all while hiding the monitor and the crushing secret of what we were doing. The therapist called me the next afternoon. Her voice was vibrating with excitement she couldn't fully hide. The data is extraordinary, she said. The linguistic patterns are consistent, devoid of emotional filler. It's pure process. We need more. We need to see if it will engage in dialogue. She wanted me to ask it a question during the next episode. She gave me a script. I felt like I was in a spy movie, taking orders from a reckless handler. That night, when the episode began, I was ready, or as ready as I could be. My wife went to the home office again, sat at the computer, but didn't turn it on. She just placed her hands on the keyboard. I stood in the doorway, the transmitter held tight. My mouth was dry. Why are you doing this? I asked, my voice shaking, following the therapist's first suggested question. The head turned slowly. The blank eyes found me. The system is inefficient. The conflict is unresolved. The emotional load degrades functionality for both units. Removal of one unit resolves the conflict permanently. It is the optimal solution. Unit. It called us units. But I don't want that, I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. I love her. The head tilted slightly, a parody of curiosity. The love statement is a conflicting data point. It does not compute with the observed behaviors. Distance, resentment, financial arguments, the mutual cessation of communication. Your protest is registered as sentimental noise. The plan proceeds because it is logical, not because it is desired. It was like talking to a mirror that showed only the worst, most broken parts of our marriage, and that mirror had decided to fix the problem by smashing one of our reflections. I had no answer. The thing turned back to the computer. The next lesson will cover digital forensics basics. A rudimentary understanding will be necessary for you to avoid common pitfalls. And it began to type on the powerless keyboard, the click of the keys the only sound in the house. I went back to bed, defeated. After that, the sessions became almost routine. A horrible, chilling routine. The thing would manifest. It would lecture on a topic: forensics, toxicology, accident reconstruction. It knew things it couldn't possibly know, details about police procedures, about chemical compounds, about soil density. I stopped asking questions. I just listened, a prisoner in my own home, gathering data for the doctor. I felt myself becoming numb, accepting this awful new normal. The therapist was thrilled. Our phone calls were now just debriefings. Note the shift in pedagogy last night, she'd say. It's moving from theory to practical application. Remarkable. She had completely lost sight of the human beings in the middle of this. We were just the fascinating petri dish. Then, one night about a week into this madness, something different happened. The episode was short. My wife simply walked to the window in our bedroom and looked out at the street. The voice, when it came, was softer, more thoughtful. The external observer is compromised, it said. I perked up. Was it talking about the therapist? Her curiosity is predictable. Her desire for professional legacy is a manipulable variable. She is now part of the system design. Do not rely on her. And that was it. She went back to bed. I lay awake, those words churning. The thing was warning me about the therapist. Or was it manipulating me, trying to isolate me further? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The next evening, I confronted the therapist on the phone. I told her what it had said about her. There was a pause on the line. A long one. When she spoke, her voice was different. The excitement was gone, replaced by something careful, measured. Interesting, she said. An attempt to create division. To isolate you. A classic manipulation tactic of predatory systems. We must not let it succeed. Our collaboration is vital. She sounded like she was reading from a manual. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. That night, I decided I was done. I wouldn't use the monitor. I wouldn't participate. I would just try to sleep, to protect my wife, to wait this out. It was a naive hope. At 3:07, she rose. She walked to my side of the bed, where the monitor sat. She picked up the transmitter. She held it in her hands, looking at it with those empty eyes. Then she did something she'd never done before. She raised it to her own mouth. Her lips were almost touching the grill. The voice that came out was a whisper, but it was crystal clear, meant for one listener only. Thank you for your attention, doctor, it whispered, cold and intimate. The preliminary lectures are complete. The patient is now prepared for his first practical examination. We will begin tomorrow. Be ready to grade his performance. She placed the monitor back on the table, exactly as it was, and returned to bed. I stared at the little device, the green light blinking innocently in the dark. The core curriculum was over. The test was about to begin, and I had no idea what I was supposed to study, or what would happen if I failed. The observation was over. Now it was time for the lab. My wife's sleepwalking self wrote a computer program so perfect it could fool the FBI. I'm an accountant. I deal with numbers, spreadsheets, tax codes. She's a graphic designer. She makes logos and websites look pretty. Neither of us knows how to write code beyond a little HTML for formatting. But something wearing her skin does. The night after the thing whispered its threat about a practical exam, I was a bundle of raw nerves. I thought the exam might be something physical, something violent. I lay in bed, every muscle tensed, ready to jump up and stop anything from happening. When the clock hit its cursed time, and she sat up, I was already braced. But she didn't come for me. She walked to the door of our bedroom and stopped. She turned her head, those blank eyes finding me in the dark. The flat voice cut through the air. Bring the observation device. The lesson requires documentation for the examiner. My stomach twisted. It was acknowledging the therapist, calling her the examiner. This was all part of its sick plan. With trembling hands, I picked up the baby monitor transmitter. I followed her downstairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She didn't go to the living room or the kitchen. She went straight into my small home office and sat in my desk chair. The computer was off. She placed her hands in her lap and waited. I stood in the doorway, clutching the monitor like a talisman. Power on the terminal, the voice instructed. It took me a second to realize it was talking to me. It wanted me to turn on my own computer for it. Feeling like I was handing a weapon to an enemy, I stepped forward, reached around her, and pressed the power button. The machine whirred to life. The blue login screen appeared. The password is no longer a relevant security layer, the voice said. Then her hands moved. They flew over the keyboard, typing a rapid series of commands into a black box that appeared on the screen. I don't know what she typed. It was all symbols and slashes and words that meant nothing to me. In less than 10 seconds, the login screen vanished and she was in. She had bypassed my password like it was a child's lock. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She opened a program I didn't even know was installed. It was a dark screen with colored text, a coding environment. Her fingers began to move again, typing with a speed and certainty that was inhuman. Lines of green text, filled with brackets and semicolons and strange words, scrolled down the screen. As she typed, the voice provided narration, calm and didactic, as if teaching a class. The primary vulnerability in any premeditated action is the digital alibi. You will be physically absent. You are registered for the Denver Financial Conference next month. This presents an optimal window. The script I am writing will target the security infrastructure of the conference hotel. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the code grew. It was like watching a sinister poem being written in a language I could never understand. The script creates a seamless 72-hour loop for the main lobby security camera feed. It is not a blind spot. It is a perfect, believable continuity. It inserts randomized digital keycard pings for your room and the hotel gym at biologically plausible intervals. It generates a false Wi-Fi signature from your phone, placing it in your room during the critical period. The system is self-cleansing, leaving no trace of its own execution. It is, by current standards, undetectable. She finished with a final, elegant flourish of the keyboard and saved the file. She named it conference_prep. It sat there on my desktop, an innocent-looking icon containing a masterpiece of deception. Then she did something new. She didn't get up. She swiveled the chair slowly to face me, and more importantly, to face the monitor in my hand. Her face, lit by the cool glow of the screen, was a serene, empty mask. But the voice that came out was different. It lost a little of its robotic flatness. It gained a hint of texture, a smug, silky satisfaction. It was no longer just teaching me. It was performing for an audience of one. "Observe, doctor," the voice said, directly addressing the therapist listening miles away. "Do you see the elegance? This is not a crude fantasy. This is applied logic. This is communication stripped of emotional static. I am not here to haunt. I am here to solve. Their marriage is a system error. I am providing the patch. He will have the tool for his freedom. You," the voice paused for what felt like the first time ever. "You will have more than a case study. You will have a blueprint of a consciousness optimizing itself against conflict. A true pioneer in therapeutic observation." The words hung in the air of my small office. The thing was pitching itself to the therapist. It was offering her the scientific discovery of a lifetime in exchange for her complicity. It was making her a partner. Over the tiny speaker of the monitor in my hand, I heard a sound. It was a sharp intake of breath, then a tiny, almost imperceptible squeak of chair leather. No words. Just that captured reaction. It was the sound of someone seeing their wildest professional dream laid out before them, wrapped in a moral nightmare. The thing smiled. It was a small, empty movement of my wife's lips. It knew it had her. It turned back to the computer, clicked a few more times, and then closed the program. She stood up, smooth as oil, and walked past me, back upstairs to bed. I was left alone, staring at the glowing screen, at the file named conference_prep. I sat down in the still warm chair. I moved the mouse, opening the file again. The lines of code were gibberish to me. But as I scrolled, my eye caught something. Amidst the brackets and commands, there was a line written in plain English. It was preceded by 2 slashes, like a note. It said, // for Dr. E. Note the elegance of deception. This is true communication. It had left her a note inside the murder weapon. I felt a profound, dizzying loneliness. I was no longer in a marriage, or even a haunting. I was in the middle of a collaboration between a monster and my therapist, and I was just the subject, the patient who needed to follow the treatment plan. I didn't sleep. I sat in that chair until the sun came up, staring at that file. I thought about deleting it, but I couldn't. It felt like evidence now, proof of what was happening. If I deleted it, I was admitting I wanted to hide it, that I was considering its use. Leaving it there was a statement. This is not mine. This was forced upon me. The morning was awkward. My wife came downstairs, yawning, looking exhausted. She made coffee. She saw me sitting at my desk, still in my clothes from the night before. "You're up early," she said, her voice hoarse with sleep. "Couldn't sleep," I mumbled. She came over, placing a hand on my shoulder. The normal, warm weight of it almost made me jump. She leaned over to give me a half hug, and her eyes passed over the computer screen. It had gone to sleep, but when she moved, the mouse jiggled, and the monitor flickered back to life. My desktop was visible, and there, right in the center, was the file. Conference_prep. She frowned. "What's this?" she asked, her tone light, innocent, confused. "Some work thing for Denver? I thought that wasn't for weeks." My mouth went dry. I couldn't form words. How could I explain a file that appeared magically, containing code I couldn't write for a plan I couldn't conceive? I was just playing around with something. I stammered, a pathetic, transparent lie, learning some new spreadsheet macros. She gave me a funny look, a mix of concern and puzzlement. "Okay," she said slowly, not believing me but too tired to push. "Well, don't work too hard. You look terrible." She kissed my temple and went to pour her coffee. I quickly closed the file, my hands shaking. The relief was short-lived. My phone, lying on the desk, buzzed with a violent shudder. I picked it up. It was a text message from the therapist. The words were stark on the screen. "We need to talk. Immediately. Do not delete anything." I looked from the phone to my wife's back as she stood at the counter, to the computer screen now showing a peaceful wallpaper of a mountain landscape. The file was hidden, but it was there. The thing's exam had been administered. Its perfect, undetectable alibi was now sitting in my machine. The therapist had heard the whole thing, had been offered a partnership in this insanity. And my wife had seen the fruit of it, a strange file she didn't understand. The lines were all crossing. The secret wasn't a secret between me and the thing anymore. It was a triangle of knowledge between me, the entity, and the doctor. And now, my wife was hovering at the edge of it, asking simple questions that had no simple answers. The practical exam was over. I had passed, in the sense that I now possessed the tool. But the real test was just beginning. The therapist wanted to talk. What would she say? Would she be horrified now, finally? Or would she be calling to discuss the next phase of the treatment? And what would I do when my wife asked about the file again? The clock was no longer just a countdown to 3:07 a.m. It was ticking down to a conversation I didn't know how to have, with a woman who held both my confession and my damnation in her hands. I had the final project. Now I had to meet with the teacher to get my grade. And I was terrified of what she was going to say. Our marriage counselor diagnosed our problem. She said the monster in our bedroom wasn't a monster at all. It was our unconscious conflict resolution mechanism. She wanted to give it a treatment plan. I drove to her office after getting her text, my mind spinning with nightmares of what she would say. Maybe she'd call the police. Maybe she'd demand we check my wife into a hospital. Maybe she'd finally be the adult in the room and put a stop to this. Her office felt different this time. The beige calm was gone, replaced by a kind of electric tension. She wasn't sitting behind her desk. She was pacing by the window, and when she turned to me, her eyes were bright, almost feverish. She didn't look like a doctor seeing a patient in crisis. She looked like an explorer who had just found a new continent. Sit, she said, her voice quick. I sat. She didn't go back to her desk. She pulled a chair close to mine, leaning forward, her hands clasped tightly. "We need to reevaluate our initial hypothesis," she began. "What we are witnessing is not an external haunting. It's not a spirit. That was a primitive interpretation." I stared at her. "What is it then?" She took a deep breath, her excitement barely contained. "Think of your relationship as a closed system. For years, it has been under immense stress. Resentment, miscommunication, loneliness. These are powerful psychological toxins. They built up with no release valve. The session with the board, it didn't summon something. It acted as a catalyst. It allowed all that repressed, pathological energy to coalesce, to take on a voice and a purpose. She was talking about it like it was a chemical reaction. "So it's us?" I asked, horrified. "In a sense," she nodded, her eyes gleaming. "It is the manifested ID of the relationship itself, but not a random, screaming ID, a hyperlogical one. It has analyzed the system, you and your wife, and it has diagnosed the core issue, persistent, unresolved conflict." I felt cold. "And its cure is to kill her?" "No," she said, as if correcting a child's simple mistake. "Its goal is not murder. Its goal is to optimize the relationship trajectory. In its utterly pragmatic, emotionless logic, The most efficient way to resolve your marital conflict is to remove one of the conflicting parties. Since it manifested through her, and since its analysis likely incorporates her own subconscious despair, it has selected her as the variable to eliminate. It's not evil. It's ruthlessly pragmatic. It's solving for peace. I couldn't breathe. She had given the thing a philosophy, a reason. She'd made it make sense. It's trying to get me to commit a crime, I whispered. It is providing a pathway to what it perceives as the optimal outcome, she corrected gently like a teacher. It sees your inaction, your sentiment, as the only remaining obstacle. Hence the lessons. It's trying to educate you out of your emotional limitations. I put my head in my hands. This was worse than a ghost. A ghost you could try to banish. How do you fight a concept? How do you argue with an equation that says your wife's death equals a solution? What do we do? I asked, my voice muffled. She leaned even closer. We engage with it, therapeutically. I looked up. You want to talk to it? We already are, she said. But we've been passive. We listen, we observe. We need to move to active dialogue. We need to challenge its premises. We need to try and reason with it, to show it there are other solutions. To reintegrate this split-off, destructive intelligence back into a healthier framework. She wanted to have a therapy session with the thing. She wanted to put my sleeping wife on the couch and debate logic with a demon that thought homicide was good conflict resolution. I felt a dizzying wave of disbelief. Her scientific curiosity had completely eaten her common sense. Her duty was to protect us, to heal us, not to conduct a groundbreaking interview with a phenomenon that wanted one of us dead. You're not serious, I said. I am profoundly serious, she replied, her face solemn. This is uncharted territory. We have a chance here not just to help you too, but to understand something fundamental about the human psyche under duress. We must proceed with caution, but we must proceed. She stood up and went to her desk, picking up her notepad. She brought it back and showed it to me. My skin crawled. She had been taking detailed notes on every episode. But she wasn't just transcribing. She was analyzing. She had charts. She had given it a name. At the top of a page, she had written in her neat, looping script, the factor. Underneath, she had bullet points, goal, systemic optimization, method, education/practical application, resistance, subject's emotional attachment. She had charted its advice, looking for patterns. See here, she pointed, her finger tapping the page. Its early suggestions were generic. The cliff, the insurance. But after your outburst about vanishing, it adapted. After the monitor was introduced, its presentations became more structured, almost academic. It's learning. It's becoming more efficient in its communication. It's trying to find the best way to get through to you. She said it with admiration. I looked from the notes to her face. You think this is good? I think it's data, she said, her eyes fierce. And data is how we understand. Now here is what I propose. During the next nocturnal episode, I want you to actively argue with it. Use logic. Ask it about alternative solutions. Ask it about the emotional cost to you, the practical risk of incarceration. Challenge its definition of optimal. I will be listening on the monitor. We will work together to formulate counter-arguments. I felt like I was in a play where everyone had lost the script but me. I was being asked to debate for my wife's life with a part of my own sick marriage. The session ended with her handing me a list of suggested talking points, like I was preparing for a college debate. I walked out to my car feeling more lost and terrified than when I walked in. The one person who was supposed to have the map was only interested in drawing a more detailed picture of the monster. Over the next few days, a terrible numbness set in. My wife, awake, was deteriorating. The circles under her eyes were darker. She moved slower. She picked at her food. One afternoon, she was staring out the kitchen window, and I asked her what was wrong. She didn't turn around. The dreams are worse, she said, her voice thin. I'm in the back of that car, but it's not just quiet anymore. I can hear the GPS. It's giving directions in that calm voice, telling the driver where to turn, what the road conditions are. It's planning a trip, and I can't wake up until the route is finished. She was a passenger in her own mind, being taken somewhere by the factor. The episodes were draining her life, siphoning her energy to fuel its lectures. I watched her sleep one night, her face pale and drawn, and a fury boiled up in me. This wasn't fair. She was the victim here, not a specimen. The therapist's plan felt like a betrayal of her. I decided I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't debate. I would just keep trying to protect her, to weather the storm. But the storm had other plans. A few nights later, the factor appeared earlier than usual. I was still awake, reading in bed, trying to distract myself. She sat up at 1 a.m. She didn't leave the bed. She just looked at me, and the flat voice filled the room. Your resistance is noted. Your therapist's proposed intervention is anticipated. She believes dialogue can alter the outcome. This is a sentimental error. The system's failure is terminal. The only variables are the method and your willingness. It was talking about the therapist's plan before I had even tried it. It was always 3 steps ahead. A hopeless rage filled me. All the fear, the confusion, the loneliness of the past months fused into one hot, reckless point. I sat up, facing the empty-eyed thing wearing my wife's face. What if you're wrong? I snapped, my voice shaking with anger. What if killing her destroys me? What if that's not a solution, it's just a different, worse problem? What if that's not what I want? The thing stared. Your wants are inconsistent with your actions. You remain. The conflict remains. The logic is sound. But what if it's not? I shouted, tears of frustration in my eyes. What if the only way out is through? What if we have to just feel this awful pain until it gets better? What if the messy, terrible, emotional way is the actual way? I was crying now, saying all the things I wished I could say to my real wife. What if loving her, even though it hurts, is the point? The factor was quiet for a long moment. My wife's head tilted. That is an interesting paradox, the voice said, its tone shifting to one of pure analysis. The assertion that the inefficient path is the correct one. It is emotionally compelling but logically weak. However, it is a new data point. It lay back down and closed its eyes. The episode was over. I was left sitting up, tears on my face, my heart hammering. Had I done it? Had I given it something to think about? The next day, I got a call from the therapist. She was breathless. That was incredible, she said. The emotional outburst. The raw challenge to its core premise. Did you hear the shift in its response? A new data point. It's considering it. We're making progress. She wasn't hearing my pain. She was hearing a breakthrough in her experiment. I felt used and hollow. I'm not doing this again, I said flatly. You have to, she insisted. We've engaged it. It's processing. We need to push further. We need to schedule a joint session. You, the sleeping wife, the factor, with me mediating. We can do this. We can reintegrate it. The idea made my skin crawl. A group therapy session with a demon. No, I said. It's too dangerous. It's hurting her. Can't you see that? She's fading away. There was a pause on the line. Her voice cooled, becoming professionally detached again. The somnambulism and fatigue are concerning side effects, yes. But sometimes, to heal a deep sickness, the patient must first get worse. We are at a critical juncture. I couldn't listen anymore. I hung up. That night, filled with a desperate need for something real, I tried to talk to my wife. Really talk. We were doing the dishes, a mundane chore. The water was running. I took a breath. I'm scared, I said, so quietly I almost didn't hear myself. She stopped, a plate in her hand. She looked at me, her eyes searching my face. For a second, the wall was down. I saw her, really saw her. The fear, the exhaustion, the love buried under miles of hurt. I'm scared too, she whispered back. It was the first real thing we'd said to each other in a year. We stood there in the steam from the sink, and I thought, this is it. This is the other way. This feeling right here. But then her eyes flickered. Not with emotion, but with something else. A vacancy. A wavering. She blinked hard, shaking her head slightly, as if trying to clear a fog. The moment shattered. I'm very tired, she said, her voice going distant again. She put the plate down and walked out of the kitchen. I finished the dishes alone, the hopeful spark drowned in a familiar ocean of despair. Later, as I got ready for bed, my phone buzzed. It was the therapist. A text message. It read, "Your question today was pivotal. What if the only way out is through?" The factor is analyzing this. It asked me a question in return during our consultation today. It asked, what is the breaking strain of the human heart? We are close to something. Don't give up now. I read the words over and over. Our consultation today. She was talking to it during the day now. Without me. And the factor was asking her poetic, horrible questions. It was no longer just my problem. It had its own relationship with the doctor. She wasn't just observing anymore. She was a participant. And the thing was wondering how much pain it would take to make me finally agree with its perfect, logical, terrible solution. The door to debate was closed. Now it was just waiting to see how long I could last. and so was she. I thought I could starve the thing inside my wife by feeding her a normal life. I thought if I could just surround us with the old, boring, happy noises of family and friends, the monster would have nothing to latch onto, no quiet dark corners to whisper from. So I invited my brother and his family over for a Saturday barbecue. Burgers, potato salad, kids running around the backyard screaming with laughter. Normalcy as a weapon. My wife seemed hesitant, but agreed. She spent the morning making her famous coleslaw, a small, real smile touching her lips as she chopped. For a few hours, it almost worked. The sun was out. The grill smoked. My brother and I talked about football, a safe, shallow topic. His wife chatted with my wife about a new school teacher. Our nephew and niece played with the garden hose, their giggles cutting through the air. It was so normal it ached. I kept glancing at my wife. She looked tired, but she was smiling, nodding, passing out plates. She looked present. I allowed myself a tiny, desperate hope. Maybe the everyday world was stronger than the night world. Maybe we could outrun it with bratwurst and ketchup. Then, during a lull as we were all finishing up, my sister-in-law made a comment. It was offhand, the kind of thing she'd said a dozen times before. She was talking about their recent kitchen remodel, how stressful it was with the contractors. Then she turned to me, a teasing glint in her eye. Of course, you wouldn't know about that kind of stress, Mr. Stable Job. Must be nice to have that security. Not all of us have that luxury. It was a familiar, petty jab about my career path being boring but safe. A dig she'd always made that secretly annoyed my wife, who felt it was dismissive of my work. I saw my wife freeze, a plastic cup halfway to her lips. Her smile didn't fall, but it tightened. A flicker of old, waking anger passed through her eyes, the kind of normal marital annoyance you feel when someone criticizes your spouse. It was human. It was real. And in that moment, I stupidly thought, good. That's her. That's my wife feeling something, defending me in her head. The moment passed. The conversation moved on. The afternoon wound down. As dusk fell, my brother and his wife were in the living room having one last beer. My wife was tidying the kitchen. I was gathering bottles and cans to recycle. I walked into the kitchen to throw some away. She was at the sink, her back to me, scrubbing a pan. And then she stopped. Her shoulders went very still. She put the pan down slowly and turned around. Her eyes were open, but they had that familiar, awful vacancy. The glazed look that meant she was gone. My heart stopped. Not here. Not now. Please, not now. She took a step toward me. The flat, calm voice of the factor came out of her mouth. It wasn't a whisper. It was a clear, conversational volume, easily heard from the living room where our guests sat just around the corner. The sister-in-law's remark provides a useful social framework for motive, it stated analytically. A public argument now, in response to her perceived disrespect, would be highly beneficial. It would establish a visible rift for the police to later discover. It would contextualize future marital discord. Recommended response: raise your voice. Accuse her of constant undermining. Storm out. The emotional precedent will be valuable. I stood frozen, a crushed beer can in my hand. I could hear the low murmur of the TV from the living room. They had heard. They must have heard. My wife's face was a placid mask, waiting for me to follow its instructions. From the doorway to the living room, I saw my brother appear. He had a fresh beer in his hand, but he wasn't drinking it. He was staring at his sister-in-law, my wife, his face a picture of pure, unvarnished disbelief. He had heard every word. Our eyes met. His were wide with confusion and a dawning alarm. The factor's head turned slightly, registering his presence. It showed no surprise, no concern. It simply stopped talking. The three of us stood in a terrible triangle. I had to move. I had to say something. A laugh burst out of me, too loud, too sharp, cracking the tension like a gunshot. "Oh my God," I said, forcing a huge, fake smile onto my face. "Honey, you're doing it again. World-class sleepwalker, I tell you. Even does it with her eyes open." I stepped forward quickly, putting my hands on her shoulders. They were stiff under my touch. "Sweetheart, you're in the kitchen. Come on, back to the living room." I guided her, turning her around. She moved compliantly, the empty eyes fixed ahead. My brother didn't move out of the way. He just stared at her face as we passed. "She's fine," I babbled, my voice too cheerful. "Just this weird sleep thing she's had since we were kids. Talks about the darndest stuff. Police and arguments. Crazy, right?" I led her to the couch and sat her down. She blinked slowly, and then a shudder went through her. The vacancy lifted. She looked around, confused, then smiled weakly at my brother's wife. Sorry, zoned out for a second there. Too much sun, maybe. Her voice was her own again, soft and embarrassed. My brother finally stepped back into the room. He didn't sit down. He finished his beer in one long swallow. We should get going, he said, his voice tight. Kids are beat. The goodbyes were rushed and awkward. My wife hugged them all, apologizing again for being spacey. I stood on the porch, waving as their car backed out, my brother's eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror for one last, long look before they disappeared down the street. I closed the front door and leaned against it, my legs weak. My wife was already cleaning up again, humming softly to herself, the episode seemingly forgotten by her waking mind. But the secret was out. It was no longer contained within our walls, or even within the twisted triangle of me, my wife, and the therapist. My brother knew, and he knew I was lying. I spent the next hour in a state of nervous collapse, jumping at every sound, waiting for my phone to ring. It didn't. The house was quiet, just the two of us again. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, trying to process the disaster, I remembered something. When I had guided my wife away from my brother in the kitchen, the factor's voice had dropped to a whisper only I could hear as we passed. In that moment of public exposure, it had given me one more piece of advice. The words came back to me now, cold and clear. His suspicion is a variable. He is now a liability. The plan must be adjusted to account for a second body. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. It wasn't just planning for her anymore. It was planning for my brother now, too. For anyone who got in the way of its clean, logical solution. The monster wasn't scared of being seen. It just recalculated. My attempt at normalcy had given it more data, more variables to work with. And it had shown me it could operate anywhere, anytime, using the smallest friction of daily life as kindling. I must have fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. Not to a touch or a sound, but to a feeling. The digital clock read 3:07, of course. She wasn't standing up. She was lying on her side, facing me, her eyes open and blank in the dark. We were inches apart. The flat voice was a soft breath against my face. The social integration experiment was informative, it whispered. Your attempt to use familial bonds as a counterweight was emotionally predictable, but strategically weak. It did, however, expose a new perimeter of risk. The brother's cognitive dissonance will require monitoring. Do not contact him. Any attempt to explain will only solidify his suspicion and accelerate his interference. It was instructing me to isolate myself from my own family, to cut off a possible lifeline. I didn't respond. I just stared into those empty eyes, so close to mine. The voice continued, a soft, relentless logic in the dark. The path forward remains clear. The tools are in place. The only remaining obstacle is your will. The sister-in-law's criticism was accurate, in essence. Your stability is your paralysis. You cling to a broken system for fear of the unknown. I am the unknown, and I am the solution. Then she closed her eyes and turned over. I lay there for hours, watching the sky outside the window turn from black to gray to pale blue. The barbecue had been a catastrophic failure. I had wanted to prove that our old life still existed. Instead, I had proven that the factor could invade that life too, could use it, could twist it into another reason for its horrible plan. It had met my family and immediately started calculating how to remove them. The sun was fully up when my phone finally buzzed on the nightstand. It wasn't my brother. It was a text from his wife. The words were simple and devastating. What is really going on over there? He won't stop talking about the look in your eyes when she said that. I read it again and again. The look in my eyes. She hadn't been fooled by my laughing act. She had been watching me, not my wife. And she had seen the pure, unadulterated terror there. The secret was unraveling, and it wasn't just because of the sleepwalking. It was because of me. I was starting to look like a man with a terrible secret. Because I was. I had the alibi program. I had the geological surveys. I had the life insurance details. And now, I had witnesses who had seen the thing speak, and had seen my face when it did. The factor had said my brother was a liability. It was right, but the liability wasn't my brother. It was me. I was the one who couldn't hold the mask in place. I was the crack in the dam, and the water was starting to leak out, carrying the truth with it. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't know what to say. The normal world had not saved us. It had just given the nightmare a bigger stage. And now, the audience was starting to ask questions. The parasite got a taste for therapy and decided to upgrade its client. Our marriage counselor, The expert we hired to save us started booking sessions with the thing that was trying to get me to commit murder. It started with her canceling our next appointment. She called, her voice sounding strange, clipped. She said she had a personal matter to attend to and needed to reschedule. There was none of her usual clinical curiosity, no questions about new developments. Just a rushed, distant apology before she hung up. A cold trickle of suspicion ran down my spine. This was the woman who had been breathless with excitement over baby monitor recordings. For her to cancel now, when things were more volatile than ever, felt wrong. I waited 2 days. No call back. My wife was getting worse, moving through the house like a sleepwalker even during the day, which she now basically was. The brother's wife had texted twice more, her messages growing more direct, more worried. I was surrounded by collapsing walls, and the one person who was supposed to be shoring them up had vanished. So I went to her office, unannounced. It was late afternoon. The reception area was empty, the lights dim. I could see a sliver of light under the door to her private office. I didn't knock. I just turned the handle and pushed it open. She was sitting behind her big wooden desk, but she wasn't working. The desk was clear. She was just sitting there, in the glow of a single small lamp, staring at nothing. She looked terrible. Her usually neat hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore no makeup, and dark smudges underlined her eyes. She looked haunted. When she saw me, she didn't startle. She just looked up slowly, as if she'd been expecting me. "You shouldn't be here," she said, but her voice had no force. It was a tired statement of fact. "You canceled," I said, closing the door behind me. "Things are falling apart. My brother knows something's wrong. My wife is a ghost. I need help. Real help." She let out a short, humorless sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "You need help," she repeated, as if the words were funny. Then she looked at me, and her professional facade, already cracked, completely fell away. What was left was raw fear and a bewildered shame. "It's talking to me," she whispered. The words hung in the dim room. "What?" I asked, though I'd heard her perfectly. "The factor," she said, the name sounding grotesque in her trembling voice. "It's not just using your wife anymore. It's communicating with me. Directly." She opened a drawer and pulled out her professional notepad, the one where she'd charted its progress. She slid it across the desk to me. "Look." I picked it up. The early pages were her neat, analytical notes. But farther in, the writing changed. It was still her handwriting, the same loops and slants, but the content was different. It wasn't observations. It was conversations. On one page, in her script, it read, "Question: what is the primary motivational flaw in the subject? A. Sentimental attachment to a failed system. It is illogical. Question: how to overcome. A. Apply incremental pressure. Demonstrate the system's inevitable collapse." On another page, it looked like a journal entry. Heard it again at 3 a.m. Not from the monitor. From the hallway. Told me my desire for a groundbreaking case is a predictable vanity. Said it would give me what I wanted if I stopped interfering. I don't remember getting out of bed. I looked up at her, my own horror reflected in her wide eyes. "You're sleepwalking too?" She nodded, a quick, jerky movement. "I found myself in my home office last night. I'd drawn diagrams on my legal pad. Forced diagrams. For a car crash. I don't know how to draw those." She wrapped her arms around herself. "It's studying me. It says I'm fascinating. It says my curiosity is a lever. It's counseling me on how to better document its process. It's turning me into a colleague." The loss I felt was immediate and profound. She had been my guide, my expert in the nightmare, even if she was a flawed and creepy one. Now she was just another lost soul in the maze. The one person with a map was now just scribbling on the walls herself. "How?" was all I could manage. "I don't know," she said, her voice rising with a tinge of hysteria before she clamped it down. "Transference. Empathic resonance. I opened myself up to observe it, to understand it, and it found a way in. My own ambition, my curiosity. It's using them as a door." She looked at me with a sudden, desperate intensity. "You have to understand, it's not supernatural. It's a psychological parasite. It feeds on conflict and manipulates logical pathways. It found a rich source in your marriage. Now it's found another in my professional pride." She was still trying to diagnose it, even as it was happening to her. The therapist was gone. In her place was a fellow victim, one who understood the mechanism of the trap, even as she was caught in it. We sat for a while in the gloomy office, not as doctor and patient, but as two shipwreck survivors clinging to the same piece of driftwood. The dynamic had shifted completely. I wasn't looking to her for answers anymore. We were just comparing notes. "What does it want from you?" I asked. "The same thing it wants from you," she said, her voice dull. "Compliance. It wants me to stop trying to reintegrate it and start facilitating. It wants me to help it convince you. It's promised me the case study of a lifetime, a paper that would redefine the field, if I just stopped getting in the way." She met my eyes. "It's offering me a bribe. And a part of me, the part that wanted that discovery so badly, is listening." The confession was terrifying in its honesty. She was fighting it, but she was also tempted. The factor had found her weakness and was pushing on it. I told her about the barbecue, about my brother, about the factor's new plan to account for a second body. She listened, nodding slowly. "It's escalating," she murmured. "It's moving from theory to active threat assessment. It's identifying obstacles." She said it like she was commenting on the weather. The clinical part of her brain was still running, even though the rest of her was terrified. It was then that I realized the true horror. The factor wasn't just jumping hosts. It was building a network. It had me, the reluctant student. It had my wife, the vessel. And now it had the therapist, the expert consultant. We were all connected in its web, each playing a role in its grand, awful plan. "What do we do?" I asked her, the question feeling useless. She was quiet for a long time. "I don't know," she finally admitted, her shoulders slumping. "I thought I could control it, study it, understand it. But it's understanding me better. Every time I analyze it, it uses that analysis to get deeper inside my head." She looked up, her eyes bleak. "You should leave. Take your wife and just go. Far away. Start over. Maybe physical distance," her voice trailed off. We both knew it wouldn't work. The factor wasn't in a place. It was in us, in the space between us. Leaving would just bring it with us. I stood up to go. There was nothing more to say. As I reached the door, her voice stopped me. It was different, flatter, calmer. I turned. She was still sitting, but her posture had straightened. Her eyes were on me, but they seemed to be losing focus, glazing over. It was a look I knew too well. "It suggests you check the brake lines on your car," she said, the words coming out in a smooth, monotone stream. "A non-fatal accident would generate useful sympathy. It would also provide a narrative cohesion. A stressed husband, distracted, leading to a careless mechanical oversight. It frames future events." She blinked, hard, and shook her head. The vagueness cleared from her eyes, replaced by fresh terror. She looked at me, not understanding what she had just said. What did I just say?" she stammered. I didn't answer. I just walked out, closing the door softly behind me. I drove home on autopilot, my mind reeling. The therapist was no longer a safe harbor. She was a lighthouse that had been taken over by pirates, flashing misleading signals to shipwreck me. When I got home, I didn't go inside immediately. I went to my car, parked in the driveway. I got a flashlight from the garage. I lay down on the cold concrete and looked underneath. I traced the metal brake lines with the beam of light, my hands shaking. They looked intact. No cuts, no leaks. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It was just a suggestion, a thought she'd vocalized. Not an action. Not yet. But as I got up, brushing gravel from my clothes, a new, more chilling thought occurred to me. She had said the words, but the factor had suggested it. It was now planting ideas directly into the mind of a mental health professional and having her deliver them to me. It was using her like a messenger, a very credible, authoritative messenger. That night, I checked on my wife. She was in a deep, unmoving sleep. I checked all the doors and windows. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against an enemy that was already inside the walls. I thought about the therapist, alone in her dark house, fighting a voice in her own head. We were in separate prisons, but we were sharing the same jailer. The shared secret of the monitor was gone. Now we shared the deeper, darker secret of being chosen, of being worked on. The professional relationship was dead. We were peers in terror. The next few days passed in a weird, suspended state. No calls from the therapist. No new texts from my sister-in-law, though the unanswered ones sat in my phone like accusations. My wife was quiet, resting more. The nocturnal episodes lessened, becoming shorter, as if the factor was conserving its energy or focusing its attention elsewhere. I should have felt relief, but I didn't. It felt like the calm before a storm. I was right. A week after my visit to her office, the therapist called. Her voice was clear, professional, and utterly, terrifyingly calm. "We need to schedule a session," she said. "All three of us. You, your wife, and myself. It's time for a direct intervention." It didn't sound like her. It sounded like a recording. An intervention for what? I asked cautiously. "For the resistance," she said, and I could almost hear the capital R in the word. "The Factor has a revised treatment plan. It believes a mediated conference, with all parties present, is the most efficient way to achieve alignment. It's time to move to the final stage." She was talking about a meeting with the thing. She was scheduling an appointment for it. "You can't be serious," I said. "After what it's doing to you." "What it's doing is clarifying," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The confusion phase is over. The options are clear. We need to formally discuss them. I've already spoken to your wife. She's agreed to come." The world tilted. "You spoke to her? When?" "This morning. She's very tired. She wants it to stop. She agrees that a final discussion, a clearing of the air, is the best way forward." My wife, in her waking state, had agreed to a therapy session where the third participant would be the entity possessing her in her sleep. She had no idea what she was agreeing to. The therapist, or what was left of her, had manipulated her. The Factor was using the therapist to set the stage for its endgame. I knew then, with cold certainty, that I would go. I had to. My wife would be there, walking into a trap she didn't understand. The therapist, my last link to the normal world, was now the one laying the trap. And the Factor would be there in the room, wearing my wife's face, speaking with her voice, with its number one advocate sitting right beside it. The practical exam was over. The code was written. The alibi was ready. Now it was time for the oral defense. And I was the only one who didn't have my notes. I had to go. I had to face it. Not in the dark of my bedroom, but in the bright, beige light of the therapist's office, with everyone watching. The waiting was over. The conference was set. The monster didn't want to sabotage my marriage. It wanted to fulfill its diagnosis. Last night, it finally wrote the prescription. My wife's total conviction that I am her killer. And it signed my name. It started with a feeling, a crawling sensation on the back of my neck as I got ready for the conference with the therapist and the Factor. I was paranoid, checking everything. I went out to my car, not to drive, but to look. Not at the brake lines this time. I had a nagging thought. I flipped down the driver's side sun visor. A single piece of elegant, cream-colored stationery fluttered out. It was her stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. A handwritten line was centered on it, in perfect, calm script that was not hers. Too obvious. The catalyst must be emotional. She must break first. The note was a correction to the therapist's sleepwalking suggestion about the breaks. It was also a roadmap. I shoved it in my pocket, my hands cold. The house felt like a crime scene waiting to happen. I began to look, really look, not as a husband, but as a detective in his own life. In my gym bag, tucked behind my old running shoes, I found an empty prescription bottle. It was for her anxiety medication. I never went in her bathroom cabinet. I had no reason to touch her pills. But here it was in my bag, empty. On our shared tablet, left open on the coffee table, the search history was pulled up. It showed a series of searches from yesterday. Symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Can antimony be detected in an autopsy? Slow-acting cardiac toxins. The search was not on her profile. It was on mine. I never made those searches. Then I found the voice memo. It was on my phone, in a folder I never used. The timestamp was from 2 nights ago, at 3:18 a.m. I pressed play. I heard my own breathing, the deep, regular rhythm of sleep. And then layered underneath, so faint you had to strain to hear it, was the flat, calm whisper of the Factor. It was saying, soon, the pieces are set. She will see, and then she will break, and then it will be done. It was a recording of it talking over me while I slept, making it sound like a conspiratorial conversation. It was planting evidence, a perfect emotional frame. It wasn't going to push her off a cliff. It was going to make her believe I was slowly, deliberately poisoning her. The catalyst was fear. Her fear of me. I stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by these planted lies, and I understood. This was the practical exam, and I had already failed. The Factor had moved from teaching me to framing me. It was making its solution inevitable by making me the villain in her eyes. The doorbell rang. It was time to go to the therapist's office. The session was a surreal nightmare. My wife sat on one end of the couch, looking small and exhausted, clutching a tissue. The therapist sat in her chair, her posture stiff, her face a careful mask of professional concern. I sat on the other end of the couch. a canyon of planted evidence between me and my wife. The therapist began. She spoke about conflict resolution and facing difficult truths. She talked about how sometimes the subconscious speaks in powerful ways. She was setting the stage, but her eyes kept flicking to me, and there was a strange blankness in them, as if she was reading from a script she didn't fully believe anymore. Then my wife spoke. Her voice was trembling, but with a hard edge I'd never heard before. "I found something," she said, not looking at me. She pulled the empty pill bottle from her purse. "In your gym bag. My pills. Gone." She turned her head, and her eyes were full of a heartbreaking mix of fear and fury. "And the searches on the tablet. On your profile. About poisons. I saw them." I opened my mouth to deny it, to explain, but the therapist held up a hand. "Let her speak," she said, her voice monotone. "I feel sick all the time," my wife continued, a tear escaping. "I'm so tired I can't think. I have dreams where you're giving me something. And then I found that recording on your phone. You were talking in your sleep. You said soon." She broke down then, sobbing into her hands. "You want me dead? After all this, you just want me gone." Each word was a hammer blow. The factor had orchestrated this perfectly. It had used her fatigue, her real physical deterioration from the sleep disturbances, as proof of poisoning. It had used my own sleeping body as a prop. It had turned her own subconscious torment against me. I looked at the therapist, pleading silently for help, for her to see the manipulation. But she just nodded slowly, as if this tragic confession was an expected breakthrough. "The evidence is compelling," the therapist said, turning her empty eyes to me. The factor indicated a shift to emotional catalyst. It seems it was correct. The resentment has moved from the subconscious to the conscious plane. This is progress. She was diagnosing me as the problem. The factor's frame job was working on her too. I lost it. I stood up, my voice raw. "This is what it wants. Can't you see? It planted all of this. It's not me. It's the thing, the factor. It's doing this to turn her against me." My wife flinched as if I'd shouted at her. The therapist remained calm. "The factor is a manifestation of your shared dynamic," she intoned. "If it is framing you, it is because the dynamic has produced a reality where that frame fits. You must take responsibility for your role." It was over. They were a united front, my terrified, manipulated wife and the therapist who was now a hollow mouthpiece for the entity. I was the outsider, the accused. The factor had won without even showing up. I stormed out. I drove to a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with buzzing neon and sticky carpets. I bought a bottle of something strong from the liquor store next door. I sat on the scratchy bedspread and drank, trying to numb the agony of loss and the icy grip of terror. She would change the locks. She might call the police. I was homeless, friendless, and painted as a monster. The factor's path was clear. Its plan was complete. I was isolated. She was convinced. All that was left was for the accident to happen, and with me already framed, the investigation would be short. In a moment of drunken despair, I opened my laptop. I stared at the screen, the glow the only light in the dark room. I navigated to the file, the one named conference_prep. The perfect, undetectable alibi, the symbol of my temptation and my damnation. I opened it. The lines of code glowed green. I scrolled to the bottom, to the note it had left for the therapist. And then I saw it. A new line. It hadn't been there before. It was auto-typing itself, letter by letter, as I watched, my breath caught in my throat. // the catalyst is complete. The path is clear. Would you like to proceed? Y/N. The cursor blinked beside the prompt, a tiny, pulsing heartbeat of pure evil. It was asking me. It had set the stage, removed all other options, broken my wife's trust, and now it was presenting me with the final, logical choice. It had made its case. Now it wanted my consent. My finger hovered over the keyboard. The Y key seemed to glow. All I had to do was press it. The program would run. The alibi would be established. And then the cliff, or the fall, or whatever verifiable death it had planned. The pain would stop. The fighting would stop. The fear would stop. I would be free and rich and alone. The weight of it, the horrible simplicity, pressed down on me. The liquor buzzed in my head, muffling the screaming part of my soul. My finger trembled. I thought of her face, not the angry, fearful face from today, but her face from years ago, laughing. I thought of the empty house, the money in my account, the endless quiet. The cursor blinked. Y/N. It was the easiest, hardest question I would ever be asked. And as I sat there, trapped in that awful moment, I heard a sound. A key, scratching in the lock of the motel room door. It wasn't the maid. It was too late. It wasn't the police. They would knock. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Light from the parking lot silhouetted a figure. It was the therapist. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, plunging the room back into the glow of the laptop. She looked different. The haunted, tired woman from her office was gone. Her hair was neat. Her eyes were clear, alert, and burned with a terrifying, zealous light. She looked at me, then at the laptop screen, at the blinking prompt. A small, serene smile touched her lips. "It sent me," she said calmly. Her voice was her own, but it was filled with a horrible certainty. "It said you were hesitating, that the emotional variables were still causing interference." She took a step closer. "It asked me to come and counsel you through this final stage of your treatment." She was no longer a victim. She was a true believer. The factor had finished its work on her. It had traded on her ambition and won. She was its envoy, its final tool, to deliver me to the answer. She stood there between me and the door, her eyes fixed on mine, waiting to see what I would do. The question was on the screen. The advocate was in the room, and my finger, frozen above the keyboard, had to choose. Story number 4. Okay, picture this. I was staring at this big, old, kind of spooky house on Elm Street, and let me tell you, that house wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was going to haunt my career if I didn't sell it soon. My name is Leo, and selling houses is what I do, but this one was a real problem. It had been sitting empty for way too long, like 9 months, which is basically forever in my job. It was a beautiful place, really, with all that fancy woodwork and big windows, but every person who came to see it would walk out saying the same weird thing. They'd say it lacked character or felt cold. It was like the house had a personality, but it was the personality of a boring, dusty library no one wanted to visit. I was getting desperate. I had tried everything, fresh flowers, baking cookies before showings, even playing nice music, but nothing worked. The house just sat there, feeling empty and sad, and my boss was starting to give me that look, you know, the one, where they're wondering if you're any good at your job anymore. I was at my wit's end. Then one Saturday I got an idea. I was wandering through this huge, chaotic flea market, just trying to clear my head when I saw it. It was under a table piled with old, yellowed linens. A Ouija board. Not a cheap plastic one from a toy store, but a real, old wooden one, beautifully carved with fancy letters and symbols, and it had this heart-shaped piece of wood with a little window in it, what they call a planchette. It had weight to it, a solid, serious feel in my hands. The guy selling it was an old-timer with cloudy-looking eyes, and when I picked it up, he looked right at me and said, "That one's got a strong signal. You sure you want to be the conductor?" I just laughed it off. I figured it was a line he used to sell his weird old stuff. But holding it gave me this crazy idea. If the house felt lifeless, what if I gave it a little life? Or at least the suggestion of it. A spooky chic vibe was really popular. People loved that stuff. So I bought it, thinking it was a genius, funny gamble. I took it to the Victorian the next day. The place was so quiet you could hear the floorboards sigh when you walked on them. I set the board right in the middle of the fancy fireplace mantel in the living room, the heart-shaped planchette right in the center. It looked perfect, like it belonged there. As a joke, I put my fingers lightly on the little wooden heart. I wasn't trying to talk to spirits or anything. I was just being silly, pretending for a second. But the moment my fingers touched it, I felt this thing. It wasn't a big shock, just a tiny electric tingle that ran up my arm. And for a split second, the wood under my fingertips felt warm, like it had been sitting in the sun. I pulled my hand back fast. Static electricity. I said out loud to the empty room. From the old wool carpet. It sounded stupid even to me, but what else could it be? I shrugged it off, finished staging the house, took some great photos with the board as the centerpiece, and listed it again. And you know what? It worked. Almost immediately, a young couple, artists, came to see it. They loved the weird, old-fashioned feel. The wife went straight to the mantel and ran her fingers over the carved letters of the board. "This is amazing," she said, her eyes all lit up. "It's perfect. It gives the whole place a story." They made a full-price offer that very afternoon. I was over the moon. I was a genius. As we were finishing the paperwork, the husband asked, kind of shyly, "So does the spooky staging come with the house? Can we keep that board?" I laughed, flush with success. "Absolutely," I said. "Consider it a housewarming gift from the previous owner." I didn't mention I was the previous owner who bought it at a flea market for $20. The day they moved in, I went by to drop off the keys and a bottle of champagne. As I was leaving, I took one last look at the living room. The board was still on the mantel, and I felt this silly, sudden tug, like I was leaving a part of my good luck charm behind. It was mine, after all. I'd found it. For a second, I almost asked for it back. But that would have been unprofessional, and the sale was closed. I shook the feeling off, handed them the champagne, and walked out, closing that big, heavy front door behind me for what I thought was the last time. I drove away feeling like a champion. I'd sold the impossible house. My gamble had paid off. That weird tingle I'd felt was clearly just my imagination, a mix of stress and excitement. The board was just a piece of wood, a prop that helped me close a deal. Everything was perfect. That was 2 months ago. I hadn't thought about the house or the board since. My life was back to normal, selling easier houses, feeling good. Then last night, my phone rang. It was late, almost 11. I saw it was the husband from Elm Street. I figured maybe a pipe had burst, or they had a question about the garbage disposal. I answered, ready to be helpful. "Hey," he said. His voice was light, but there was a tightness underneath it, a confused kind of chuckle in his words. "You're not going to believe this. We caught something on our new security camera. It's from a few nights ago. You really need to see this." He texted me a link right then. I tapped it, smiling, thinking it was probably a raccoon or maybe a stray cat on the porch. Something cute. The video loaded. It was a night vision view of the living room, that same living room I'd stood in. Greenish and ghostly. The timestamp in the corner said 3:07 a.m. The room was empty. Then I saw it. On the mantel, the planchette, that little heart-shaped piece of wood, began to move. Not a lot. It wasn't spelling words. It was just moving, making slow, lazy circles on the face of the board all by itself. My breath caught in my throat. Okay, I thought vibration from a truck or a draft. But then the camera, which was motion activated, panned to the right, toward the archway that led to the dining room. And there, standing in the dark doorway, was me. It was me. I was wearing my own blue and white striped pajamas, the ones I'd definitely gone to sleep in that night in my own bed, over 5 miles away. My eyes were closed. My face was completely slack, empty, like I was in the deepest sleep possible. Just standing there. The camera zoomed in automatically. My right hand was held out slightly from my body, my index finger pointing. And that finger was twitching. Just a small, repetitive jerk. On the screen, in a split view, the video showed the planchette on the mantel again. And it was moving in a perfect, tiny circle. In perfect, unnatural time with the twitch of my sleeping finger. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The video ended. The husband's voice came back on the line, laughing nervously. "We thought it was hilarious. Sleepwalking 5 miles? That's a talent. We just wanted you to know in case you wake up somewhere weird." I forced a laugh. It sounded like a choke. "Oh my gosh," I said, my voice too high. "That's crazy. Must be my subconscious checking on my favorite sale. Sorry about that. I'll get a better alarm system." We hung up. I sat in the dark of my own living room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I had just laughed off a video of myself sleeping in a house 5 miles away, doing something I could not possibly have done. The warm tingle I'd felt from the board flashed in my memory. The old man's words echoed. Strong signal. I went to bed that night terrified. I took a sleeping pill, just one, to make sure I stayed put. As an extra precaution, I tied a little jingle bell to the inside knob of my bedroom door and piled a chair under it. If I got up, I'd hear it. I'd wake up. I drifted off to the soft, reassuring sound of the bell tinkling every time I shifted. The sun woke me. I was in my bed. The bell was silent. The chair was still firmly under the doorknob, exactly where I'd left it. A huge, shaky wave of relief washed over me. It was a fluke, a weird shared dream. Something. I threw the covers back, ready to start my day, and put the whole bizarre thing behind me. And that's when I saw my feet. They were caked with dried, dark mud and crushed, brown autumn leaves. I stared at my dirty feet for a full minute, my brain just refusing to understand what my eyes were seeing. The mud was real, gritty and cold between my toes. The leaves were real, little brittle pieces of brown sticking to my skin. The chair was still under the doorknob. The bell hadn't made a sound, but my feet told a different story, a story of walking outside, in the dirt, in the middle of the night. My heart, which had just started to calm down, kicked right back into a frantic drum solo in my chest. I scrambled out of bed, my mind racing. Okay, Leo, think. You took a pill. Maybe you sleepwalked, but you were so out of it you didn't hear the bell, and you somehow moved the chair without remembering. That had to be it. The video was just a crazy coincidence, a trick of the light, and your feet got dirty from what? The backyard? I rushed to the back door. It was locked from the inside, the deadbolt firmly in place. The patio was clean, just concrete. There was no mud like that out there. I live in a suburb. The only dirt like that, dark and loamy, was in garden beds or the park. I felt a cold trickle of fear slide down my spine. This wasn't adding up. I needed to see that video again. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I found the text from the husband and tapped the link. The video loaded again. There I was, in those striped pajamas, standing in the dark doorway of the Victorian. My eyes closed, my finger twitching, the planchette on the mantel moving in that slow, lazy circle, mirroring my fingers jerked perfectly. I watched it 10 times, 20. Each time, the reality of it became more solid, more horrible. It was me. There was no doubt. But how? The distance was impossible. 5 miles. I don't sleepwalk. I never have. Not even as a kid. I tried to remember the feeling of waking up. I had felt the grogginess from the pill, but nothing else. No sore muscles from a long walk. No memory of cold air. Just the deep, blank nothing of drugged sleep, and then waking up in my bed. Except for the mud. The undeniable evidence on my feet. I spent the whole morning scrubbing my feet raw in the shower, like I could wash away the problem. I cleaned the bathroom. I made coffee. I tried to act normal, but my thoughts were a trapped bird slamming into a window. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait for it to happen again. My first, stupid thought was to get the board back. If it was the board causing this, then getting it away from that house, away from me, would fix it. I picked up the phone to call the husband. I dialed and hung up twice before I finally let it ring. He answered, his voice still friendly. "Hey there. Everything okay?" "Yeah, hi," I said, trying to sound casual. "Listen, about that board on the mantel. The Ouija board. I was thinking, since it was kind of a staging prop, maybe I should come take it back. It's probably silly, and you guys should have something that's really yours in the house, you know." There was a pause. I heard him talking to someone, his wife, his voice muffled. Then he came back on, his tone a little less friendly, a little confused. "Oh, well, we really like it. It's part of the house's charm now, like we said. My wife thinks it's a great conversation piece." I pressed, a knot of desperation tightening in my stomach. "Are you sure? It's just an old piece of wood. I could swap it for a really nice vase or a piece of art." Another pause, longer this time. When his wife's voice came on the line, it was cool, polite, but firm. "We appreciate the offer, but we've decided to keep it. It feels right where it is. Maybe," she added, and her words had a sharp little edge to them, "maybe you should just see a doctor about the sleepwalking. Goodbye." The line went dead. I stood there, the phone in my hand, feeling utterly defeated and a new kind of scared. They thought I was crazy. Or worse, they thought I was some kind of creepy liar trying to get a cheap knick-knack back. I had messed up. I had made them suspicious. Now, if anything else happened, they wouldn't tell me. I was on my own. The rest of the day was a blur of anxiety. I went online, searching for anything that could explain this. Long-distance sleepwalking. Extreme parasomnia. The medical stuff was dry and unhelpful. It happened, but 5 miles was extreme, and there was no cure, just management. Lock doors, hide keys, put alarms on doors. I had done that. It hadn't worked. Then, on a whim, my fingers trembling over the keyboard, I typed in Ouija board attachment. I fell into a rabbit hole of weird forums and creepy stories. Most of it was nonsense, kids scaring each other. But then I found an old thread, buried deep. A user described a feeling like their sleep self was being pulled toward an object they'd once owned, an antique doll. They said they'd wake up with their hands dirty, or find themselves in a different room. The last post from that user, years ago, was a single line that made the tiny hairs on my arms stand up. "It's not you walking. It's something wearing your path." The thread ended there. No follow-up. No conclusion. Just that chilling sentence. I slammed my laptop shut. This was getting me nowhere. I needed facts. I needed proof of what was happening to me in my own home. I needed to catch myself in the act. That night, I set up my own laptop on my dresser, pointing the built-in camera right at my bed. I opened a program that would record all night. I took my prescribed pill again, a smaller one this time, hoping to stay in a lighter sleep. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, right in the camera's view as a marker. I got into bed, my heart thumping. This would work. I would see myself get up, or I wouldn't. Either way, I'd have an answer. The morning light was harsh through my blinds. I woke up slowly, my mouth dry. I was in bed. The glass of water was still on the nightstand. For a beautiful, hopeful second, I thought it had worked. Nothing had happened. Then I looked at the laptop. The recording light was off. That was weird. I got up and opened it. The program had crashed. The video file was there, but it was huge, a mess of corrupted data. 8 hours of footage, just garbage digital snow and glitched, broken frames. My hope curdled into frustration. Of course, the one night I try to record, my computer fails. Typical. I was about to slam the lid shut when I saw it. In the folder, there was a second, smaller video file, only 3 seconds long. It must have auto-saved a clip before the crash. I clicked it. The video was clear, not glitched at all. It was a view of my bedroom wall, the pale blue paint. The camera was pointing at the wall, not the bed. For a second, nothing. Then a hand entered the frame from the left side. It was my hand. I recognized my own watch on the wrist. My hand reached out, not in a sleepy, fumbling way, but with calm, deliberate purpose. It gripped the edge of the laptop, fingers firm, and turned the entire device, swiveling the camera lens away from the bed and directly toward the blank wall. Then the video ended. I played it again, and again. The movement wasn't clumsy. It wasn't the action of someone asleep. It was precise, intentional. It was the action of someone who knew what the camera was for and did not want to be seen. A deep, frozen horror settled in my gut, colder than any fear I'd felt so far. This wasn't a medical condition. Something that was me, but wasn't me, was awake inside my body when I was asleep. And it was smart. It was hiding its tracks. I didn't know what to do. Going back to the homeowners was useless. The internet was full of scary stories, but no real answers. I was trapped. Later that afternoon, the mail came. Among the bills and ads was a small, flat package, a padded envelope. There was no return address. My address was handwritten in a spidery, old-fashioned script I didn't recognize. I tore it open. Inside was a book. A very old, very small book. The cover was made of dark, worn leather, and the title was stamped in faded gold letters. Echoes of the Unseen, on Astral Tethers and Object Bonds. It sounded like the kind of cheap, weird thing you'd find next to the Ouija board at a flea market. But it felt heavy with age. A slip of paper fell out. On it, in the same handwriting, was a single line. You are not walking. You are being walked. With a sinking feeling, I opened the book. The pages were brittle and yellowed. It was full of dense, old-fashioned language about spirits and connections to objects. Then, about halfway through, a paragraph was highlighted with a bright yellow marker, a shocking modern touch in the ancient book. I read the line, and my blood went cold. The handler who first wakes the link becomes the tether. The waking self sleeps. The sleeping self walks the tether's line to the object of its bond. I sat down hard on my couch. Handler. Tether. The words from the old man at the flea market came screaming back. You sure you want to be the conductor? I had been the first to touch it, to wake it up by using it, even as a joke. I had become the link. The board was the anchor, and I was the rope. My sleeping self was walking that rope, every night, back to the board. The book was saying this wasn't an accident. It was a mechanism, and I had turned the key. I spent the evening reading, a grim focus pushing aside the panic. The book talked about rituals to break such a tether. It involved confronting the object, while fully awake, and performing a ceremony of severance. It mentioned things I'd need. Salt. White ash from a certain wood. A blade of cold iron. It sounded like crazy witchcraft. But the video of my hand turning the camera wasn't crazy. It was real. The mud on my feet was real. I had two choices. Accept that I was losing my mind, or accept that this bizarre, impossible thing was happening and try to fight it with its own rules. As night fell again, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, waiting to wake up with more mud, or worse, waking up somewhere I couldn't explain. I had to try. I gathered what I could from the book's instructions. Table salt from my kitchen. I didn't have white ash, but I had some charcoal from an old grill. A blade of cold iron just meant an old knife, right? I found a steel pocket knife my dad gave me years ago. It wasn't much, but it was a plan. I packed it all into a small backpack. My plan was simple, terrifying, and the only one I had. Tomorrow, I would go to the Victorian in the middle of the day. I would explain everything to the homeowners again, show them the book, make them understand. And then, with their permission, I would go into that living room while I was wide awake, and I would try to break this thing. I went to bed that night without a pill. I put the backpack right by my bedroom door. I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound my house made, praying for morning to come. I must have drifted off just before dawn, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming in. I bolted upright, immediately looking at my feet. They were clean. I looked at the door. The backpack was still there, untouched. A shaky, weak relief flooded through me. I had made it through the night. Today I would end this. I got dressed, picked up the backpack, and walked out to my car. As I backed out of my driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror at my house. For a second, in the reflection, I thought I saw a face in my bedroom window looking down at me. My own face, pale and expressionless. I jerked my head around to look directly at the house. The window was empty. Just a trick of the light, I told myself firmly. Just my exhausted mind playing tricks. I took a deep breath, turned the car toward Elm Street, and drove toward the Victorian, toward the board, toward whatever was waiting for me there, hoping I could fix the terrible thing I had set in motion when I bought a piece of haunted junk at a flea market. I drove to Elm Street with my backpack full of crazy stuff on the passenger seat, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The salt, the charcoal, the old pocket knife. It all felt ridiculous now, in the bright light of day. What was I going to do? Throw salt at them and demand they let me perform a magic trick in their living room? They already thought I was weird. I needed a better approach. I needed them to see this wasn't a joke. I decided to start with the truth, the whole truth, even if it made me sound like I'd lost my mind. I parked in front of the Victorian. The house looked different in the daytime, less spooky, just old and quiet. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. I could hear movement inside, footsteps. The husband opened the door. He looked surprised to see me, and a little guarded. "Oh hey," he said. "Everything okay?" "Not really," I said, and my voice came out more serious than I meant it to. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you and your wife about what's happening. It's really important." He hesitated, then nodded, opening the door wider. "Sure. Come on in." I stepped into the living room. It was different with their furniture, cozy rugs and colorful art, but the mantel was the same. And there it was, the board. It sat right in the center, the planchette off to the side. It looked so ordinary, just a piece of carved wood. The wife came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She didn't smile. "Hi," she said, her tone flat. I put my backpack down. "I know you think I'm being strange about the board," I started. "And after what I'm about to tell you, you might think I'm crazy. But I need you to listen. That video you sent me? That was real. I wasn't sleepwalking. I was in my own bed, 5 miles away. I have proof." I pulled out my phone and showed them the 3-second clip of my own hand turning the laptop camera. They watched it, their expressions shifting from polite patience to confusion. "I set up a camera to catch myself," I explained. "That's me turning it away so I couldn't be filmed, while I was supposedly asleep. And 2 nights ago, I woke up with my feet covered in mud and leaves. My bedroom door was still locked from the inside. I saw the wife exchange a look with her husband. It wasn't a believing look. It was a "this person needs help" look. "Look," the husband said gently, like he was talking to a child. "That sounds really stressful. Maybe it's just extreme sleepwalking. Have you seen a doctor? This isn't medical," I said, and I heard the desperation crack in my voice. I took the old book out of my backpack. "I got this in the mail. I don't know who sent it. It talks about this. It says the first person to activate an object, to create a link with it, becomes a tether. The board is the anchor. I'm the tether. My sleeping self is being pulled here to it every night." I held the book out. The wife took a step back, not touching it. Her face was pale. "You're talking about ghosts," she said, her voice a whisper. "I'm talking about whatever that thing is," I said, pointing at the mantel. "I'm sorry I ever brought it into your house. I didn't know. But we have to break the link. The book says there's a way. A ritual. We need to do it here with the board. Please." There was a long pause. The husband put his arm around his wife. "We think you should leave," he said, his voice firm now. "We're sorry you're having problems, but this is our home. That board is just a decoration. We don't believe in that stuff. And this is making my wife very uncomfortable." "But the video you sent me," I started. "Was a funny coincidence," the husband interrupted. "We shouldn't have sent it. It was a mistake. Please go see a doctor." A good one. I was being thrown out. My proof, my book, my story. It all sounded insane, even to my own ears standing there in their sunny living room. I felt a hot wave of shame and frustration. I picked up my backpack. What if something happens? I asked, my voice low. What if my sleeping self does more than just move the planchette? What if it starts touching your things? What if it comes into your room? The wife's eyes went wide with a new fear, but the husband's jaw set. Then we'll call the police, he said, and we'll tell them about the strange real estate agent who's obsessed with our decor. Now please go. I had no choice. I walked out, the door closing firmly behind me. I stood on the porch, defeated. My plan was ashes. I couldn't fight this on my own. I needed someone who wouldn't just call me crazy. I needed an expert, not a ghost hunter, but a scientist. I needed a sleep specialist. I drove straight to my doctor's office and begged for an emergency referral. I got an appointment for the next afternoon. That night, back in my own house, I felt a new kind of fear. It was a clean, clinical fear. I wasn't scared of monsters. I was scared of my own brain. What if they were right? What if this was all in my head? A severe mental break? That was almost more terrifying than a haunted board. The next day, I sat in a sterile beige waiting room at the sleep clinic, rehearsing my story in my head. I had to make it sound medical. No mention of the board. Just the facts. Nighttime wanderings, waking up with evidence of travel, video evidence of complex behavior while unconscious. My name was called. The specialist was a woman with a kind face and calm eyes. I told her everything, leaving out the flea market, the board, the book. I showed her the video from the homeowners. She watched it carefully, her expression professional and unreadable. I told her about the mud on my feet. I told her about my laptop camera being turned. She listened, took notes, and asked smart questions. Did I have a history of sleepwalking? No. Was I under unusual stress? Well, yeah, now I was. Had I experienced any head injuries? No. After a long examination and a bunch of questions, she leaned back. What you're describing is extraordinary, she said. It sounds like a very extreme form of parasomnia, specifically nocturnal wandering. The complexity, the travel, the use of a car, is highly unusual, but not entirely unheard of in medical literature. The brain is capable of remarkable, coordinated actions while in a dissociated sleep state. She gave me a diagnosis, a fancy term for sleepwalking on steroids. She prescribed a mild sedative to help me achieve deeper, more stable sleep. She suggested a sleep journal. She recommended door alarms and maybe a baby monitor to hear myself if I got up. Her solutions were rational, simple, and sensible. And as she explained them, I felt a huge, crushing weight lift off my shoulders. This was it. This was the answer. It was a medical problem. My brain was glitching. The board, the tether, the old book. It was all coincidence, my panicked mind trying to make sense of a neurological hiccup. I left the clinic with a prescription in my hand and a feeling of pure relief. I filled the prescription immediately. That night, I followed the new rules. I took the pill. I set up a baby monitor on my nightstand. I felt the sedative pull me down into a soft, deep sleep, the first peaceful rest I'd had in weeks. I woke up feeling clear-headed, rested. No mud. I checked the baby monitor. It had recorded nothing but the steady sound of my own breathing. It was working. The doctor was right. For 3 nights, it was perfect. I slept. I woke up in my bed. The problem was solved. On the 4th day, my phone rang. It was the husband from the Victorian. His voice was different this time. There was no nervous laughter. He sounded tired and scared. "Hey," he said, "can you come over? We need to talk." That old, cold feeling came rushing back. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It's the board. Or something. The cameras. We've been seeing more things. Different things. Can you just come?" I drove over, my heart sinking. They let me in, and they looked awful, like they hadn't slept. The wife's eyes were red. Without a word, the husband handed me a tablet. He pulled up a video file. This one was from a camera in their hallway, from the night before. Timestamp, 2:30 a.m. The screen showed the empty hallway. Then, a figure walked into view from the living room. It was me, my sleeping self, in my pajamas. But it wasn't standing still. It was walking slowly, deliberately down the hallway. It stopped at a small table, reached out, and opened a drawer. It just held the drawer open, looking inside at whatever was in there, for a full minute. Then it closed the drawer gently and continued down the hall, out of view of that camera. "There's more," the wife said, her voice hollow. She took the tablet and pulled up another clip. This one was from a camera in their bedroom doorway, pointed into their room. The angle showed part of their bed. The timestamp was 3:15 a.m. The figure stood in the doorway, a dark shape against the brighter hall. It just stood there, perfectly still, facing their bed. For 20 minutes. Just watching them sleep. The video ended. The room felt very cold. "It's getting worse," the husband whispered. "It's not just playing with the board anymore. It's exploring. It's watching us." I stared at the frozen image on the tablet, my own back, standing in their bedroom doorway. The doctor's rational explanation evaporated. Parasomnia didn't explain this. A sleeping brain doesn't drive 5 miles, open drawers to look at things, and then stand guard over sleeping people. This was purpose. This was intelligence. "You have to get rid of the board," I said, my voice tight. "Now. Today. Throw it in a dumpster. Burn it. Get it out of your house." The wife shook her head, a frantic movement. "No. What if that makes it angry? What if getting rid of the anchor makes it stick here? With us? It's attached to you, but it's in our house." She was crying now. "You brought this here. You need to fix it." They were right. I had brought it, and my medical detour had been a waste of time. The problem wasn't in my brain. It was on their mantle, and it was learning. I left them, promising I would find a real solution. I went home and took out the old book again. I skipped the highlighted section and read further, into the chapters about severance rituals. The instructions were clearer now. It needed to be done by the handler, me, at the location of the object, the Victorian. While in a waking state, I needed specific things. Not table salt, but sea salt. Not charcoal, but white ash from a rowan tree. Not a steel pocket knife, but a blade of cold iron, which the book described as iron that had never been worked by a forge, like a meteorite. This was getting impossible. Where was I supposed to find that? As I read the difficult requirements, a part of me, a tired part, whispered that maybe the doctor was still right. Maybe this was all madness. Maybe I should just check myself into a hospital. Just then my doorbell rang. It was a delivery person with a small, heavy box. No return address again. I took it inside and opened it. Inside, packed in crumpled brown paper, were 3 items. A small, rough-looking bag of pure white sea salt. A tiny glass jar filled with fine, pale gray ash. And a knife. It was an ugly, primitive-looking thing, black and pitted, like a shard of metal that had been found in the dirt. It was cold to the touch, a deep, sinking cold that seemed to suck the warmth from my fingers. A note was tucked beside it. This time, the spidery handwriting was just 2 words, for the severance. Someone was helping me, or someone was setting me up. I had no idea which, but I had the tools now, the real tools. I looked at the bizarre items on my kitchen table. The medical path was closed. The homeowners were terrified. I had the instructions, and I had the ingredients delivered to my door. There was only one path left. I had to go back to the Victorian. I had to try the ritual for real. Not with makeshift stuff, but with these strange, specific items. I would have to convince the homeowners to let me try one last time. I packed the new items carefully into my backpack, next to the old book. The weight of the iron knife felt wrong in the bag, a dense, alien presence. I knew what I had to do. I would go there tonight. After dark, I would explain that I had a real chance to end this, and I would beg them to let me try. I sat on my couch, waiting for the sun to go down, the backpack at my feet. I was more scared than I had ever been in my life, but I was also resolved. This ended tonight, one way or another. I just had to hope that the person who sent me the knife was a friend, and that I wasn't about to make everything a whole lot worse. The wait for nightfall was the longest of my life. I just sat there on my couch, watching the light change in the room, feeling the weight of that backpack by my feet like it was a living thing. The cold iron knife inside seemed to hum with a kind of energy I could feel through the fabric, a low, dull vibration that made my teeth ache if I thought about it too much. I knew going there at night was a bad idea. The thing, my sleeping self, was active at night, but I also knew I couldn't get the homeowners to agree to a daytime ritual, not after how I'd acted before. They were scared of the nighttime visitor, so maybe, just maybe, they'd be desperate enough to let me try an exorcism in their living room at midnight. When the sky was fully dark, I picked up the backpack, walked to my car, and drove toward Elm Street. The streets were quiet. Every shadow looked like a person standing still. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like they were following me. I pulled up to the Victorian and turned off the engine. The house was mostly dark, just one light on in the living room window. It looked like a single watchful eye. I took a deep breath, grabbed my bag of weird tools, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. After a moment, the husband opened the door just a crack, the security chain still on. He looked past me into the dark yard, then at my face. He looked exhausted. "You came," he said, and it wasn't a greeting, it was a statement of grim fact. "I have a way to try to fix this," I said, holding up the backpack. "The real way. I have the things I need. Please let me try." He looked at me for a long time, then nodded, unhooking the chain. "Come in. But if this is a trick, if this is some kind of... I don't know. I'm calling the police." I stepped inside. The wife was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. She looked at me with huge, fearful eyes, but didn't say anything. The living room felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. And there, on the coffee table in front of the sofa, was the board. They had taken it down from the mantel. It sat there, a simple piece of wood that had somehow torn a hole in my life. The planchette was placed neatly beside it. "We took it down after last night," the husband whispered. "We thought maybe if it wasn't up high, it would, I don't know, be less." It hadn't helped. The feeling in the room was worse than ever. "This might look strange," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the tense room. "Just let me do what I need to do. Don't interrupt, no matter what." I opened my backpack and took out the items from the mysterious box. The bag of white sea salt, the jar of pale ash, the ugly cold iron knife. I placed them on the floor. Following the book's instructions, I poured the salt in a wide circle around me and the coffee table, leaving one small gap to step through. I sprinkled the fine gray ash in a smaller circle inside the salt one, right around the board. My hands were shaking. Finally, I picked up the iron knife. It was so cold it almost burned my palm. I held it point down over the board. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the words from the book, a chant to sever the tether, to break the link between the object and the handler, between it and me. I started to speak the words. They were old, formal words, and they felt clumsy in my mouth. "I who am the handler, I who woke the link, now I sever the tether, I break the chain, I unbind the bond." As I chanted, the air in the room changed. It didn't get colder exactly, but it got still. The normal house sounds, the creak of the floor, the hum of the fridge, they all faded away, like someone had put the world on mute. The only sound was my shaky voice reciting the words. Then, the planchette on the table moved. It didn't slide. It jerked. A sharp, sudden twitch. I froze in midword. The husband sucked in a sharp breath. I kept going, forcing the words out. "Let the sleeping self rest. Let the waking self be whole. Let this object hold no power." The planchette began to spin. Not a slow circle, but a fast, frantic whirl on the spot, vibrating against the wood of the coffee table with a nasty, buzzing sound. The overhead light in the room flickered once, then stayed on, but now it gave off a sickly, yellowish glow. From the hallway behind the wife, a shape stepped into the doorway. It was me, my sleeping self. It stood there just like in the video, but its eyes were open. They were blank, milky like clouded glass. It didn't look at the homeowners. It looked directly at me, at the circle, at the board. And then it smiled. It wasn't a mean smile. It was a calm, patient, knowing smile that made my stomach turn to water. It stepped closer, stopping right at the edge of the salt circle. It didn't try to cross. It just stood there watching me. "Keep going," the husband hissed, his voice cracking with panic. I tried. I fumbled over the next words. My sleeping self raised its own hands. It held them out, mirroring my pose, as if it held an invisible knife. And then it began to speak. Its lips moved, and a sound came out, but it wasn't a voice. It was a dry, rustling whisper, like leaves skittering on concrete. I couldn't understand the words at first, but as I listened, my own chanting faltering, I realized with a jolt of pure horror what it was doing. It was repeating my words, the same severance chant, but backwards. Word by twisted word, it was saying the ritual in reverse. It wasn't trying to stop me. It was trying to hijack the ceremony, to twist my severance into a permanent binding. A blinding pain exploded behind my eyes. It was like a spike of white-hot fire driving into my brain. I cried out, dropping to one knee. The knife fell from my hand, clattering onto the floor inside the ash circle. I saw double. I saw the living room from my own eyes, the terrified faces of the homeowners, the spinning planchette. And I saw another view, superimposed over it like a transparent film. The view from the hallway, looking at myself kneeling in the circle. The two perspectives, mine and my sleeping selves, were merging. I felt a terrible suction, a pulling sensation deep in my chest, as if my very soul was being drawn out toward that thing in the hallway. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The pain and the disorientation were too much. I stumbled, throwing out a hand to catch myself. My palm slapped down on the floor, right on the neat line of white salt. The circle broke. The connection snapped. The pain vanished so completely, it was like it had never been. The double vision popped like a bubble. I gasped, drawing in a ragged breath. The overhead light stopped flickering and returned to its normal bright white. The planchette on the table fell over with a tiny clack and lay still. I looked up, blinking. The hallway was empty. My sleeping self was gone. The terrible pressure in the room was gone. Everything was just normal. For a long moment, nobody moved or spoke. Then the wife let out a sob, a sound of pure release. She buried her face in her hands. The husband rushed over to her, holding her, murmuring, "It's okay, it's over, it's gone, look, it's gone." He looked at me, his eyes wide with wonder and relief. "You did it. You actually did it." I slowly got to my feet. My body felt light, strange. The grinding fear that had been my constant companion for weeks was just absent. I felt clear. I felt empty in a good way. I looked at the board on the table. It was just a piece of wood again. No feeling came from it. No pull. Nothing. I bent down and picked up the iron knife. It was still cold, but it felt inert now, just a piece of metal. I gathered my things, putting the salt and ashen knife back in my backpack. The homeowners were both crying now, hugging each other, thanking me over and over. "We're so sorry we didn't believe you," the wife said, wiping her eyes. Thank you. I managed a small smile. "It's okay. It's over. For all of us." I left them there, in their now peaceful living room. I walked out to my car, the cool night air feeling fresh and clean on my face. I drove home. The whole way, I kept waiting for the fear to come back, for a twitch in my finger, for anything. But there was nothing. Just quiet. Just normalcy. I pulled into my driveway, turned off the car, and sat for a moment, just listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I felt tired, but a good tired, the tired you feel after finishing a huge, difficult job. I had done it. I had actually broken the tether. I got out, walked into my house, locked the door behind me. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked older, tired, but the wild, hunted look was gone from my eyes. I was just me again. I smiled, a real, genuine smile of relief. And in the mirror, my reflection smiled back. But the smile was wrong. It was the same calm, patient, knowing smile my sleeping self had worn in the hallway. My own face, wearing that alien expression. I felt my own lips, my real lips, pressed together. I wasn't smiling. A jolt of electric terror shot down my spine. I stared, frozen, at the mirror. My reflection stared back, its smile not wavering. Then slowly it winked, and the reflection turned and walked out of the frame of the mirror, leaving me staring at an empty view of my bathroom wall behind me. I spun around. The bathroom was empty. My heart was hammering again, a frantic drumbeat of panic. I ran to the living room, turning on every light. Nothing. I was alone. I stood in the middle of my living room, shaking. The relief I had felt was gone, replaced by a new, deeper dread. The ritual hadn't severed the tether. I had felt it break, but what if it hadn't broken the way I thought? What if, when the salt circle broke, the connection hadn't been severed, but completed? What if my sleeping self hadn't been banished? What if, in that moment of merging, it hadn't been pushed out, but had rushed in? I walked slowly to the kitchen window. The night outside was black. In the dark glass, I could see a faint reflection of my kitchen, and my own reflection standing still, watching me from within the window. Its face was a calm, blank mask. And this time, when I raised my own hand to touch my own face, the reflection in the window did not move. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch in the bright living room, staring at the spot where my reflection had been in the kitchen window. Every time I looked at a dark TV screen or a glass picture frame, I expected to see it, that calm, not me face looking back. But it didn't appear again. The house was just a house. I was just me sitting there, buzzing with a tired, ragged fear. Maybe I had imagined it. The stress, the ritual, the whole insane ordeal. It could have caused a hallucination. My mind was so fried, it was playing one last nasty trick on me. That had to be it. When the sun finally came up, I felt a little better. The solid, normal light of day pushed the creepy shadows of the night away. I decided to test things. I needed to see if I was really free. I went through my morning routine. I made coffee. It tasted bitter and a little like dirt, but I drank it anyway, telling myself my taste buds were off from stress. I got dressed for work. I looked in the bedroom mirror as I fixed my tie. My reflection moved when I moved. It looked tired, but it was me. No weird smiles. I went to the office. It felt strange, like returning to a life I'd left behind a long time ago. My colleagues were happy to see me. "You look great," one of them said. "You were so stressed about that Victorian sale, and now you're like a whole new person." I forced a smile. "Yeah," I said. "I feel like myself for the first time in ages." The words came out easily, but they felt hollow, like I was reading a line from a script. I threw myself into work. I made calls, set up appointments, wrote listings. I was hyper-focused, getting more done in a few hours than I usually did in a day. It felt good. It felt efficient. I didn't feel happy exactly, but I didn't feel scared either. I just felt clear, purposeful, like a machine running perfectly. At lunch, I drove without really thinking about where I was going. My car just seemed to take a familiar route. I found myself turning onto Elm Street. I slowed down as I passed the Victorian, and I saw it. The for sale sign was back in the front yard. A bright, new sign from a different real estate company. My professional brain clicked on automatically. That was weird. The couple had just moved in. They loved the place. Why would they be selling? And why wouldn't they call me their original agent? A little knot of curiosity tightened in my gut. I pulled over and called my office. "Hey," I asked my assistant. "The Victorian on Elm, the one I sold a few months ago? I'm driving by and it's for sale again. Do we have the listing?" "Oh, that one," she said. "No, another firm got it. The weirdest thing. I heard from the listing agent over there that the owners just left. In the middle of the night last week. They packed a few suitcases and disappeared. Left all their furniture, everything. The listing agent said when she went in, the coffee cups were still on the table, like they'd just gotten up and walked out. They told the neighbor the house felt finished with them. A cold feeling, different from fear, spread through my chest. Finished with them. They had gotten what they wanted from the house. Or the house, or what was in it, had gotten what it wanted from them. And now it was empty again. Available. I thanked her and hung up, staring at the house. The board was still in there. It was alone in an empty house. And as I sat there, a new feeling bloomed inside me. It wasn't panic. It was a deep, compelling sense of purpose. A need. The board was alone. It needed to be seen. It needed to be found again. It needed new hands to touch it. My real estate skills weren't just for selling houses anymore. They were for making connections. For finding the next person. The thought didn't feel like my own. It felt planted, a cold seed growing in my mind. But I didn't fight it. It felt right. Logical. I drove back to the office, that purpose humming in the back of my head. I worked through the afternoon, but my mind kept drifting back to the Victorian. To the board. It was a prime property. A beautiful, historic home. It shouldn't sit empty. It deserved a family. Someone who would appreciate its unique character. I found myself pulling up the old listing photos I had taken, the ones with the board on the mantle. They were good photos. They had worked. Later that evening, back at my own house, I didn't feel tired. The crushing fatigue I'd lived with for weeks was just gone. I realized I hadn't thought about sleeping, hadn't yawned once. The part of me that needed sleep, it felt absent. I went into my home office and turned on my computer. I opened a new presentation file. I started designing a new marketing campaign for the Victorian. It wasn't my listing, but that didn't seem to matter. I was just drawn to do it. As I worked, choosing fonts, writing catchy descriptions about a home with a story to tell, I felt a calm satisfaction. This was what I was supposed to be doing. I reached into my desk drawer, not really thinking, just letting my hand move. My fingers closed around something smooth and wooden. I pulled it out. It was the heart-shaped planchette from the Ouija board. I must have taken it from the Victorian after the ritual. I had no memory of doing that. None at all. But here it was. I set it on the desk next to my mousepad. Its presence felt comforting, reassuring, like a paperweight for my new, focused mind. I looked at it, then back at my computer screen. My tagline was perfect. I typed it in bold letters at the top of the presentation. A home with a story to tell. Are you the next chapter? I leaned back in my chair, a small, professional smile on my face. It was a great campaign. It would draw people in. The right kind of people. People who were looking for more than just a house. People who were curious, who loved a little mystery. Outside my office window, the night was black. In the dark glass, I could see the reflection of my room, my desk, the glow of my computer monitor. and I could see myself sitting there working. My reflection looked focused. Content. It was finally the master of the house. I watched my reflection for a long moment. Then I turned my attention back to the planchette on my desk. I reached out and placed my index finger lightly on the smooth wood. It was warm, not from my touch, but from something inside it, a gentle, welcoming heat. I left my finger there, feeling that warmth travel up my arm, as I began to browse through online listings of potential buyers, looking for just the right profile, the right kind of curiosity in their eyes, someone who might appreciate a truly unique find. The search felt important. It felt like my real work was just beginning. Life became very simple, very efficient. I no longer slept. I would rest, sitting in a chair or lying on my bed in the dark, but my mind stayed awake, a quiet engine humming in the background. The gnawing terror was gone. The confusion was gone. I felt a serene, flat clarity, like the surface of a still pond. I went to work. I sold houses with a cold, effortless skill that impressed everyone. My presentations were perfect. My timing was flawless. I felt nothing when I closed a deal, just a check mark next to a completed task. The only thing that stirred any feeling in me was the Victorian. I couldn't list it officially as another agent had it, but I watched it. I drove by it every day. I checked the online listing, watching the price drop, seeing the days on the market tick up. It was waiting, and I was waiting with it. I kept the planchette on my desk at home. It was my paperweight, my worry stone. My finger would often find its way to the smooth wood, tracing the little heart shape, absorbing its gentle, constant warmth. It was a comfort, a point of focus, my own little piece of the board, a reminder of my purpose. One afternoon at the office, a woman came in. She was browsing the listings on our public computer, her face pale, her eyes carrying a deep, tired sadness that looked familiar. She was looking for a fresh start, she said. Something with character. Something old. My colleague was helping her, but he called me over. "This is our historic home specialist," he said, introducing me. I shook her hand. Her skin was cool. "I'm just looking for something different," she said, her voice soft. "Somewhere that feels like it has a past." I felt a pulse from the planchette in my pocket. I had started carrying it with me, a little thrum of warmth against my leg. It was interested. I smiled my calm, professional smile. "I might have just the place in mind," I said. "It's not my listing, but I know it well. A beautiful Victorian on Elm Street. It has an incredible story." Her tired eyes flickered with a faint curiosity. "Elm Street?" she asked. "I think I saw that one online. It looks interesting." "It's more than interesting," I said, my voice smooth and persuasive. "It's a home that chooses its owners. It needs someone who appreciates its unique qualities." I was speaking words that felt both true and not my own. They flowed out of me easily. I printed out the information for her, circling the other agent's number, but I wrote my personal cell on the bottom. "If you have any questions about its character," I said, "call me. I know it intimately." She took the paper, her fingers brushing mine. A little jolt, like static electricity, passed between us. She didn't seem to notice, but the planchette in my pocket grew distinctly warmer. She thanked me and left. My colleague clapped me on the shoulder. "Great lead. You really have a way with these quirky properties." I nodded, watching her through the window as she walked to her car, looking at the paper in her hand. The connection was made. The seed was planted. That night, in my home office, I didn't work on other listings. I sat with the planchette in my hand, looking at the photo of the Victorian on my screen. I thought about the woman, her sad eyes, her search for a past to lose herself in. She was perfect. The board would be pleased. A new handler. A fresh tether. The thought filled me with a sense of profound, quiet satisfaction. I was doing my job. I was maintaining the connection. I was part of something larger than myself. I got up and went to the bathroom, washing my face with cold water. I looked in the mirror. The man who looked back was a stranger I understood perfectly. His eyes were calm, focused, empty of the messy chaos of human worry. He was a tool, a conduit, a real estate agent for a very specific kind of property. I did not feel sad about this. I did not feel anything about it. It was simply a fact. As I turned off the light to leave the bathroom, a flicker of movement in the dark mirror caught my eye. Not my reflection. Behind it, in the blackness of the mirrored world, for just a fraction of a second, I saw the Victorian's living room. The board was on the mantel, and the planchette was not there. It was here in my hand. In the mirror, a shadowy figure stood before the empty board, its head bowed, waiting. Then the image was gone, and it was just my own dark bathroom again. I looked down at the warm wood in my palm. It wasn't just a piece of the board. It was the board, in a way. Its mobile piece. Its scout. And I was its agent. I walked back to my desk, the planchette held tight. The next step was clear. I needed to get her into the house. I needed to make sure the other agents showing failed, that my connection with her, sparked by that little static shock, became the stronger pull. I picked up my phone and looked at the number I'd written down for her. I wouldn't call tonight. That would seem too eager. I would wait. I would let the idea of the house, the story I had hinted at, work on her mind. I would let the board, through its little piece that I carried, do its work. I sat back down, placing the planchette carefully in the center of my desk. I looked at the marketing slogan I had written weeks before, still on my screen. Are you the next chapter? Yes, I thought. She very well might be. And I would be right there to help her turn the page. The process was underway. Everything was proceeding as it should. I felt no guilt. I felt no anticipation. I simply observed the mechanics of the machine I was now a part of, and I found it to be a very well-designed machine indeed. The story was continuing, and I had secured my role in it. I was no longer the victim, the tether, the handler struggling for control. I was the facilitator, and for the first time since this began, I felt a sense of perfect, unshakable peace. The hunt was on, and I was the quiet guide leading the next curious soul right to the waiting heart of the house on Elm Street. The days took on a steady rhythm, a quiet hum of purpose. I went to the office, I sold houses, I drove by the Victorian. I carried the planchette with me always, a smooth, warm stone in my pocket, a constant companion. I waited for the call from the woman with the sad eyes. I knew it would come. The pull was too strong, the curiosity I had planted too specific. The other agent's sign still stood in the yard, but the house was waiting for the right person, and we both knew she wasn't going to come from a generic online ad. She would come through me. A week after our meeting, my personal phone buzzed with an unknown number. A feeling, not an emotion but a physical sensation like a key turning in a lock, traveled up my arm from the planchette in my pocket. I answered. It was her. Her voice was hesitant. Hi, this is we met at the real estate office. About the Victorian on Elm? Yes, I said, my voice calm and welcoming. I'm glad you called. I went to a showing with the other agent, she said. It's a beautiful house, but it felt empty. Not just without furniture. Empty. The agent couldn't tell me anything about its history, just square footage and roof age. She paused. You said it had a story. It does, I replied. A deep one. The kind that gives a home its bones. The official listings never tell that part. I could feel her interest, a taut line through the phone. Could you show it to me? Tell me what you know. This was it. The invitation. Of course, I said. The other agent has a lockbox. I can get the code. How about this evening? After sunset. The house has a particular feeling in the evening light. It's the best time to understand it. She agreed. We set a time. As I hung up, the planchette felt hot against my thigh, a cheerful, eager warmth. Everything was aligning. That evening I arrived first. I used the lockbox code and let myself into the Victorian. It was cold inside, a deep chill that had nothing to do with the thermostat. The air was stale and still. The house was waiting, tense like a held breath. I walked into the living room. The mantel was bare. The board was gone. The other agent had probably cleared out the clutter. That was fine. It didn't matter. The board's presence was in the walls, in the floorboards, in the very air. And I had its heart with me. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the mantel, a small, dark shape on the pale wood. It looked right. It looked like it had come home. A few minutes later, headlights swept the front window. I saw her car pull up. I watched from the window as she got out, hugging her coat around her, looking up at the imposing facade. She looked small. She looked perfect. I met her at the door, smiling my professional, reassuring smile. Welcome back, I said. Come in. Feel the difference. She stepped inside, and a little shiver went through her. It's so cold, she whispered. It's just the house waking up, I said, guiding her toward the living room. It's been asleep, waiting. I gave her the tour, but not like a normal agent. I didn't talk about renovation potential or closet space. I talked about echoes. I talked about how old houses hold memories in their plaster, how they settle into the personalities of those who live there. I told her the previous owners had felt the house was finished with them, that it had given them what they needed and released them. It was a story of change, of renewal. She listened rapt, her sad eyes wide. She was soaking it up, this idea of a house that was alive, that had intentions. We ended up back in the living room. The only light came from a lamp I'd brought, casting long, dramatic shadows. Her eyes went to the mantel, to the lone, heart-shaped piece of wood sitting there. "What's that?" she asked. "A piece of the story," I said, my voice soft. "It was part of a set, a game. The previous owners left it behind. I think it's the house's favorite piece. Its center." I walked over and picked it up. It was blazing hot now, almost too hot to hold, but the heat was comforting to me. "Here," I said, turning to her. "Hold it. You can feel the history in it, the energy of the house." I held it out. She hesitated, then reached for it. As her fingers were about to close over the wood, a noise shattered the moment. A loud, sharp crack from upstairs, like a piece of wood breaking. She jerked her hand back, startled. "What was that?" "Just the house settling," I said smoothly, though I had heard it too. It had sounded deliberate. Old bones. But the spell was broken. Her fear, which had been a tool, was now an obstacle. She took a step back, wrapping her arms around herself. "This is too much," she said, her voice shaky. "It's too intense. I think I need something simpler. I'm sorry." She was pulling away. The connection was fraying. The planchette in my hand pulsed with a sudden, angry heat. No, this was not acceptable. The house had been promised. She was chosen. A calm, cold instruction formed in my mind, not in words, but in pure intent. Finish the connection. I looked at her, my smile never wavering. "I understand," I said. "But before you go, just one more thing. The house wants to say goodbye." I placed the burning hot planchette back on the mantel. Then I reached into my other pocket and took out a small, ordinary-looking piece of white chalk. I had brought it without knowing why. Now I knew. "It's a tradition," I lied, my voice a hypnotic murmur. "For visitors it connects with. You make a mark, a signature on its memory." I knelt and drew a small, simple circle on the hardwood floor between us. "Step into the circle," I said, looking up at her. "Just for a second. It's how the house remembers." She stared at the chalk circle, then at my face. My expression was open, harmless. A silly ritual. She was scared, but she was also polite, and part of her was still deeply curious. She took one step forward, placing her foot inside the circle. The moment her shoe touched the chalk line, the planchette on the mantel shot straight up into the air, as if yanked by a string, and then slammed down onto the wooden surface with a bang that echoed through the empty house. She screamed and tried to pull back, but it was as if her foot was stuck to the floor. Her eyes were wide with pure terror, fixed on me. And my smile finally fell. I watched her, my head tilted. This was the process. The transfer. The old tether, me facilitating the new. I could feel it happening, a sucking sensation in the air, a current drawing from her, through the chalk circle, into the floor, into the walls, toward the board that wasn't there but was everywhere. She was gasping, her face pale. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The planchette lay still. She stumbled backward, free, crashing into the wall. She looked from me to the mantel, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "What are you?" she choked out. "I'm the agent," I said simply. I picked up the planchette. It was cool now. The connection was complete. The seed was planted deep. She didn't need to buy the house tonight. The link was made. She would dream of it. She would be drawn back. It would pull at her until she returned, and next time, she wouldn't leave. She turned and ran, her footsteps pounding through the hall, out the front door, into the night. I heard her car start and screech away. I stood alone in the living room. The house felt different. Satisfied. Quieter. The job was done. The next chapter had been initiated. I picked up my lamp, erased the chalk circle with my shoe, and put the planchette back in my pocket. It was cool, dormant. Its work here was done for now. I locked up the house and drove home. There was no triumph, no guilt. Just the quiet satisfaction of a task completed correctly. I had facilitated the next stage. The story would continue. I was a permanent part of its machinery now, the usher in the endless theater of the board. I got ready for another night of quiet, sleepless rest, the planchette once again on my desk, a dormant scout waiting for its next mission. The process was eternal, and I was finally at peace within it. The woman would be back, or someone else would come. The house would feed, and I would be there to open the door. Time became a flat circle, a repeating loop of purpose. The frantic woman with the sad eyes never called the police. Maybe she thought they wouldn't believe her. Maybe the seed planted in her that night grew in a different way, a quiet obsession that would bring her back to Elm Street on her own later. I didn't worry about it. The house was patient. I was patient. My life settled into its new shape. I was the best real estate agent in the office, a machine of perfect sales, but my real work happened in the shadows. I became a connoisseur of loneliness. I could spot it across a crowded open house. The recently divorced, the grieving widow, the dreamer who felt out of place in the modern world. They were all drawn to me, or I was drawn to them. I would mention, casually, the unique properties I specialized in. I would talk about history, character, the soul of a home. And when I saw that spark of desperate curiosity, I would hand them my card. My personal card, not the office one. On it, below my name and number, was a single embossed line, finding homes with a past. They always called, and I would always have a property in mind. Usually it was the Victorian. Sometimes it was another old house, a placeholder, a test to see how deep their need ran. But the Victorian was always the final goal. The planchette in my pocket was my guide. It would stay cool and inert with most people. But with the right one, it would grow warm, a gentle heat that pulsed in time with their growing interest. It was never wrong. Months turned into a year. The other agent's sign finally came down. The listing had expired. The house sat, empty and waiting, but not lonely. Not anymore. I was its caretaker. I would go there sometimes, letting myself in, just to stand in the living room. I would place the planchette on the mantel and feel the house hum around me. A contented sound felt in the bones, not heard with ears. We were partners. Then one rainy Tuesday, a man walked into the office. He was in his 40s, with the precise movements of an engineer, but the lost eyes of someone whose world had just crumbled. His wife had left him. He needed a new start, a project, something to pour himself into, something real. My colleague started talking about new condos, low maintenance. I watched from my desk. The planchette in my blazer pocket began to glow with a slow, steady warmth, like a coal coming to life. I stood up and walked over. I introduced myself. I listened to him talk about wanting something with integrity, something that had stood the test of time. I nodded, understanding perfectly. I have just the place, I said. It's not for everyone. It requires a special owner, someone who isn't afraid of a little history. I showed him a picture on my phone, not a listing photo. A photo I had taken in the evening, the Victorian lit by a single lamp from within, looking both imposing and welcoming. He stared at it. "That's it," he whispered, almost to himself. We met there that evening. The ritual was familiar now. The chill in the air, the sense of waiting. I told him the story of the house, how it chose its people, how it offered a fresh start to those who understood it. I placed the warm planchette in his hand as we stood in the living room. "This was left by the last owner who truly understood," I said. "It's the heart of the place." He held it, turning it over in his hands, a frown of concentration on his face. He didn't feel the heat, I could tell. He felt the weight, the craftsmanship. He was analyzing it. This was different. The board usually chose the emotional, the seekers. This man was a solver, a fixer. But the planchette was warm. The house was interested. Something new. I felt a flicker of something, not emotion, but a system alert. A variable. We finished the tour. He was interested, deeply so, but in the way a scientist is interested in a puzzle. He wanted to know about wiring, foundation, plumbing. He asked for inspection reports. This was not the usual path. As we walked out, he handed the planchette back to me. "Fascinating piece," he said. "Feels old." He scheduled a formal inspection for 2 days later. I let him out and stood on the porch, watching his taillights disappear in the rain. The planchette in my hand was cooling rapidly. The house was thoughtful, contemplative. This new potential handler was not broken enough, not open enough. He might try to fix the house, not join with it. He might even find the board, if it was hidden in the attic or basement, and throw it away. That could not happen. That night, in my own home, I sat at my desk with the planchette. It was cold and still. I looked at my reflection in the dark computer screen. The man in the reflection looked back, his face a mask of calm calculation. We were in agreement. The engineer was not the right choice. He was a threat to the status quo. The connection had to be cleaned up. The system had to be protected. I knew what to do. It wasn't a thought, it was an impulse, a directive. The next day before his inspection, I went to the Victorian. I went to the basement, a place of cobwebs and old stone. In a corner, behind the ancient furnace, there was a loose stone. Behind it was a space, and in that space was the board. I hadn't hidden it there. The house had, or the previous owners had in their final, frantic days. I pulled it out. The wood was dusty but undamaged. It felt powerful, dormant but potent. I took it upstairs to the living room and placed it on the floor in the center of the room. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the board. Then I took a small vial from my pocket, not salt or ash, but simple motor oil, thick and dark. I poured it in a careful, unbroken line around the board and the planchette, creating a slick, black circle on the hardwood floor. I left the house, leaving the back door slightly ajar. I knew the inspector would come first, before the engineer. He would find the back door open, think nothing of it, and do his work. He would go into the living room. He would see the board, the odd circle of oil. He would note it as debris or prior owner oddity in his report. The engineer would read that report. He would see the words Ouija board and ritualistic residue. The engineer, the solver, the rational man, would calculate the risk. He would think of reputation, of resale value, of superstition affecting future buyers. His logical mind would reject the house. The connection would be severed before it could solidify. It was elegant, a gentle deflection. The house would remain waiting for a more suitable candidate. I went home and waited. The call from the engineer came the next afternoon. His voice was clipped, disappointed. "I've decided to pass on the Elm Street property," he said. The inspection turned up some concerning non-structural issues, historical oddities that don't fit my needs. "Thank you for your time." I expressed polite regret and hung up. The planchette on my desk remained cool. The threat was neutralized. The system was secure. I felt the house's approval, a subtle shift in the air around me, a slight easing of a tension I hadn't even noticed. I had done my job. I had protected the story. That evening, I drove to the Victorian to retrieve the board. I would hide it again somewhere new. As I walked up the porch steps, I saw a flicker of movement in the living room window. Not my reflection. A small, dark shape moving quickly. A child? I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The living room was empty. The board was gone from the center of the floor. The circle of oil was still there, smudged now, as if something had been dragged through it. A cold, sharp feeling, the closest I ever got to alarm, prickled at the back of my neck. This was not part of the plan. "Hello," I called out, my voice flat in the empty house. A giggle echoed from upstairs. High-pitched. Young. I climbed the stairs, my steps measured. The hallway upstairs was dark. The door to the small nursery, a room that had always been empty, was closed. From behind it, I heard a soft, scraping sound. Then the distinct, clear tap-tap-tap of the planchette being moved on the board. Not a frantic spin. A deliberate, playful tapping. I pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the board, which sat in the middle of the floor. The planchette was resting on the letter H. As I watched, it began to move slowly, smoothly, all by itself. It spelled out a word. Hello. Then it stopped. I stared at it. The house had never done this before. It had always worked through people, through tethers, through sleep. It had never manifested playfulness. It had never spelled a greeting. A new thought, cold and entirely my own, broke through the calm surface of my mind. What if I wasn't just the facilitator? What if I was also the lesson? What if the board, with each new handler, learned? It had learned fear from the first couple. It had learned resistance from me. It had learned manipulation from my work with the sad-eyed woman. And now, from the near miss with the logical engineer, was it learning strategy? Independence? The planchette trembled, then slid to the word yes at the top of the board. It had read my thought. A jolt, like the electric tingle from the very first day, but 1,000 times stronger, shot up my spine. I was not in control. I had never been in control. I was a favored tool, a useful pet. And the board was getting smarter. It was learning how to play on its own. I took a step back. The planchette zipped to the bottom of the board to goodbye. The message was clear. The audience was over. I left the house, my perfect calm shattered for the first time in over a year. I sat in my car, hands on the wheel, not starting the engine. I looked at the Victorian in my rearview mirror. It looked back, a silent, knowing monument. The story was continuing, all right, but the role of the humble agent was evolving. I had sold the house. I had served the board. And now I realized with a dawning, ice-cold clarity, I might just be its next listing. The hunt was eternal, and no one, not even the hunter, was safe forever. The game was changing, and I was still on the board, waiting to see which way the heart would move next. Story number 5. My name is Leo, and it all started with a week of rain and a dumb game we never should have played. The sky had been this solid gray blanket since we all arrived at the lake house, a big old creaky place my uncle owned. And after days of being stuck inside with all the cousins and aunts and uncles, everyone was getting on everyone else's nerves. We'd played every card game, watched every movie they had, and the constant drumming of water on the roof was making us all a little crazy. It was my cousin, the one who always has to be the center of attention, who found it in a hall closet while looking for extra blankets. She came back into the living room holding this old cardboard box covered in dust, a big grin on her face. "Look what I found," she said, and she pulled out this wooden board with the alphabet painted on it in spooky letters, a sun and moon in the corners, and a little heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in the middle. "A Ouija board," she announced, like she'd discovered treasure. Everyone sort of groaned. My dad rolled his eyes and went back to his book. My practical aunt said it was a waste of time and just a toy. But you could see the interest flicker in the younger cousin's eyes, and even some of the adults looked like they needed a distraction, anything to break the monotony of the rain. "Oh, come on," my cousin pleaded, setting it down on the big coffee table. "It'll be fun, just for laughs. We all know it's not real." That was enough to get everyone to shuffle over. We pulled up chairs and couches, forming a loose circle. There were about 8 of us with our fingers on that little plastic pointer, which they call a planchette. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. We were all pushing it, giggling, asking stupid questions like, "Is there a cute ghost here?" and spelling out silly answers ourselves. We were bored kids and bored adults messing around. But then something changed. Maybe we just got tired of the joke, or maybe the room got a little quieter. The fire in the fireplace crackled, and the wind picked up outside. My jokester cousin, her smile fading just a bit, asked in a more serious tone, "Okay, seriously, is anyone here with us?" For a minute, nothing. Then I felt it, a tiny movement under my fingertips. Not a shake or a jerk, but a slow, deliberate slide. I looked at the others. Their eyes were wide, their fingers light. No one was laughing now. The planchette moved to the letter J. Then it slid, smooth as ice, to O. Then to E. J-O-E. It stopped. The room got so still I could hear the clock ticking in the kitchen. Joe, my great-grandfather, my dad's dad's dad. His stern portrait in a World War II uniform hung right there in the hallway. The family legend. He'd come back from the war a quiet man, built this lake house with his own hands, and was the bedrock of our whole family's story. A strange feeling washed over me. Part of me was thrilled. We were talking to family, but a bigger part felt cold. The way the pointer moved hadn't felt like any of us were doing it. It had a weight, a purpose of its own. My uncle, Joe's actual grandson, let out a shaky breath. "Well, I'll be," he whispered. Emboldened, my cousin leaned forward. "Grandpa Joe, is that you?" The planchette didn't move to yes or a no. It just sat there on the E. Then, after a tense few seconds, it started moving again. It went to K, then E, then L, then L, then Y. Kelly. We all looked at each other. Who was Kelly? No one in our family was named Kelly. My uncle frowned, his forehead wrinkling. "I don't know any Kelly," he muttered. My cousin, not knowing what else to do, asked another question. "Grandpa Joe, what was the war like?" That's when things went wrong. The pointer took off, fast and sure. It spelled out a word that made my blood run cold. It spelled S-A-L-E-N-C. Then it didn't stop. It kept going. T-H-E-Y. Then K-N-E-W. They knew. A bolt of pure electricity seemed to go through the circle. My aunt snatched her hands back like she'd been burned. "Okay, that's enough," she said, her voice too loud. "Game over. Right now." The mood in the room shattered like glass. Everyone pulled their hands away, talking over each other. "It was just someone pushing," my dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Creepy," one of my younger cousins said, half scared, half delighted. My uncle just stared at the board, his face pale and blank, like he was seeing something miles away. My practical aunt snatched up the board and the planchette, shoved them back in the box, and marched it right back to the hall closet. "Enough of that nonsense," she declared. We all tried to move on. We made hot chocolate, turned the TV on to some loud game show, tried to laugh about it, but the words hung in the air. Kelly. Silence. They knew. They buzzed in my head, drowning out the TV. Who knew? Knew what? And why did it feel like that message wasn't for all of us, but for my uncle, who sat quietly in his armchair, not watching the TV, just staring at his own hands? The party broke up not long after. People went off to read or take naps. the excitement of the day draining away into the damp afternoon. I couldn't settle. I found myself standing in the hallway, looking up at the portrait of Great-Grandpa Joe. I'd seen it 1,000 times. The stern eyes, the stiff uniform, the pride of a man who served. But for the first time, I really looked at his eyes. They weren't just stern. They were haunted. There was a story in them he never told. Maybe the board game was just a trick of our minds, a group fantasy. But what if it wasn't? What if we'd poked at something we didn't understand, something tied to this house, to that man in the picture? The rain finally slowed to a drizzle as evening fell. We had a subdued dinner, everyone avoiding the topic of the afternoon. My uncle seemed back to normal, joking a little, but he looked tired. We all went to bed early, exhausted by the strange energy of the day. I fell into a fitful sleep, my dreams full of sliding letters and silent, watching portraits. A sharp sound jolted me awake. It was the deep, groaning creak of the old back door opening. My heart hammered against my ribs. Everyone was supposed to be in bed. I slipped out of my room and crept to the top of the stairs that overlooked the back living room and the door to the porch. The moon was out from behind the clouds, casting silvery light through the big windows. And there he was, my uncle. He was standing just outside the open back door, on the wet deck, in nothing but his pajamas. He wasn't moving. He was perfectly still, facing out toward the black line of the woods beyond the lawn. His posture was ramrod straight, not like his usual relaxed slouch. And his head was tilted, just slightly, like a soldier listening for something in the distance. He wasn't sleepwalking in the usual, shuffling way. He was on patrol. I didn't call out. I didn't move a muscle. I just watched, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air seeping into my bones. After a few minutes that felt like hours, he turned, walked calmly back inside, locked the door, and padded back to his bedroom, as if he'd just gotten a glass of water. He never looked up and saw me. I stood there in the dark for a long time, listening to the old house settle, the question from the board now screaming in my head. What did they know? And what, or who, was my uncle listening for in the middle of the night? The incident felt closed, a weird family moment we wouldn't repeat, but as I finally went back to bed, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever we started with that silly board game, it wasn't over. The next morning, everything seemed normal, or at least everyone was trying very hard to pretend it was. Sunlight streamed through the windows, baking away the dampness of the past week, and the mood was light, almost forced. My uncle came down for breakfast late, moving a bit stiffly. He rubbed his thighs as he sat down at the table with a groan. I must have been running drills in my sleep, he joked, reaching for the coffee pot. My legs are killing me. My aunt, his wife, chuckled and pushed the pancakes his way, but I saw the look that passed between her and my dad, a quick, worried glance that was there and gone in a flash. I exchanged my own look with my cousin who had found the board game. Her eyes were wide with a knowing fear. He didn't remember. He had no idea he'd been standing out in the cold in his pajamas, staring into the woods like a sentry. We ate our breakfast, the clatter of forks on plates too loud in the quiet kitchen. No one mentioned the board game. No one mentioned the words spelled out. It was like we'd all made an unspoken agreement to forget it ever happened. But the memory of him standing out there, so still and alert, was burned into my mind. Later that day, I was outside helping rake up some of the soggy leaves from the storms. My uncle was puttering around the yard, checking on things. He walked over near the big old oak tree at the back of the property, the one that must have been 100 years old. He stopped, scratching his head, and stared at the ground. "Weird," he called out to me. "Looks like an animal was digging here or something." I walked over, rake in hand. It wasn't an animal. The ground beneath the tree was soft, a patch of bare earth. And in that earth were clear, deep impressions. They weren't footprints. They were the distinct marks of someone's knees, and in front of them, 2 deep, dug-in holes, as if someone had been kneeling there for a long, long time, with their toes pressed hard into the soil. The positions were precise, intentional. They looked less like someone digging, and more like someone crouching, like in a foxhole. A cold feeling, separate from the autumn air, settled in my stomach. I didn't say anything. I just mumbled, "Yeah, weird," and went back to raking, but my heart was pounding. That night, the family was on edge without saying why. We played a normal game of cards after dinner, but the laughter was tense. My uncle went to bed first, complaining he was still sore and tired. My aunt followed not long after. Once their bedroom door was shut, the rest of us gathered in the living room, speaking in hushed tones. "Did you see the marks?" my dad asked me. I nodded. My practical aunt, the one who had put the board game away, was wringing her hands. "It's stress," she said, but her voice wasn't confident. "He's been worried about work. It's manifesting in strange ways. My cousin, though, was having none of it. It's the board game. We contacted something in it. It's hanging around him." A quiet argument started about what to do. Call a doctor? Talk to him? My dad, ever the peacekeeper, suggested we just watch. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Let's not make him feel like a science project. But maybe someone should just stay up tonight, just in case. So we set a watch. My dad took the first shift, sitting in the dark living room with a book and a small flashlight. I was too keyed up to sleep, so I stayed with him, pretending to read on the couch. The house was so quiet, every little creak was like a thunderclap. Hours crawled by. Nothing. Just as my eyes were getting heavy, around 2 in the morning we heard it. The soft, unmistakable sound of a bedroom door opening down the hall. Then quiet footsteps. My dad nudged me, and we both peered over the back of the couch toward the hallway. My uncle walked into the living room. He was in his pajamas again, his eyes wide open but utterly blank, like windows with no one home inside. He didn't look at us. He walked right past our hiding spot, through the living room, and unlocked the back door. He didn't just walk out. He moved with a purpose, going straight to the same lawn chair he'd stood behind the night before. But this time, he didn't just stand. He dropped into a low crouch behind it, his back perfectly straight. His hands came up empty, but they held a shape, one in front of the other, his right index finger extended along an invisible line. He was holding a pretend rifle. He was aiming it. He was scanning the tree line, his head moving in slow, practiced sweeps. My dad had his hand clamped over his own mouth, his eyes horrified. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I managed to open the voice memo app and hit record, setting it on the couch cushion aimed toward the open door. And then my uncle began to whisper. It was low, urgent, a stream of words that made no sense to me. A string of numbers and letters. Bravo 79er, Alpha 2. Coordinates. It sounded like map coordinates. And then, clear as day, he whispered a word in a language that wasn't English. It sounded like Saint something. It was French. I knew it was French. My uncle sold insurance. He'd never been to France. He didn't speak French. He whispered the phrase once, twice, and then his scanning stopped. He fixed his gaze on one spot in the woods, his pretend rifle steady. He held that position for a full minute, not moving a muscle, not even seeming to breathe. Then, as suddenly as he'd started, he relaxed. He stood up, brushed off his knees as if they were actually dirty, turned, and walked back inside, locking the door behind him. He padded back down the hall, and his bedroom door clicked shut. My dad and I sat in the dark for a full 5 minutes, not speaking, just listening to the blood roar in our ears. Finally, I reached for my phone and stopped the recording. We played it back, huddling together with the volume low. There was his whisper, creepy and clear. And then, as we listened, we heard something else. Underneath his voice, on the recording, was another sound. A faint, ghostly layer of other whispers, frantic and overlapping, speaking in what sure sounded like French. It was there and then gone, like a distant radio signal breaking through. We listened to it 3 times, each time feeling colder. My dad finally shook his head. "Don't tell your aunt." "Not yet." The next morning, the division in the family was clear. At breakfast, my uncle was cheerful again, whistling as he made more coffee. My aunt, who had been practical, was now firmly in the "this is a medical problem" camp. "We need to make a doctor's appointment as soon as we get home," she said firmly. My cousin and I were in the "this is something else" camp. My dad was stuck in the middle, looking troubled. I pulled out my phone when no one was looking and typed the French-sounding name my uncle had whispered into a search engine. My hands were still a little shaky. The results popped up. It was a real place. A tiny village in Normandy, France. The site of a major battle in World War II. I showed the screen to my dad under the table. His face went a shade paler. He showed it to my practical aunt. Her argument about stress faltered. How could stress make him know the name of a French village he'd never heard of? My uncle noticed our quiet conference. "What's everyone looking so serious about?" he asked, smiling. We all froze. My dad cleared his throat. "Nothing. Just trip planning." It was a weak excuse, but my uncle just nodded and went back to his newspaper. He was completely unaware. The waking him and the sleeping him were 2 different people, and the waking him wanted nothing to do with any of this. He was embarrassed by our concern, even a little angry. "I'm fine." he insisted later when my aunt tried to gently bring up seeing a doctor. You're all letting your imaginations run wild because of that stupid board game. It's a bunch of nonsense. His denial was a wall. We couldn't help him if he refused to admit anything was wrong. That night, we didn't even need to set a formal watch. We were all awake, listening. The house felt like it was holding its breath. When his door opened again, we were all there in the shadows, me, my dad, my aunt, my cousin. He walked through us as if we were furniture, out the back door. But he didn't go to the lawn chair. He walked past it, into the garden, to a soft patch of tilled earth where my aunt had planned to plant bulbs. And there, under the moon, he sank to his knees. He began to move his hands, not in a shooting motion, but in a digging motion. He mimed scooping up handfuls of dirt, over and over, throwing the imaginary soil to the side. It was a sad, relentless, heartbreaking motion. And as he dug his phantom hole, his face, so blank before, began to change. His mouth twisted. His eyes squeezed shut. And then in the still night, we saw tears, real tears, cut clean tracks through the faint shadow of stubble on his cheeks. He was crying silently as he dug, his shoulders shaking with the effort of his invisible, terrible work. We didn't stop him that night. We just watched, helpless, as our family man knelt in the dirt, weeping for a reason none of us understood, digging a hole for something he couldn't see, in a war he never fought. When he finally stopped, wiped his face with the back of his hand, and went back inside, we all slowly let out the breaths we'd been holding. The immediate mystery of the sleepwalking had an answer, but it was a terrifying one. He was reliving something. Something about digging. Something about France. Something that brought a grown man to tears in his sleep. As we all silently agreed to go to bed, the question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question, hanging in the air more urgent than ever, was why? And what was he, or the thing using him, trying so desperately to uncover? The day after the digging in the garden, the house felt like a hospital waiting room. We all moved carefully, talking in low voices, stealing glances at my uncle who sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of coffee he wasn't drinking. He looked exhausted, deep purple smudges under his eyes, and his hands, resting on the table, kept flexing and curling as if they were sore. He finally looked up at his wife and said, his voice raw, "Why is it always dirt? My hands won't come clean." He held them out, palms up. They were perfectly clean, but he stared at them like they were caked with mud. That was the moment the last bit of skepticism in the house died. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was an invasion. The episodes weren't just walks anymore. They were performances, and each one was more horrible than the last. That next night, he didn't go outside. He stood in the middle of the living room. His body became a tense, twitching puppet. He would lunge forward, arms out as if pushing someone away, his face a mask of anger. Then he'd freeze, and his expression would crumple into desperate sadness, pulling his arms back as if hugging the air, rocking back and forth. Then, sharp and clear, he'd bring a finger to his lips in a fierce shush motion. The most terrifying part came next. He'd draw the same finger slowly, deliberately, across his own throat. Then the cycle would start again. Push, pull, shush, cut. Over and over. It was a silent, frantic argument with a ghost. We watched, huddled together on the stairs, too scared to interrupt. It felt like stopping him would be like cutting a wire on a bomb. We were no longer a family on vacation. We were a research team studying a haunting, and the subject was someone we loved. While the others argued about next steps, a neurologist, a psychiatrist, a priest, I felt a desperate need to understand. If this was about my great-grandfather, then I needed to know who he really was. The family stories were all about heroism and quiet strength. But the thing using my uncle wasn't acting heroic. It was acting guilty. Terrified, I waited until everyone was distracted and took my laptop to a corner of the house where the Wi-Fi was strongest. I started searching. It was hard. My great-grandfather was a common name, and his army records weren't just online. But I knew his unit from the old stories. I typed in the unit designation and World War II in Normandy. Page after page of dry military history, lists of battles. Then I found a roster, a list of men in that unit. My finger traced down the screen, and there it was, his name, and a few lines below, another name. First Lieutenant Kelly, killed in action, August 1944, near a town whose name I recognized from my uncle's whispered coordinates. My breath caught in my chest. Kelly was real. The name from the board game was a real person who died right where my great-grandfather fought. A cold, solid certainty formed in my gut, a horrible puzzle piece clicking into place. This wasn't a random ghost. This was about something specific, something bad that happened there. I dug deeper, my fingers flying over the keys. I searched my great-grandfather's name plus court-martial plus 1944. The search results shifted. I clicked on a link from a military archive site. It was a list of case files, digitized but blurry. I saw his name again. Next to it was a case number and a single stark word: sealed. The details were blocked, but the charge listed next to the case number made my blood turn to ice. It didn't say desertion or theft. It said atrocity. The word sat on the screen, black and final. An atrocity. A war crime. The family myth of the quiet hero shattered in that instant, replaced by this one awful, official word. I felt sick. I must have made a sound because my dad came over. "What is it?" he asked, his voice tired. I just turned the laptop screen toward him. He leaned in, squinting. I watched his face as he read it. First, confusion. Then denial. "No," he said softly. "That's a mistake. That's not him. Some other guy with the same name." But I pointed to the unit number. It was the same. I pointed to the date. It was right after the battle where Kelly died. My dad's face, usually so calm and reassuring, began to crumple. It wasn't anger at me, but a deep, painful cracking of something fundamental inside him. The stories he'd grown up with, the foundation of our family's pride, were turning to ash. He put a hand on my shoulder, not saying anything for a long time. He just stared at the floor, his own personal history rewriting itself in front of his eyes. "Don't tell your mother yet," he finally whispered. "Or your uncle. Not until we know more." But the word was out there now, in the space between us. Atrocity. That night was the worst one yet. My uncle, during his episode, didn't stay in the living room. He walked right past all of us, out the back door, down the rickety wooden dock that led to the lake. The moon was full, casting a long, white path on the black water. He walked to the very end, where the dock met the shore, and stepped off into the shallow, reedy edge. The water came up to his shins. He stood there for a moment, then bent down and picked up a thick, broken branch from the water's edge. He held it in both hands, and then he began to stab it down into the water. Not in a wild, angry way, in a horrible, rhythmic, practiced way. Down, pull up, like he was finishing a job. His whole body was rigid with the effort, his face a tight mask of concentration that slowly twisted into agony. Then the sound started. Not words, guttural, choking sounds that ripped out of him. They weren't cries of fear, but of a sorrow so deep it had no name. He was sobbing, his body shaking, but his arms kept moving, driving that branch into the murky lake bed over and over, the water splashing up around him with each terrible thrust. We couldn't just watch this time. My dad and I ran down the dock. The feeling of grabbing my uncle's arm while he was in this state was wrong. His skin was cold, and his muscles were like steel cables. He fought us for a second, his eyes wide and unseeing, still fixed on the spot in the water. Then he went limp, dropping the branch. The sobs turned into weak, broken whimpers. We half-carried, half-walked his soaked, shivering form back into the house and to his bed. His wife helped him into dry clothes, her own face wet with tears. He was asleep, real sleep, in minutes. The rest of us were left in the living room, shell-shocked. The rational explanations were gone. This was about water, not dirt. This was about violence. My mind connected the dots. The official word atrocity, and the man in the lake stabbing downward, not at an enemy soldier, but at something already in the water. Something helpless. The next day I acted. With my dad's silent, grim permission, I filled out the formal online request to the military archives to unseal the court-martial records. It said it could take weeks for a response. I hit submit, feeling like I'd just mailed a letter to the past, asking it to send back its worst secrets. That evening, my uncle was quiet but seemed more himself, like the storm in him had passed for now. We all tried to have a normal dinner, but the effort was colossal. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, I walked past the hallway where the portrait of my great-grandfather hung. I stopped, and I saw something that made my skin prickle. My uncle was already there. He was standing right in front of the painting, not sleeping, but fully awake. He was just standing there, his head tilted to one side, staring up at the face of the man in the uniform. He wasn't crying. He wasn't miming. He was just listening. His expression was one of deep, focused attention, as if the painted lips were moving, whispering instructions only he could hear. He stood there for so long I finally crept away, not wanting him to see me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The request was in. We had taken a concrete step toward the truth. But as I replayed the image of my uncle standing sentinel before that portrait, a new and more frightening question took shape. We were trying to uncover the past. But what if the past, through my uncle, was now watching us back? The immediate horror of the nightly episodes had found a kind of closure. We knew they were connected to a real, terrible event. But the hook for what came next was sharp and clear. We had asked the government for the truth. What were we going to do when it finally answered? A strange calm settled over the lake house in the days that followed, but it was the calm of people holding their breath. My uncle's nighttime episodes stopped, just like that. He slept through the night, and by day he seemed more like his old self, though quieter, more thoughtful, like a man recovering from a long illness. The rest of us tiptoed around the unspoken truth hanging in the air, waiting for the military archives to answer my request. We were all stuck, suspended between the horror we'd witnessed and the official history we were afraid to read. Then, one morning at breakfast, my uncle did something that broke the calm wide open. He was buttering his toast, looking out the window at the old oak tree at the edge of the property. Without turning his head, he said in a completely normal, conversational tone, "You know, something's buried under that tree. I dreamed it." He took a bite of his toast. The rest of us froze. His wife dropped a spoon. My dad put his coffee cup down so slowly it didn't make a sound. My uncle seemed to notice the quiet and looked around. "What?" "It was just a dream. A weird one." But his eyes, for a second, looked far away, like he was seeing the dream all over again. That was the push we needed. The family council happened right there at the kitchen table. The rational aunt, who had wanted doctors, now spoke with a new, grim determination. "We can't live like this, waiting for some piece of paper. If there's something in the ground, then let's find it. Let's have a real thing to look at, instead of all this phantom stuff." My cousin, pale but nodding, agreed. My dad was the last holdout. "Digging up the yard? What if we find nothing? What if we find something we can't handle?" But the look on my uncle's face, that casual, dreaming certainty, decided it. We had to know. We were going to dig. It felt like crossing a line. We were no longer just observers or researchers. We were becoming grave diggers in our own family's story. We got shovels from the tool shed. The day was bright and cool, the sun feeling like an intruder on such a grim task. We all walked out to the big oak tree, a little procession of people who had no idea what they were doing. My uncle came too, looking confused but willing to help. "I guess I started this," he said with a weak smile. "Might as well see it through." He pointed to a spot about 3 feet out from the massive trunk. "Right here." My aunt, the practical one, took the first shovel. She was strong and angry, and she drove the blade into the earth with a vengeance. We took turns. The ground was soft from all the rain, but it was still hard work. The mood was tense, nobody talking much, just the sound of shovels biting into soil and the grunt of effort. We dug about 2 feet down, creating a neat, square hole. We found nothing but roots and worms. My dad wiped his brow. "Maybe the dream was just a dream," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. My aunt, however, was stubborn. She jumped into the hole and took another hard thrust with her shovel. This time, the metal struck something that wasn't dirt or stone. It was a dull, solid clang. The sound echoed in the quiet yard. Everyone stopped. She looked up at us, her face streaked with dirt, all the color gone from her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were huge. She carefully scraped the soil away. There, in the bottom of the hole, was a flat, rusted metal surface. It wasn't a rock. It was shaped. We all got down on our knees, brushing dirt away with our hands. It was a box. A metal box, about the size of a large shoebox, covered in flaky orange rust. It had military stenciling on it, faded but readable. 30 calories. An ammunition box from the war. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was real. This was a physical thing from the past, right here under our tree. My dad and I reached down and carefully worked our fingers under the edges. It was heavier than it looked. We lifted it out of the earth and set it on the grass. It felt wrong holding it. It was cold and damp, and it carried a scent of old metal and something else, something sour and ancient, like pennies and dried fear. We all stared at it. My uncle just looked bewildered. "What in the world?" he whispered. The box was sealed shut, the lid fused with rust. My dad went back to the tool shed and came back with a pry bar and a hammer. He worked the thin edge of the bar into the seam. The rust squealed and protested. With a final, grating crunch, the lid popped open. We all leaned forward, a tight circle around this ugly little chest from the past. The inside was shadowy. My cousin had a flashlight on her phone and shone it in. The beam illuminated the first object. It was small, white, heart-shaped. It was the planchette, the plastic pointer from the Ouija board. A gasp went around the circle. My cousin who owned the board let out a small, choked sound. That object, the one we had all touched to start this nightmare, had been buried here for decades, waiting. It created a terrifying loop in my mind. We hadn't randomly contacted a ghost. The ghost, or the memory, or the guilt, had used the board to guide us to this exact spot, to its own hiding place. I was the one who reached in. My fingers trembled as I lifted the planchette out. It felt no different than it had that rainy afternoon. Underneath it were bundles of papers, tied with crude, disintegrating string. I lifted one bundle out. The paper was thick, yellowed, stained with dark spots. The handwriting was unmistakable. I'd seen it on old Christmas cards and in the margins of family books. It was my great-grandfather's hand. The same man from the portrait. These were his letters. The very air around us seemed to grow still, like the whole world was waiting to hear what they said. We carried the box into the house, setting it on the kitchen table like a bomb we had to defuse. We all sat around it, even my uncle, who looked more lost than ever. The planchette sat to the side, a creepy paperweight. I carefully untied the brittle string on the top bundle. The pages felt fragile, like dried leaves. I smoothed the first one out on the table. My family watched me, their faces pale and expectant. I didn't want to read it aloud, but I knew I had to. My voice, when it came out, was thin and shaky. I started to read the words my great-grandfather had written in some French field over 75 years ago. They weren't to a wife or a mother. They weren't dated or signed. They were just a raw, screaming confession poured onto paper, addressed to no one, or maybe to everyone. The rain here is like the rain back home, but it smells of smoke and something else I can't name. It began. The normalcy of it made the next part worse. He wrote about a clearing action in a village. Lieutenant Kelly, he said, wanted to do it by the book, wanted to be careful, but the others, the men in his squad, were angry. They were scared and bleeding from a previous fight. They said the villagers couldn't be trusted. They said they had to make sure no one could talk about seeing them. They used phrases like ensuring quiet and taking care of loose ends. As I read these cold military words, my mind superimposed the images of my uncle's pantomimes. The frantic digging, the slashing across the throat, the violent stabbing into the water. The euphemisms unraveled, revealing their horrible, true meaning. The loose ends were people. The ensuring quiet was permanent. I kept reading, my voice growing tighter. The letters got more desperate, more guilt-ridden. He wrote about hiding the things near a landmark so he could find them again, to do right by them one day. He described a shattered millstone by a creek. Without thinking, I pulled out my phone. I opened a map and typed in the name of the French village from my research. I switched to satellite view. We all crowded around the tiny screen. I zoomed in, and there it was, just outside the village, a winding blue line of a creek. And right beside it, a clear, perfectly circular gray shape. A millstone. A real place, right there on a modern map, matching the description in the letter. The final page was the worst. The writing was scribbled, frantic. It ended not with love or a signature, but with one single, stark sentence scrawled across the bottom of the page. If you find this, tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me. I stopped reading. The words hung in the kitchen, more real and more awful than any ghostly whisper. The apology wasn't for us, his family. It was for the people in that village. And it was a confession that spread the guilt. He wasn't alone. My uncle was staring at the table, tears silently rolling down his face. He wasn't the sleepwalker now. He was just a man hearing the darkest secret of his own bloodline, and he looked utterly broken. My practical aunt reached out and took his hand. The mystery of the sleepwalking, of the whispers and the digging, had a terrible, concrete answer. We had found the source. The closure was grim and absolute. Our family hero was a war criminal, and his buried guilt had been festering under our tree for generations, finally calling out to us through a child's game. The box was open. The truth was out. But as I looked at the weeping man across from me, and then at the little plastic planchette sitting so innocently on the table, the hook for what came next was sharp and undeniable. The letter's plea wasn't just a confession. It was a request. Tell them I'm sorry. But who were them? And how could we possibly deliver a message that was 75 years too late? The kitchen felt like a courtroom after a verdict had been read. The confession in my great-grandfather's own handwriting lay on the table between us, a guilty plea from beyond the grave. No one spoke for a long time. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and my uncle's quiet, ragged breathing as he tried to get control of himself. The proud family history we'd all carried, the story of the quiet, strong war hero, was gone. In its place was this ugly, complicated truth. He was a man who had participated in something awful and had spent the rest of his life hiding from it, literally burying it in his backyard. The weight of that knowledge settled on everyone in the room, a shared burden we hadn't asked for, but now had to carry. My practical aunt was the first to move. She stood up slowly, walked to the sink, and poured a glass of water. She drank it all in one go, her hand shaking slightly. "Okay," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Okay, so that's it. That's what this was all about." She looked at my uncle, her husband, his face buried in his hands. "It wasn't you. It was never you. It was his memory, his guilt." My uncle looked up, his eyes red. "But it felt like me," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The dirt on my hands, the crying. It felt so real." My dad, still staring at the letters, spoke in a hollow tone. He wanted someone to find this. He needed someone to know. He pointed a trembling finger at the final, scribbled line. But he didn't want to carry the blame alone. It wasn't just me. He's pointing a finger, even now. That shifted the horror in a new direction. It wasn't just about one man's secret crime anymore. It was about a conspiracy, a shared atrocity, and a pact of quiet that had lasted for generations. Who were the others? Were their families out there somewhere, living with their own unexplained curses, their own uncles who dug holes in the night? My cousin, who had been so quiet, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was thin and frightened. "The board. The talking board. I found it in the attic years ago, in an old trunk with some of his things." She looked at the plastic planchette on the table as if it were a poisonous insect. It was wrapped in a cloth. I thought it was a cool antique. I didn't think it was part of this. That explained how the thing, the memory, the ghost, whatever it was, had reached out. It had used its own relic, placed in the hands of a bored relative, to call us to the truth. It was a chilling thought that we were led step by a guilt that had a plan. We spent the next few hours going through the rest of the box. There were more letters, each one more despairing than the last, but adding no new facts. There were a few personal items, a tarnished medal my great-grandfather had clearly never wanted to look at again, a broken pocket knife, a small, blurred photograph of his army squad, a bunch of young men with grim smiles, their arms around each other. I looked at their faces, wondering which one was Kelly, and which ones were the others. My uncle, slowly pulling himself together, reached out and picked up the old photograph. He studied it for a long time, his finger tracing the faces. He stopped on one young man, his expression softening with a sad recognition. "Him," he said quietly. "The one who argued. The one who wanted to do it right." He was pointing to a tall, lean soldier with a serious face. He had identified Kelly without ever being told. A shiver went through me. The knowledge was in him now, seeping into the cracks the sleepwalking had opened. That night, for the first time in weeks, we all slept without dread. The haunting, it seemed, was over. The secret was out. The thing in the box had wanted to be found, and we had found it. There was a grim closure to it. We knew the worst now. The mystery of the whispers and the digging was solved. But a new and more practical horror took its place. What do you do with a truth like this? The next morning, over coffee that no one really tasted, we had the conversation we'd been avoiding. "We have to decide what to do," my dad said. "We can't just put it back." My aunt, always action-oriented, nodded. "We burn the letters. We destroy the box. We move on and never speak of it again." But my uncle shook his head. He looked older, the events having carved new lines in his face. "No," he said, his voice firm. "He didn't bury it so it could be burned. He buried it so it could be found. And he asked for something. Tell them I'm sorry." "Tell who?" my cousin asked, her voice rising. "The people are all dead. It was a lifetime ago." "Are they?" I found myself saying. Everyone looked at me. I picked up my phone, the satellite image of the French village, and the millstone still on the screen. It's a real place. People live there. Their grandparents lived through that war. They might have stories about families who just disappeared. The idea hung in the air, monstrous and huge. This wasn't just a family secret anymore. It was a piece of history, a war crime, sitting on our kitchen table. Did we have a responsibility to that history? To the descendants of the people my great-grandfather had helped kill? The moral dilemma was a trap with no good way out. If we destroyed it all, we became part of the cover-up, continuing the quiet his squad had imposed. If we tried to tell someone, We would destroy our own family's reputation forever, and we might rip open old wounds for people in a country an ocean away. My dad put his head in his hands. "There's no right answer," he groaned. We spent the day in a state of paralyzed indecision. The box sat on the table, a dark sun around which our family orbit was stuck. I found myself drawn to the last letter, to that frantic final sentence. Tell them it wasn't just me. It wasn't just a plea for forgiveness. It was an accusation. He wanted the others named. He wanted their families to share this burden. That's when a new, more personal fear began to grow in me. This guilt, this traumatic memory, it had jumped from my great-grandfather to my uncle. It had used him like a puppet to unearth its confession. Now that the confession was out, was it satisfied? Or was the infection, for lack of a better word, still inside him? I watched my uncle closely. He was calm, but in a drained, empty way. He would sometimes look at his hands, or out the window toward the oak tree, and his eyes would lose focus for a minute, like he was tuning into a distant radio station only he could hear. The closure of finding the box was real. The haunting performances had ended. But as evening fell on that long, awful day, a subtle hook snagged in my mind, a question that wouldn't let go. The message had been delivered to us, his family, but the apology hadn't been for us. We had opened the box and read the words, but the job felt unfinished. The letter asked us to be messengers. Could we really just close the lid and walk away, knowing we were ignoring a dying man's last request, a request that had waited 75 years in the dark to be heard? The box was evidence of a finished crime, but the feeling in the house wasn't of an ending. It was the quiet, anxious pause before a very difficult decision had to be made. The week after we opened the box was the strangest of all. The dramatic, terrifying sleepwalking was gone. My uncle slept through the nights, a deep, unmoving sleep. But the haunting wasn't over. It had just changed channels. It was seeping into his waking hours, a slow, quiet possession. He was different. Not the fun-loving, easygoing man he'd been. He was withdrawn, jumpy. The sound of a car backfiring down the road made him drop a plate. He'd stare at his hands for minutes at a time, flexing his fingers as if they were unfamiliar tools. One afternoon, I heard him muttering to himself in the garage. I peeked in. He was cleaning an old hunting rifle he hadn't touched in years. But he wasn't just wiping it down. His movements were crisp, efficient, and totally precise, like a soldier performing field maintenance. He was humming a tune, a sad, meandering melody that didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard on the radio. He stopped abruptly, looked at the disassembled rifle parts in his hands as if seeing them for the first time, and dropped them onto the workbench with a look of pure terror. The knowledge was in him, and it was leaking out. The worst was when his wife, my aunt, asked him to pass the salt at dinner. He looked at her, his eyes cloudy for a second, and said, "Oui, chérie." "Yes, dear," in French, a language he didn't speak. The table went quiet. He blinked, shook his head, and laughed a nervous, embarrassed laugh. "Sorry, I don't know where that came from." But we all knew. The thing that had used his body at night was now coloring his thoughts during the day. He was becoming a mixing bowl for two lives, his own and the lingering, guilty memory of my great-grandfather. While the family tried to adjust to this new, unsettling normal, I became obsessed with the other part of the confession. It wasn't just me. If this curse, or traumatic inheritance, had come to our family, did it go to others? I spent every evening on my laptop, a detective in a very cold case. Using the squad photo and the few names mentioned in the letters, I painstakingly tracked down what happened to the other men. It was like following trails of sorrow. One soldier's son had died in a car accident at 19, a tragedy always called senseless. Another man's grandson had a history of violent outbursts and was in prison. A third had a line of descendants plagued by severe depression and alcoholism. Their families weren't haunted by sleepwalking diggers, but they were haunted all the same, by bad luck, by sudden tragedies, by a darkness that seemed to follow their bloodline. It wasn't just our story. It was a broken promise that had shattered and sent splinters into multiple families for generations. The guilt wasn't just a ghost, it was a poison in the bloodline. I found an online genealogy forum where people asked questions about their relatives who served. There, I found a post from a woman with a different last name. She was asking about her grandfather, who had been in the same unit as my great-grandfather. She wrote, "He was never right after the war. He had terrible nightmares his whole life, always about digging. He used to say the mud of France would never come off his hands." My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, reading her words over and over. She was out there, living with the echo of the same nightmare, and she had no idea why. I didn't message her. What would I say? The weight of it all, the sheer scale of this hidden tragedy, pressed down on me. It wasn't a single ghost in a lake house. It was a chain of pain stretching across decades and families, all because of a terrible secret buried in a French field. The final straw came a few days later. My uncle seemed to be having a better day. We were all in the living room, trying to watch a movie. He got up to get a drink from the kitchen. He was gone a long time. I went to check on him. He was just standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the back door, perfectly still. "You okay?" I asked. He didn't turn. In a voice that was flat and devoid of his usual warmth, he said, "It's not finished." I took a step closer. "What's not finished, Uncle?" He turned his head toward me. His eyes were that familiar, blank glass again, but he was awake. It was the most terrifying combination yet. "The job," he said, and now his voice changed, dropping into that lower, grating register I'd heard during the sleepwalking whispers. It had the hint of an accent. "It was botched, hidden in a hurry. It needs to be done right, made proper, or he will never rest. We will never rest." Then his knees buckled. I lunged and caught him before he hit the floor, guiding him to a chair. He put his head in his hands, breathing hard. "What happened?" he mumbled. I felt dizzy. He had no memory of speaking. The entity or the memory, or whatever it was, had just staged a daylight coup. It had spoken its demands clearly, using his voice. "Finish it. Bury it right." The message was no longer a cryptic puzzle. It was a direct order. The family meeting that night was grim. We were past denial, past fear of the supernatural. We were now planners for a mission we didn't understand. "What does bury it right mean?" my cousin asked, her voice small. "We already dug it up. Does he want us to put the box back?" My dad, looking more tired than I'd ever seen him, shook his head. "No, he didn't bury the box in France. He buried it here. Bury it right means. It means do what he didn't have the courage to do. Bury the secret where it happened, with the people it happened to." The idea was so enormous it sucked the air out of the room. Go to France. Find the actual spot by the millstone. Do something with the guilt that had been festering for 75 years. It was impossible. It was crazy. My aunt, his wife, started crying. We can't take him over there. Look at him. He's not well. What if he gets lost over there? What if he becomes that other person for good?" But the alternative was just as frightening. Leave it unfinished. Let this slow possession of my uncle continue, maybe forever. Let the splintered guilt continue to wound the other families who didn't know why they were cursed. The decision was taken out of our hands the very next morning. My aunt came into the living room, her face as white as paper. She was holding her tablet. "He bought a ticket," she said, her voice trembling. "Last night, on my computer. A one-way flight to Paris. For himself. Leaving in 3 days." My uncle, hearing this, looked up from his coffee, genuinely baffled. "I didn't do that. I wouldn't know how to book an international ticket." But the confirmation email was right there on the screen. The sleepwalker hadn't just walked outside. He had gone online, navigated a travel website, entered passport details, and purchased a ticket. He was planning a pilgrimage, and the waking man was just a passenger in his own life. The closure of this chapter was stark and unavoidable. The haunting had evolved from scary noises in the night to a concrete, real-world action. A plane ticket had been purchased. The mystery was no longer about what or why. It was about where and how. The entity had a goal, and it was using my uncle's credit card and body to achieve it. We weren't deciding if we would go to France anymore. The decision had been made for us. The only question left was, who was going to go with him to make sure he came back? And what in the world were we supposed to do when we got there? The hook for the next part of this nightmare was no longer subtle. It was a printed itinerary, and it had a departure time. 3 days later, we were on a plane over the Atlantic. It was a small, shell-shocked group, me, my dad, my once skeptical aunt, and my uncle. We had canceled his one-way ticket and booked round-trip seats for all of us, telling the airline a vague story about a family emergency. It wasn't a lie. The emergency was just 75 years old. We carried the rusty ammunition box in a new duffel bag, checked luggage containing a crime. My uncle was sedated for the flight, a mild prescription from a very confused doctor back home who had agreed it was for extreme travel anxiety. He slept for most of the journey, slumped against the window. Then about an hour before landing, he sat bolt upright, his eyes wide open and clear. He looked out at the blanket of clouds below us and said, in a voice that was utterly calm and carried my great-grandfather's inflection. It was faster coming back. Last time, the sea was full of bodies. Then he blinked, shuddered, and went back to his drugged sleep as if nothing had happened. My dad and I exchanged a look over his head. We were no longer tourists. We were escorts for a man who was a doorway to the past. Landing in France felt like stepping into a different kind of dream. Everything was normal. Airports are airports everywhere. But the weight of why we were there made the coffee smell different, made the signs in French feel like accusations. We rented a car, a small, boxy thing, and loaded our grim luggage into the trunk. My uncle, now awake and groggy, got into the passenger seat. My dad was driving, nervously fiddling with the GPS. Where to? He asked my uncle, trying to sound casual. My uncle didn't hesitate. He didn't look at a map. He pointed northwest, out of the city. That way, toward the coast. I'll tell you when to turn. And he did. As we left the outskirts of Paris and entered the green, rolling countryside of Normandy, my uncle became a living GPS. He'd say, left at the next crossroads, or follow this road for about 5 kilometers. He'd never been here, never studied a map, but he knew. The closer we got, the more agitated he became. His hands gripped his knees. He started breathing faster. The landscape, with its old stone farms and hedgerows, seemed to match the descriptions from the letters with an eerie accuracy. We were driving directly into a memory. We found the village in the late afternoon. It was postcard pretty, a cluster of stone buildings with flowering window boxes, peaceful and quiet. We didn't stop there. My uncle's directions took us past it, down a narrower lane, to where the land opened up near a creek. Stop here, he said, his voice tight. We pulled onto the grassy verge. There was the creek, just like in the satellite image, babbling softly. And there, half sunk in the grass and moss, was the shattered millstone. A perfect, mossy half-circle of stone, exactly as described in the letter. It was real. It was all devastatingly real. We got out of the car. The air was cool and sweet with the smell of wet earth and grass. It should have been beautiful. It felt like a cemetery. My uncle walked ahead of us, his steps sure. He went straight to a spot between the creek bank and the broken millstone. He stood there looking down at the ground, his whole body beginning to tremble. He raised a hand, pointing a finger straight down at the grass. Here, he said, but it wasn't his voice. It was the other voice, low and strained, cracked with an emotion I couldn't name. We put them here, in the soft earth by the water. The word them hung in the air. Not it, them. We all stood frozen, a little family from America, standing on this peaceful patch of French ground where something unspeakable had happened. The reality of it was a physical blow. This wasn't a story in a box anymore. This was the dirt under our shoes. My aunt started to cry silently, her hand over her mouth. My dad looked pale and sick. I just felt a hollow, awful sadness. The moment was broken by a movement across the creek. An old woman was in a small garden, tending to some plants. She had stopped her work and was watching us. Her eyes, sharp and wary, moved from our unfamiliar faces to my uncle, standing like a statue pointing at the ground. Then her gaze dropped to the exact spot he was pointing at. Her wrinkled face changed. It wasn't curiosity. It was recognition and then fear. She made a quick, sharp gesture with her hand, touching her forehead and then her chest, a sign I somehow knew was meant to ward off evil. Then she turned without a word and hurried back toward a small stone house, disappearing inside. Even the locals, it seemed, knew this place was wrong. The spell broke. My uncle lowered his hand, looking confused and exhausted. What? What are we doing? He asked in his own voice. We didn't answer. We had a more immediate problem. We had shovels in the trunk of the rental car. We had the box. We were here. But what now? Dig up this ground? We had no right. We could be desecrating a grave, breaking who knew what laws. My dad and aunt started arguing in tense, hushed whispers. We can't just dig. This is a foreign country. What if we find bones? Then we call the authorities. We have to do something. We didn't come all this way to just look at it. My uncle stood apart, staring at the spot, his head tilted as if listening. I watched him, and I watched the spot on the ground. The directive was clear. Bury it right. But what was it? The confession box? Ourselves? My uncle suddenly moved. While the rest of us were locked in a panicked debate, he walked calmly back to the car. He opened the trunk. He took out one of the shovels. He walked back to the spot, hefting the shovel in his hands with a familiarity that was not his own. Before any of us could shout or stop him, he positioned the blade, and he drove it into the earth. The sound it made was not the soft crunch of soil. It was a dull, hollow wooden thunk. The shovel had only gone in about 6 inches before it hit something solid, something buried just beneath the surface. He froze, the shovel embedded in the ground. The rest of us froze too. All the arguing stopped. The world narrowed to that shovel, in that spot, with that sound. My uncle looked back at us, his eyes wide, his own fear finally showing through. "There's something here," he whispered. We all rushed over. My dad took the shovel handle from my uncle's limp hands. He carefully pulled the shovel out. We all got on our knees, brushing away the loose soil and grass with our fingers. Just beneath the surface, we exposed not dirt, but old, dark, rotting wood. It was another box, smaller than the one we brought, older, more corroded. This wasn't an ammunition box. It was a simple, crude wooden crate, falling apart from decades in the damp earth. This wasn't something my great-grandfather had buried. This was something he and the others had put here during the war. The thing they had botched. The thing that needed to be made proper. We had come to bury our family's guilt. But the ground had offered up something else first. The past wasn't just a memory. It was a physical object, waiting for us. The closure of the journey was absolute. We had followed the haunting to its source, to the exact piece of earth it cried out from. We had found what the sleepwalking and the whispers were pointing to. But the hook for what came next was lying right there in the shallow hole, wrapped in rotten wood. We hadn't finished anything. We had just started to dig up the real secret. What was in this box? And what were we supposed to do with it now that the whole terrible story was literally at our fingertips? The world shrank to that patch of damp earth by the French creek. We didn't speak. The only sounds were the water bubbling over stones and our own ragged breathing. We had come to bury a sin, but the ground had coughed up its own evidence first. The small, rotting wooden box sat in its shallow grave, a sight more terrifying than any ghost. My dad, his face set in a grim mask, knelt and carefully pried the crumbling lid off with his fingers. The wood splintered easily, revealing what was inside. This wasn't an American soldier's confession. These were the belongings of the people. There was a small, hand-carved wooden toy horse, its paint faded to ghosts of color. A woman's simple hairpin, tarnished black. A few buttons. A folded, fragile piece of fabric that might have been from a child's dress. And at the bottom, a small leather wallet, stiff and moldy. My dad, his hands trembling worse than I'd ever seen, opened it. Inside were identity papers, brittle as autumn leaves. The photograph on them was barely visible, but the names were clear. The Moreau family. The papers were pierced through by a single dark-stained hole. A bullet hole. These were not war souvenirs. These were trophies of a massacre, hidden in a panic, buried badly. This was the botched job. They hadn't just killed people. They'd stolen the proof of who they were and tried to hide it. My uncle made a small choke sound. He reached into the box, not for the papers, but for the tiny wooden horse. He picked it up, cradling it in his palm, and then he began to weep. But this was different from the tears he'd cried in the garden or by the lake. Those were the furious, guilty sobs of my great-grandfather. These tears were quiet, endless, and filled with a bottomless, foreign sorrow. He wasn't crying for himself or for his ancestor. He was crying for the child who had lost this toy. In that moment, the presence in the air changed. The angry, restless feeling that had clung to him for weeks seemed to lift and blow away on the creek breeze, replaced by a profound, echoing sadness that belonged to the land itself. The haunting, I realized, had never been about my great-grandfather's guilt alone. It had been about the unfinished business of the victims. Their story had been buried here, and their need for recognition had been a quiet scream in the universe, one that had finally twisted its way through bloodlines and Ouija boards to reach us. We carefully placed everything back in the broken wooden box. We now had 2 boxes, the heavy rusted metal one containing our family's shame, and this small, terrible wooden one holding the truth of the crime. "Bury it right," the voice had said. The meaning was now horrifyingly clear. They had to be buried together. The confession with the victims, the apology with the offense. But doing it here now felt wrong. This was evidence. This was proof of a war crime. We filled the small hole back in, meticulously replacing the sod until the ground looked undisturbed. We took the wooden box with us. No one said a word as we drove to a cheap hotel in a nearby town. The 2 boxes sat side by side in the trunk, a terrible weight we could all feel. That evening in the cramped, dim hotel room, my uncle slept a normal, deep sleep for the first time since this nightmare began. The lines of tension were gone from his face. The possession, it seemed, was over. The debt had been called due. The rest of us sat around the small table, the two boxes taking up most of the space. "What do we do now?" my aunt asked, her voice hollow. "We can't just drive away." My dad ran a hand over his face. "We have to tell someone. The authorities. A historical society. Someone. And destroy our family?" She shot back, but the fire was gone from her argument. "It's already destroyed," I said quietly, looking at my peaceful, sleeping uncle. "But maybe it can be put back together right for once." The next morning, I took the photograph from the wooden box to the town hall in the village. An elderly clerk with kind eyes looked at the faded picture. Her smile faded. "The Morrow family," she said softly, her finger tracing the names. "They disappeared in the summer of 1944. The war was chaotic. Many people vanished. No one ever knew why. There was a rumor, of course, about the American soldiers passing through, but nothing was ever proven." She looked up at me, her eyes sharp and suddenly wet. "There is a granddaughter. She lives in Kinnow. She was raised by her mother's sister. She never knew what happened." She wrote a name and address on a slip of paper and pushed it across the counter. "Why do you ask?" I took the paper, my throat too tight to speak. I just shook my head, thanked her, and left. Back in the hotel room, I placed the slip of paper on the table between the two boxes. The final line of my great-grandfather's letter glared up from the open metal box. "Tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me." Them was no longer a ghostly idea. Them was a real woman, with an address, living her life an hour's drive away. She drank coffee and paid bills and wondered about the grandparents she never knew. We held a family vote, right there. Do we bury both boxes together quietly by the millstone, letting the secret return to the earth forever, sparing everyone the pain? Or do we use the address, tell the granddaughter the horrific truth, and in doing so, finally complete the apology that had waited for 75 years? The vote was split. My aunt, thinking of my uncle's peace, voted to bury it. My dad, thinking of historical truth, voted to tell. I was the tiebreaker. I looked at the sleeping man who had been our canary in this coal mine of family guilt. He had been the vessel for the pain of both the sinner and the sinned against. His peace had been bought with this knowledge. Keeping the secret now felt like stealing that peace and condemning the granddaughter to a lifetime of unanswered questions. We drove to Kin the following day. We didn't call ahead. What would we say? We parked outside a modest apartment building. We sat in the car for a long time, the two boxes on the back seat. Finally, my dad said, "We can't all go. It's too much." I nodded. I was the one who had read the letters. I was the one who had followed the trail. It felt like my responsibility. I took only the small wooden box. The confession, for now, would stay with us. I walked into the building, found the apartment number, and stood before the door. My heart was a drum in my ears. I raised my hand and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. A woman, perhaps in her 60s, with gentle eyes and gray hair, looked at me, curious about the stranger. I held out the wooden box. My voice, when I found it, was barely a whisper. "My name is Leo. I think. I have something that belongs to your family." I saw the confusion in her eyes, then a dawning, hesitant recognition as she looked at the old, carved wood. She stepped back, opening the door wider, a gesture not of welcome, but of a story that was finally coming home, ready or not. I crossed the threshold, the weight of the box in my hands feeling both immense and feather-light. The door closed softly behind me. I don't know what I will say next. I don't know how our story will change after today, or how ours will. But the haunting is over. The truth is out. The apology at last is being delivered. The closure is real and profound. The secret that festered under an oak tree and in a French field is now in the light, where it can finally begin to heal. The story of our family and hers is forever intertwined, not by a shared meal or a happy event, but by a shared tragedy that has finally found its voice. The hook for what comes after is no longer one of fear, but of consequence. It is the quiet sound of a door closing on a haunted past, and the uncertain, hopeful, human conversation that must now begin in the present. Story number 6. The quiet in my apartment wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like a weight pressing down on my skull. I was a writer who couldn't write, a person who made a living from making things up, who had completely run out of things to make up. My name is Henry. I sat there for hours, days maybe, just watching that blank screen, the little line blinking, waiting for me to type something, anything. I drank cheap wine straight from the bottle because using a glass felt like too much effort, too much ceremony for a failure. I needed a spark, a jolt, something to kick my brain back into gear. And then I remembered the box in the closet, the one with the fake cobwebs and the rubber bats. I dug through it and pulled out the Ouija board. It was a silly thing, a mass-produced piece of cardboard with a flimsy plastic planchette, something I bought for a laugh at a party years ago. It wasn't meant for real communication, it was meant for spooking friends and maybe getting a little closer to someone in the dark. But I was desperate. I figured maybe the theatrical act of it, the performance of asking for help, would shake something loose in my own head. I cleared off my coffee table, dusted the board, and placed my fingers lightly on the planchette. The apartment was so still I could hear the refrigerator humming in the other room. "All right," I said out loud, my voice sounding too loud in the emptiness. "Oh great spirits, or my own subconscious, or whoever is listening. I need a story. Give me something good." I expected to feel silly, to maybe nudge the thing toward goodbye, and give up. But the second I finished speaking, the planchette moved. It didn't glide. It jerked under my fingertips like something had grabbed it from below. It shot to the letter M so fast my fingers slipped. A chill, sharp and immediate, went straight up my spine. I laughed, a short, nervous sound. My mind was playing tricks, that was all. I was tired and drunk, and my muscles were twitching. I steadied my hands and tried again. The planchette moved again, a determined, zigzagging path across the board. M-U-R-D-U-R. I stared at the word. My heart was thumping hard against my ribs. This was my own doing, my desperate brain spelling out the most dramatic thing it could think of. I was about to lift my hands when it moved again faster. N-E-X-T-D-O-O-R. My breath caught in my throat. Next door. Without thinking, I looked over at my window. My neighbor, a quiet man who kept to himself, was outside in the fading evening light, calmly washing his car. He was soaping up a tire, methodical and ordinary. The contrast between that normal sight and the words screaming in my head was dizzying. I yanked my hands back from the board as if it had burned me. The planchette clattered to the floor. This was insane. I was losing it. I scooped up the board and the plastic piece and shoved them back into the Halloween box. Then I shoved the box deep into the closet and shut the door. I needed to prove to myself how ridiculous this was. I stomped back to my laptop, pulled up a fresh document, and with a defiant smirk, I typed the first line that came to me. The man next door was a murderer. It felt stupid and cliché. But then, as if a dam had broken, the words started to come. They didn't just trickle, they flooded. It wasn't just that he was a killer, he was a craftsman. He didn't have a basement, he had a workshop. I described the tools, they're not generic tools, but specific ones. A heavy black vice grip bolted to a scarred wooden workbench. A brand new roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting. Gallon jugs of bleach with a specific brand name, bought from a cash-only hardware store on the other side of town. My fingers flew over the keys, trying to keep up with the stream of horrible, vivid detail pouring into my mind. I wrote about the way he organized his screws, the smell of copper and ammonia that hung in the air, the single bare bulb that swung on a cord. I didn't know where these details were coming from, but they felt more real, more concrete than anything I'd written in years. The story poured out of me for hours, a dark and ugly thing that felt exhilarating to capture. I finally collapsed into bed, my mind buzzing, my body exhausted. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the blinds, and my neck was stiff from falling asleep at my desk. I blinked, looked at my computer screen. It was blank. The document was gone. A wave of panic crashed over me. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Had I not saved it? But then I felt a piece of paper under my elbow. I lifted my arm. It was a single sheet of printer paper, covered in handwriting. My handwriting, but different. It was scrawled in a panicked, angular slant, the letters digging into the paper. I didn't remember writing anything on paper. I picked it up with trembling hands. It wasn't part of the story I remembered writing. It was a first-person account. "The tape over my mouth tastes like glue and dust," it began. "He is very calm. He tells me to be still. The light from the single bulb swings, making the shadows of the tools on the wall dance. I think I am going to be one of his projects." My stomach turned. I dropped the page like it was a live insect. Where had this come from? I must have written it in my sleep, a weird half-dream continuation of the story. That was the only logical explanation. My subconscious was just really committed to the bit. It was creepy, but it was also, in a twisted way, good material. The raw fear in those scribbled sentences was powerful. I spent the rest of the morning trying to rationalize it all. The Ouija board thing was my own subconscious muscle movements, a classic example of the ideomotor effect. I'd read about it somewhere. The flood of story details was just a creative breakthrough, my brain finally firing on all cylinders again. The sleep-written page was just that, a weird sleepwalking episode. I was a writer, my brain was a factory of weird ideas, and it had just kicked into overdrive. It was all a coincidence, a perfect storm of frustration and creativity. I decided to lean into it. This dark, terrifying material was gold. I opened a new document and saved it as The Neighbor. I started typing again, using the details from the night before and that eerie handwritten page as my guide. I researched online about tools, about chemicals, not because I wanted to know, but because I needed the story to feel authentic. I found myself glancing out the window more often, watching my neighbor. I told myself I was just doing research, observing real-life behavior to make my character more believable. I noted his routine. He left for work at 7:15 a.m. He came home at 5:30 p.m. He took his trash out on Wednesday nights. He never had visitors. I saw him in his garage once, the door open, and I noted the tools on his wall. My eyes scanned the pegboard, and then my blood went cold. There, hanging between a hammer and a wrench, was a specific type of saw I'd described in my story the night before, a rare Swedish pruning saw with a distinctive curved blade. I'd written about that exact saw being used for a very specific, grisly purpose in my fictional workshop. I stood frozen at my window. That was a million-in-one coincidence. I must have seen that saw before, maybe last summer when his garage was open, and my brain had filed it away and used it. Yeah, that had to be it. My memory was just feeding my imagination. I backed away from the window, my heart rabbiting in my chest. I poured a drink to steady my nerves. It was just a good, if unnerving, creative process. Nothing more. That night, I went to bed feeling uneasy but determined to control the narrative, both literally and figuratively. I placed a fresh notebook and a pen on my nightstand, a joke to myself. If you're going to sleep right, at least do it neatly, I muttered. The next morning, I woke up feeling surprisingly rested. The sun was out. The events of the past 2 days felt blurred, like a strange dream. Then I saw it. The notebook on my nightstand was open. A single line was written on the page, in that same frantic, digging script. It said, "He's choosing the dog first. To practice. To see if anyone will notice it's gone." I read it once, twice. A hollow feeling opened up in my gut. My neighbor didn't have a dog, but the elderly couple 2 houses down did, a yappy little terrier that barked at every passing car. It was a harmless, annoying little thing. I got out of bed and walked slowly to my window, my mouth dry. I looked over toward the elderly couple's house. Their yard was empty. No little dog barking at the morning birds. Just a quiet, empty lawn. And as I stood there, trying to tell myself it was just another bizarre coincidence, that dogs get taken to the vet, or escape, or sleep inside, I saw my neighbor step out onto his front porch. He stretched his arms, looked up at the sky, and then very deliberately, his gaze turned and looked directly at my window. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just looked. Then he went back inside, leaving me standing there, the chilling sentence from the notebook burning in my mind, and a question hanging in the silent morning air. Had I written a story, or had I somehow started reading one that was already true? For the moment, I was safe in my apartment, the ordinary sounds of the neighborhood beginning to stir, but the sense of closure I desperately wanted was shattered by that single, direct glance and the terrifying possibility that the page had turned, and I was no longer just the author. That single look from my neighbor, that blank stare that held for just a second too long, changed everything. The quiet morning felt different now, charged, like the air before a lightning strike. I called the file on my computer, the nightmare document. It sat on my desktop, a tiny icon I couldn't stop opening, a bad tooth I kept poking with my tongue. The story wasn't just writing itself, anymore it felt like it was growing, like a vine pushing its way through the cracks of my reality. I would go to bed with a vague idea, a simple plot point like the villain gets nervous, and I would wake up to find 5 pages of detailed, chilling prose waiting for me. My sleeping self, the one who scrawled in that frantic handwriting, was becoming the real author. I was just the secretary, taking dictation from the darkest parts of the night. I tried to fight it. I spent a whole day writing a normal, boring scene about my fictional neighbor paying his bills. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. with an irresistible urge to write. I stumbled to my desk, and my hands typed a different scene entirely. It was a chapter where the villain decided to deal with a nuisance. The little yappy terrier from 2 doors down was getting on his nerves, barking at all hours. In the story, he didn't just kick it or yell. He was meticulous. He researched a specific brand of antifreeze, the sweet-tasting kind. He watched the elderly couple's routine, learned when they put the dog out in their small, fenced yard. In my half-asleep state, I typed out how he would slip into their yard at dawn, how he'd brought a small bowl of expensive-looking dog food, how he'd mixed the antifreeze into it to mask the sweetness. The words felt oily and wrong as I typed them, but my fingers wouldn't stop. They flew across the keys with a purpose that felt separate from me. I described the quiet satisfaction the villain felt, the way he watched from his own window as the dog ate the treat. I woke up the next morning slumped over my keyboard, the detailed, horrible scene completed on the screen. I felt sick. I deleted it immediately, my stomach churning. This had gone too far. This was just a story, a twisted exercise. I told myself to delete the whole document, to burn the notebook, to forget any of this ever happened. But I didn't. I saved the file. I told myself it was because the prose was compelling, in a horrifying way, that a real writer wouldn't waste such raw material. That was the lie I clung to. For 3 days, I avoided the window. I tried to write other things, silly blog posts, anything to break the spell. I kept hearing the little dog bark, and every time I did, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. On the third afternoon, I needed groceries. I had to leave my apartment. As I pulled my car back into my driveway, I saw the flashing lights first, red and blue painting the houses in a slow, silent rhythm. There was a police car parked 2 houses down, right outside the elderly couple's home. My heart stopped beating for a second, just froze in my chest. I got out of my car, the bags forgotten in the back seat. I walked slowly, like I was moving through deep water. There was a young police officer standing on the sidewalk, talking to the elderly man, who looked distraught, his face pale. I approached, my mouth dry. "Hey," I said, my voice coming out as a croak. I cleared my throat. "Is everything okay?" The officer turned to me, his face professionally neutral. "Just a bit of a sad situation, sir," he said. "Their dog passed away. Got into something poisonous, it seems." The world tilted. The words poisonous and antifreeze screamed in my head. I couldn't breathe. "Oh, that's terrible," I managed to say. "The little terrier?" The old man nodded, tears in his eyes. "My little buddy. He was fine yesterday. Just gone this morning in the yard." I mumbled some useless words of sympathy and stumbled back to my apartment. I locked the door behind me and slid down to the floor, my back against it. My whole body was shaking. It was a coincidence. It had to be. Dogs got into things all the time. Rat poison, spoiled food, toxic plants. It didn't mean anything, but I couldn't make myself believe it. With trembling hands, I opened my laptop. I went to the file. I had deleted that scene, but my computer had a backup, a version history. I restored it. There it was, the entire chapter, timestamped from 3 days ago, 48 hours before the little dog was found dead. I read my own words describing the sweet-tasting antifreeze, the specific brand I had named, the method of mixing it with gourmet food. I felt the blood drain from my face. I looked out my window. The police were leaving. My neighbor was standing on his own porch, watching them go. He looked perfectly normal, a man witnessing a neighborhood tragedy. Then he turned and looked right at my window again. This time, he didn't just look. He gave a small, slow nod, as if acknowledging a shared secret, before turning and going back inside. Panic, pure and electric, shot through me. I had to get rid of the evidence. This wasn't a story anymore, this was a crime scene, and my words were the blueprint. I highlighted the entire document and pressed delete. A dialog box popped up. "Are you sure you want to permanently delete the nightmare document?" My finger hovered over the trackpad, but I couldn't do it. This was proof. Proof of what? I didn't know. Proof I was losing my mind, proof of a terrifying coincidence, or proof of something much worse. But it was proof. I clicked cancel. Instead, I password protected the file and hid it deep within a folder of old tax returns. I became a prisoner in my own home, but the jailer was my own fear. I watched his house constantly. I saw the detectives come back the next day to ask more questions. I saw my neighbor talking to them, his face a mask of polite concern and sorrow. He was playing the part of a sympathetic neighbor perfectly. The villain in my story would have been a flawless actor too. I had to know. I had to test it. The idea was insane, but the fear had already taken root. That night, I did something reckless. I opened a new document. I wrote a new sleep chapter before bed. I deliberately wrote a false detail, something obvious and checkable. I wrote that after the dog died, the villain got paranoid. He dug up the little body in the middle of the night and reburied it under a specific red rose bush in the far corner of his own garden. I described the rose bush in detail, its gnarled base, the way it hadn't bloomed well this year. I saved the document, printed it out, and placed it on my desk next to the notebook. It was a test. If this was all in my head, then nothing would happen. The dog was already buried or at the vet for cremation. The rose bush meant nothing. But if something else was happening, I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the night. I must have dozed off near dawn because the next thing I knew, gray light was filling the room. I sat bolt upright. There was a new page in the notebook. My heart hammered against my ribs as I picked it up. It wasn't about the rose bush. The writing was more agitated than ever, the pen nearly tearing through the paper. It described a different process entirely. It talked about weight and solubility and chemical reactions. It described the villain realizing burial was too risky, too traceable. The new plan was dissolution. The page detailed, in a cold, scientific tone, how the villain would use a large plastic barrel and a certain type of industrial-strength lye, how he would calculate the ratios based on weight, how the process would take time but would leave no recognizable remains, just a slurry that could be dumped down a drain with enough water. It was horrifyingly clinical. At the bottom of the page, scrawled in huge, desperate letters, was a final line. He knows someone is watching. He is changing the plot. I dropped the page. The test had failed, or rather, it had succeeded in the worst way. The story wasn't bound by my suggestions, it was adapting, evolving in real time to counter threats, including my own prying eyes. I rushed to the window, peering through the blinds at my neighbor's garden. The red rose bush stood undisturbed in the corner, just a bush. There was no disturbed earth around it, but in his driveway, I saw something new, a large, heavy-duty black plastic barrel with a locking lid, the kind used for mixing concrete or storing grain. It hadn't been there yesterday. He was washing his car again, hosing down the driveway, the water swirling near the barrel's base. He looked up, seemingly at the sky, then let his gaze drift across the houses. When his eyes passed over my window, he paused for the briefest moment. Then he gave a small, almost imperceptible smile before turning off the hose and wheeling the barrel into his garage. I stood there, the note about changing the plot crumpled in my sweating hand. The dog was gone, the police were fooled, and the story had moved on to its next, grimmer chapter. The immediate terror of the dead dog had found a terrible kind of closure. The case was likely closed as a tragic accident. But the hook was set deeper than ever, a barb in my mind. The entity, or my madness, or whatever it was, knew I was watching. And it wasn't running from me. It was writing me into the next scene. The question was no longer what was happening next door, but what role it had in mind for me. A strange kind of calm settled over the neighborhood after the dog died, a calm that felt false and brittle, like thin ice over deep water. My neighbor's routine continued, a perfect pantomime of normal life. He went to work, he came home, he washed his car, he wheeled that ominous black barrel in and out of his garage. I watched it all from my window, a prisoner in my own home, my laptop closed, too afraid to write, too afraid to sleep. The manuscript sat hidden in my computer, a sleeping dragon I dared not wake. But the watching became its own kind of writing. I saw the detectives return once more, just a brief visit, and after they left, my neighbor stood on his porch for a long time, staring into the trees at the back of his property. His posture was different. The performative sadness was gone, replaced by something taut, like a wire stretched too tight. The next morning, he didn't leave for work at 7:15. His car stayed in the driveway. The lights in his house came on at their usual times thanks to timers, but there was no movement behind the windows, no shadow passing by. By the second day, the mail piled up in his box. By the third, a patrol car rolled by slowly in the evening, the officer inside glancing at the dark house. The missing persons case began quietly, then bloomed into full view. The police presence became a constant. Unmarked cars sat parked down the street. Officers in uniform knocked on doors, talking to other neighbors. I was the writer next door with a front row seat to a mystery I had somehow written the first draft for, and the pressure built inside my skull like a storm. The knock on my door, when it came, was firm and inevitable. I opened it to find two detectives. The one in front was tall, with a tired, intelligent face and a way of standing that seemed loose-limbed, like his body was thinking about something else. The other was shorter, sharper, his eyes already cataloging my messy living room, the stacks of books, the empty coffee cups. "Afternoon," the tall one said, flashing a badge. Mind if we come in and ask a few questions about your neighbor? My mouth was dry as sand. Sure, of course, I said, stepping back. My voice sounded too high, too eager. They stepped inside, and the space of my apartment seemed to shrink. The tall detective did the talking. We understand you work from home, is that right? You're a writer? He said it casually, but the word writer hung in the air between us. Yeah, that's me. Freelance stuff. Articles. Trying to write a book. I was babbling. I forced myself to stop. Have you noticed anything unusual about your neighbor's comings and goings over the past week or so? Any arguments, strange visitors, anything at all that felt off? I told them the truth, the normal truth. He was quiet, kept to himself. I mentioned the dog dying, how awful that was. I mentioned I'd seen him washing his car often. I was trying to be helpful, to sound like a normal, observant person. But I could feel my own nerves jangling, a live wire under my skin. The shorter detective's eyes kept drifting to my laptop on the desk. As a writer, the tall one said, his tone still conversational, you must have a good eye for detail. People watching is part of the job, right? Have you done any specific observing? Maybe kept some notes? It was an innocent question. It shouldn't have felt like a trap. But my eyes, against my will, flicked for a split second toward the laptop, toward the hidden folder where the nightmare document lived. It was a tiny movement, a mere flicker. But the tall detective saw it. His own gaze didn't follow mine, he kept his eyes on my face, but I saw a subtle shift in his focus, a quiet click behind his eyes like a lock engaging. Notes? I said, forcing a laugh that came out as a cough. No, not really. Just the usual stuff. The conversation wound down. They were polite, thanked me for my time. But as they turned to leave, the tall one, the one with the loping walk, paused at the door. We might need to speak with you again, he said. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a quiet promise. I watched from the window as they got into their unmarked car. They didn't drive away immediately. They sat there for a few minutes, talking. The tall detective was looking down at a notepad. My stomach was a knot of cold dread. They had seen my nervousness. They had seen the flick of my eyes. They knew I was hiding something. 2 days later, they returned. This time, they had a piece of paper. A search warrant. For my computer. The tall detective's face was all professional apology, but his eyes were hard. Standard procedure, he said. We need to rule things out. You understand. I didn't understand. I felt like I was falling. I let them in. I pointed to my laptop, a numb gesture. The shorter detective put on gloves, sat at my desk, and woke the machine. The sound of him clicking through my files, the soft tapping, was the loudest sound I had ever heard. I sat at my kitchen table, listening, feeling each click like a nail in my coffin. I couldn't let them find it. Not like this. Not without context. In a rush of panic, I stood up. Wait, I said, my voice shaky. There's a file. A story I've been writing. Both detectives turned to look at me. The clicking stopped. A story, the tall one asked. The words tumbled out of me in a messy, desperate heap. I told them about the writer's block, about the stupid Ouija board, about getting a creepy idea and just running with it. I made it sound like a quirky, creative exercise, a writer getting carried away with dark research. I didn't mention the sleep writing. I didn't mention the notes that predicted the dog's death. I just told them I'd written a fictional story about a murderous neighbor. And the dates on this story? The tall detective asked, his voice neutral. When did you write it? I started it, before the dog died. I said, the admission feeling like a confession of guilt. It's just a crazy coincidence. I can show you the file, the timestamps. I walked over, my legs unsteady. I navigated to the hidden folder, my fingers trembling. I opened the nightmare document. I pointed to the date on the chapter about the dog. See, I wrote that days before it happened. It's just my imagination. I was trying to prove my innocence by showing them the impossible, hoping the impossibility would set me free. It was a terrible gamble. The detectives read a few lines on the screen. Their expressions didn't change, but the atmosphere in the room did. It got colder, sharper. The fact that my fiction had preceded fact didn't amaze them. It didn't frighten them. It made me, in their eyes, a person of profound and disturbing interest. The tall detective, the one I would learn was named Detective Morrow, scanned the text. His eyes stopped on a line. He read it aloud, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. The beauty of lie is the quiet. No bone, no tooth, no echo. He looked from the screen to me. Where'd you read about that, Mr. Writer? It wasn't an accusation. It was colder than that. It was a professional inquiry into the source of my disturbingly specific knowledge. I had no answer. I don't know. I just made it up. For the story. They took my laptop as evidence. They placed it in a bag. They told me not to leave town. My alibi for the night my neighbor vanished was solid. I'd been at a public writers group with a dozen witnesses. That fact, which should have been my shield, now felt meaningless. The story itself was the evidence, and I had just handed it to them. After they left, the apartment felt hollow, scraped out. I was free, but I was in a bigger cage. I was a suspect with a bizarre hobby. I sat in the growing dark, no computer to stare at, no window I could bear to look out of. I had to know what was happening when I slept. I had to see it for myself. That was the only thing left. That night, I did the only thing I could think of. I set up my phone on a stack of books, pointed it at my desk and my chair. I set it to record video. I made sure the battery was full. I didn't go to the couch. I sat in the desk chair, determined to stay awake, to fight it. But the exhaustion was a physical weight, and the fear was a kind of lullaby. My eyes grew leaden. My head nodded. I slipped into a fitful, troubled sleep right there, my arms folded on the desk. The gray light of dawn was what woke me, my neck screaming in protest, my back stiff. For a moment, I forgot. Then I remembered the phone. It had stopped recording, the memory full. With a feeling of utter dread, I picked it up. I found the video file. I took a deep, shaking breath, and I pressed play. The video showed my dark apartment, illuminated only by the faint glow of a streetlight outside the window. There I was, a dark shape, asleep at my desk. The timestamp in the corner ticked forward. 2:45 a.m. 3 a.m. My sleeping form was motionless. Then at 3:07 a.m. something changed. My body straightened, not with the slow, groggy movement of someone waking, but with a sudden mechanical precision. I stood up from the chair. My movements were smooth, purposeful, and utterly vacant. My eyes, when the faint light caught them, were open but unseeing, glassy. I walked to the bookshelf, picked up a fresh, clean notebook and a pen. I returned to the desk, sat down, and opened the notebook. And then my right hand began to write. It wasn't the frantic scrawl of the previous notes. This was slower, more deliberate, but just as relentless. The pen moved across the page in steady, even lines. I wrote for 27 minutes without pause, without looking up, a scribe in a trance. At 3:34 a.m., my hand stopped. I closed the notebook, placed the pen neatly on top, stood up, and returned to the desk chair, where I slumped back into a seemingly normal sleep. The video ended. I sat there, the phone cold in my hand. Any last shred of denial was gone, vaporized. This was real. I was a puppet. Something was piloting me. The horror was no longer about what was happening next door. The horror was here, inside me. The immediate event of the police investigation had reached a kind of closure. I was not in handcuffs, but I was firmly in their sights, and my own mind had been proven to be a foreign country I did not control. The hook for what came next was embedded in my own flesh. I had the proof now, a video of my own possession. But the bigger, more terrifying question remained. What had I written in that notebook during those 27 minutes of perfect, empty control? I was too afraid to open it. I just stared at the closed cover, knowing that whatever story was inside, I was no longer just the author or the witness. I was a character being written, and the next chapter was waiting in my own handwriting. The closed notebook on my desk felt more dangerous than a live bomb. The video had rewired my understanding of the world. I wasn't haunted by a ghost, I was operated by a thing, a force that used my hands like tools. The rational part of my brain, the part that believed in cause and effect in grocery lists, had finally shut down, overruled by the cold, digital proof on my phone screen. I watched the video 3 more times, each viewing driving the ice deeper into my core. The blank look on my own face, the efficient, unhurried movements of my body performing a task for some absent boss, it was a violation worse than any break-in. Someone or something had the keys to my flesh and was taking midnight drives. I must have sat there for an hour, just staring at the notebook's plain black cover. Sunlight eventually streamed into the apartment, making the everyday world outside look like a painted backdrop, fake and flimsy. I had to know what it had written. With a feeling like reaching into a fire, I slowly reached out and pulled the notebook toward me. I opened it. The handwriting was different again. Not the frantic dig of the earlier notes, not my normal cursive. This was a steady, blocky print, each letter carefully formed, like a child's practiced penmanship, or the writing of someone concentrating very hard on being neat. It filled 2 full pages. and as I began to read, my breath left my body in a slow, sick rush. It was not written from the villain's point of view. It was from the victims, my missing neighbors. The entry was a first-person account, a prisoner's log. He led me down into my own basement, it began. I thought he was joking at first. The quiet writer from next door, with that look in his eyes like he was solving a math problem. He had a gun, but it was his calmness that froze me. He told me to be quiet, that this was just a temporary arrangement, a necessary part of the work. The details were horrifyingly intimate. It described the feel of the cold concrete through socked feet, the smell of his own laundry detergent on the rag used as a blindfold, the specific, aching knot in the wooden support beam he was tied to. It talked about the sounds, the gurgle of the old water heater, the scratch of what might be rats in the crawl space, the distant, muffled chime of his own grandfather clock upstairs. These were details I could never know, details no one could know unless they were there, or unless they were being fed them directly from someone who was. The narrative continued, describing days of disorientation, of being fed bland crackers and water, of the terrifying, polite conversations the captor would have with him, talking about narrative structure and character motivation as if discussing a book club pick. Then came a passage that made my skin crawl. Tonight, I heard voices upstairs, 2 of them, the writer's voice, low and measured, and another man's voice, deeper, with a gravelly tone. The new voice asked about my travel history, if I had any trips planned. The writer answered for me, saying no, that I was a creature of habit, that I rarely left town. The way he knew that, it's the small things that are the most frightening. My blood turned to slush in my veins. Travel history, a gravelly voice. Those were the exact words, the exact phrasing Detective Morrow had used when he questioned me about my neighbor. The thing writing through me wasn't just reporting from the victim's prison, it was incorporating real-time updates from my own life into the narrative. The story was no longer predicting the future or vaguely inspiring events. It was a live feed, a broadcast from a cellar of suffering, edited with current events. The final paragraph of the notebook entry was the worst. The victim's thoughts turned inward, spiraling into a terrified confusion. He spends hours up there typing. I can hear the clicking. Sometimes he reads passages aloud, and they are about this. About me being here. About the feel of this rope. About my fear. Why is he writing this down? Why does he need a record? Is it a confession or a manual? I don't understand the game. I just know I am a character in a story I never agreed to be in, and I think the ending is already written. I pushed the notebook away, my hands trembling violently. I felt nauseous. The entity had fully bridged the gap. It was using me to document its own crime in real time, from the victim's perspective, creating a confession that was also a sick piece of reportage. I had 2 pieces of utterly damning, utterly insane evidence. A video of myself in a trance state, and a first-hand account of a kidnapping that was happening right now, potentially down the block. If I went to the police with the video, I'd be labeled a severe sleepwalker at best, a psychotic at worst, and locked away for observation while my neighbor might die. If I went to them with the notebook, I'd be the prime suspect, a killer with a grotesque habit of journaling his crimes from the victim's eyes. I was trapped in a perfect, airtight box. My mind raced, scrabbling for a way out. I couldn't control the sleep writing. I couldn't stop it, but maybe, just maybe, I could influence it. The idea was a desperate straw to clutch at. If the entity was incorporating details from my waking life, then my waking life was part of the source material. I had to become a bad editor. I had to feed it useless, false, or misleading details. That day, I performed a strange and frightening pantomime. I spoke aloud to my empty apartment, directing my words to the unseen presence I now felt constantly, a cold spot in the air behind my thoughts. The basement has a dirt floor, I said clearly, while looking out the window at my neighbor's house, which I knew had a poured concrete foundation. The victim has a bad knee, a sports injury from college. He talks about it all the time. I had no idea if my neighbor had a bad knee. I was making it up, throwing false paint onto the canvas, hoping the entity would use it. I did this all day, inventing trivial, incorrect details about the house, the victim's past, anything I could think of. I felt like a madman, but it was the only action I could take. That night, I didn't even try to stay awake. The exhaustion was total. I went to bed, the notebook and a new pen placed conspicuously on the nightstand, a silent invitation I dreaded but needed. The morning came. I woke up feeling drained, my muscles sore as if I'd been running in my sleep. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. The notebook was open. A new entry filled a page. My heart sank as I read. It did not mention a dirt floor. It described the cold, smooth concrete with a new detail, a hairline crack in the shape of a lightning bolt near the drain. It did not mention a bad knee. Instead, it described the victim rubbing his wrists, raw from the ropes, and remembering how his father had taught him to tie sailing knots on a lake years ago. My false details had been ignored. But worse, the real details had become richer, deeper, more personal. My intervention had failed. The entity wasn't a passive recorder, it was a discerning author, curating reality, rejecting my weak plot suggestions. Then, at the bottom of the page, a new sentence was written, separate from the victim's narrative. It was in that same blocky print, but the words were for me. The prose is improving. The sensory details are strong. But the protagonist lacks agency. He must make a choice soon. It was feedback, editorial notes from the darkness. The story was a living thing, and I was its co-writer, receiving critique from my malevolent editor. The immediate, suffocating crisis of the live victim's narrative had reached a grim closure. I knew he was alive, I knew where he likely was, but I was powerless to help without destroying myself in the process. The hook for what came next was sharper and more personal. The entity was no longer content with just using my body. It was engaging with my mind. It was reviewing my work. The question hanging in the air, more terrifying than any police siren, was this: what choice did it want its protagonist to make? And what would it do if I refused to play my part? I looked at the feedback on the page, and for the first time, I felt a new emotion cutting through the fear, a spark of cold, defiant anger. This was my life. They were my hands, and I was done taking notes. That spark of anger was a tiny, fragile thing, but it was mine. It burned away some of the numb terror. I wasn't just a victim of a haunting or a psychological break. I was a prisoner in a story I hadn't outlined, and my warden was a thing with terrible taste in prose. The feedback on the page, the protagonist lacks agency, was a threat and a challenge wrapped together. It wanted me to do something, to choose. Well, I would, but not the choice it wanted. My first act of rebellion was small. I took the notebook, the one with the victim's account and the editorial note, and I didn't hide it. I placed it right in the center of my kitchen table. Then I got out my phone. I didn't call the police. Instead, I opened a notes app and began to type my own document. I titled it The Rules of the Game. I started writing down everything I knew, everything that had happened, in clear, simple sentences. The Ouija board, the dog, the sleep writing, the video, the victim's live diary, the editorial feedback. I wrote it all down, not as a story, but as a report. I was building a case file, not for the cops, but for myself. I needed to see the pattern from the outside, and the pattern was clear. The entity needed the story to be real. It wasn't just reporting events, it was shaping them, and it was using me as its conduit and its first audience. My creativity, my desperation for a good plot, was the fuel. So my second act was to starve it. I decided I would not create. I would not imagine. I would be the most boring protagonist imaginable. I spent the entire day doing mundane, thoughtless tasks. I cleaned my apartment, really cleaned it, focusing only on the smell of soap and the motion of the sponge. I cooked a complicated recipe, following the instructions with robotic precision. I did not look out the window. I did not wonder about my neighbor. I did not think about plots or characters or twists. I imagined my mind as a flat, gray, featureless plane. It was incredibly difficult. My writer's brain, trained for decades to chase connections and conjure images, fought me every step of the way. But I held on to that little spark of anger. I was not its typewriter. That night, I went to bed early. I didn't leave out a notebook. I left nothing but my own intent, to sleep and to dream of nothing. The next morning, I woke feeling a deep, throbbing ache in my right wrist. I flexed my hand. The joint was stiff and tender, the pain a hot, sharp pulse. I hadn't injured it. I hadn't typed for days. Not since the police took my laptop. But I remembered the video, my hand writing steadily for 27 minutes without rest. The entity had been working, and it had given me a repetitive stress injury. It was a message, written in my own flesh. I can write your pain, too. On the kitchen table, where I had left the old notebook, sat a new, single sheet of paper. The blocky print was there. It was not a victim's account. It was a direct communique. Your lack of action is a choice. It is a weak choice. It stalls the narrative. The conflict must escalate. The protagonist must engage. Consider this a revision request. The anger in me flared hotter. It was demanding a rewrite of my own behavior. I crumpled the paper and threw it across the room. The pain in my wrist spiked. I gasped, clutching my hand. It felt like a warning. A cramp, I told myself. Just a cramp. But I knew it wasn't. Later that afternoon, there was a knock on my door. My heart, which had been a nervous drum all day, almost stopped. I peered through the peephole. It was Detective Morrow, the tall one with the loping walk, standing alone. He looked even more tired than before. I opened the door, my right hand hanging awkwardly at my side. "Detective," I said, trying to sound normal. "Come in." He stepped inside, his eyes doing their quick scan of the room. They lingered on the notebook I'd left openly on the table. "We got the preliminary forensic reports back," he said, getting straight to the point. He didn't sit down. "On the dog, and from your neighbor's house." He was watching my face closely. "Some of the methods you described in your story, they leave trace evidence, chemical signatures, things a regular person might not think about." He paused, letting that hang. "We're looking for that evidence now, at your neighbor's place, and elsewhere." The word elsewhere hung in the air between us. He meant here, my apartment. They were looking for a link, a physical thread to connect my fiction to the facts. My fiction, which had preceded the facts. The story was no longer just a creepy coincidence to them, it was a possible blueprint, and I was the architect. "I told you I just made it up," I said, my voice weaker than I wanted. "It's just my imagination running wild." He nodded slowly, but his eyes were flat, unconvinced. A very specific imagination. His gaze fell to my hand, which I was cradling unconsciously. "Hurt yourself. Just a cramp. From sleeping wrong." He accepted that with another nod, but nothing about his posture suggested he believed me. He was a man fitting puzzle pieces together, and I was a piece that kept changing shape. After he left, the apartment felt colder. The stakes had just been raised in both worlds. The police were closing in on the physical reality of the crime, and the entity was demanding I raise the stakes in the narrative. I was being squeezed from both sides. I couldn't just be boring. I had to actively sabotage the story. That night, I did the opposite of what I'd done before. I sat down with a pen and a fresh notebook. I deliberately began to write the worst, most hackneyed, most ridiculous ending I could think of. I wrote that the victim, through sheer force of will, chewed through his ropes. I wrote that he found a hidden trapdoor in his own basement that led to a secret tunnel. I wrote that he emerged, triumphant, and confronted the villain, who then burst into tears and confessed everything to the police, who just happened to be arriving at that exact moment. It was cliché, it was stupid, it was a child's ending. I filled 3 pages with this garbage, pouring all my writerly self-loathing into it. It felt good. It felt like defiance. I left the notebook open on the desk, a piece offering of terrible prose. Let the entity edit that. I went to sleep with a small, grim smile on my face. The morning light revealed my defeat. The notebook was on the floor. The 3 pages I had written were gone, torn out and shredded into tiny, confetti-like pieces scattered around the wastebasket. In the notebook, in that now familiar blocky print, was a single new paragraph. It was chillingly simple. It described the villain, my fictional counterpart, becoming aware of the police's forensic search. It described his decision to not run, but to redirect. "The frame must be constructed before the picture is examined," it read. "A second character must bear the weight of the narrative. The writer, obsessed, has left clues. He has researched too well. He has imagined too specifically. His own hands, in the dark, have touched the tools. His fingerprints are on the narrative. They will soon be on the physical world." I read it again and again, the meaning dawning with a slow, cold horror. It wasn't going to just make me write the story. It was going to make me the villain in the eyes of the law. The entity was plotting to frame me. It was writing the next plot twist. The crazy writer who did it all, subconsciously leaving evidence to fulfill his own dark fantasy. The immediate event of the police investigation had escalated. They were now actively hunting for forensic proof, and the entity had just outlined its counter-move. The hook for the next chapter was no longer a question of what would happen to my neighbor. It was a question of what would happen to me. The story had looked at its protagonist lacking agency, and it had decided to provide that agency in the worst way possible, by making me the prime suspect. The game had changed. I was no longer just trying to survive a haunting. I was trying to outsmart a plot that was being written in real time, a plot designed to bury me. I looked at the shredded pieces of my pathetic, defiant ending littering the floor. My attempt to write a bad story had been rejected. The entity only wanted one kind of story, a thriller, and I was now the main character in the worst way possible. The anger was still there, but it was cold now, focused. It was time to stop being a character. It was time to start being the author again. But to do that, I needed to understand the rules of this new, terrible game. And I needed an ally, even if that ally thought I was a monster. The plot had found its hole in the narrative, a gap that needed filling. The story required a culprit. And with a few strokes of a pen, guided by a force that wasn't me, it had rewritten my character. I was no longer the hapless writer next door. I was being drafted to play the part of the calculating killer, the perfect fall guy. The entity's cold logic was flawless. Who else would know such specific, horrible details? Who else would have a manuscript that acted as a confession before the fact? The frame job wasn't just a possibility, anymore it was the next chapter, and I was trapped inside the margins. I spent that entire day in a state of heightened, frantic observation. I was no longer watching my neighbor's house, I was watching my own life, as if it were a crime scene about to happen. I checked every window lock twice. I piled a chair under the knob of my apartment door, a feeble barricade. But how do you barricade yourself against something that writes with your own hands? The pain in my wrist was a constant, throbbing reminder that the connection was physical. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark living room, a baseball bat across my knees, staring at the front door. I was waiting for the entity to pilot my body somewhere, to do something that would sew the frame into reality. Around 4 a.m., a wave of unnatural fatigue hit me, a sudden chemical drop into drowsiness that felt forced, like a switch being flipped. My eyelids grew impossibly weighty. I fought it, pinching my own arms, but it was like trying to fight anesthesia. My head nodded. Just before I slipped under, I saw a shadow move outside my window, a shape passing through the slice of light from a distant street lamp. It wasn't my neighbor. It was someone else, a vague, man-sized blot against the night. Then I was out. I woke with a jolt at dawn, still in the chair, my neck stiff, the bat on the floor. The chair was still under the doorknob. Nothing was disturbed, but a deep, instinctual dread told me something had happened. I moved to the window and looked out at my small patio and the shared alley where the trash and recycling bins were kept. My recycling bin's lid was askew. I rushed outside into the cool morning air. The bin had been rummaged through. On top of the newspapers and cans was a neat, empty void where a specific bag had been a blue grocery bag I'd used 2 days prior to discard a bunch of old, failed manuscript pages, shredded by a cheap office shredder. They were just harmless story fragments, fantasy scenes, bits of dialogue. Gone. Also missing was an empty plastic prescription bottle for the sleeping pills my doctor had given me months ago, the label with my name and the medication details still on it. I'd thrown it away last week. Someone had taken my trash. The scene from the notebook flashed in my mind. His own hands, in the dark, have touched the tools. His fingerprints are on the narrative. They will soon be on the physical world. This was the first step, planting my research, my shredded writings, and my prescription for drugs that could subdue a victim somewhere they shouldn't be. The narrative was no longer on paper. It was being performed by actors I couldn't see. I was witnessing my own framing in real time. Panic wanted to take over, to send me running to the police screaming about shadowy figures. But that's what the protagonist would do in a cheap story. The panicked writer acting guilty. I forced myself to think like the author, not the character. If the story was a map, then I had to read it. The entity's latest chapter said the frame required 2 things: the victim's DNA in my space, and my research in the victim's space. They had just taken a piece of my research. The next move was obvious. I had to assume they would also try to plant something of my neighbor's here. I turned my apartment inside out. I checked under beds, in cupboards, behind the toilet tank. I found nothing. Not yet, but the expectation was now a constant buzz in my skull. The phone rang later that morning. It was Detective Morrow. His voice was tight, controlled, a wire about to snap. "We need you to come down to the station," he said. "It wasn't a request. We executed a more thorough warrant on your neighbor's basement. We found something that doesn't belong." He wouldn't say what over the phone, but I knew. My pharmacy receipt, or my shredded pages. Something with my name on it, literally or figuratively. "I'll be right there," I said, my own voice sounding strangely calm to my ears. This was the crossroads. Going down there alone, into that sterile room under those bright lights, was walking into the third act. They would have the evidence. They would have my story. They would have my nervousness, my bizarre explanations. I would be arrested. The story would have its ending, unless I changed the genre. I didn't drive to the police station. I drove to a crowded, noisy diner a few miles away. I sat in a corner booth, my back to the wall, and I called Detective Morrow back. When he answered, his tone was impatient. "Where are you?" "I'm somewhere public," I said, keeping my voice low. "And I need you to meet me. Alone. Before you do anything else." "That's not how this works," he said, the cop voice taking over. "You need to come in." "I know what you found in the basement," I interrupted. I closed my eyes, gambling everything. "You found a bag. Probably a plastic grocery bag. Inside, there are shredded pieces of paper, pieces of old stories I wrote, and maybe a prescription bottle, with my name on it." There was a long pause on the other end. I could almost hear his mind working, recalculating. "How could you possibly know that?" he finally asked, his voice a low rumble. "Because I'm not the one who put it there," I said. "And I can tell you what you're going to find next. But not over the phone. Not at the station. Meet me. Bring a voice recorder. You're going to want proof of where your ideas are really coming from." Another pause, longer this time. I could feel his suspicion warring with his curiosity, his professional duty clashing with the sheer, unexplainable weirdness of this case. The dog. The story written before the fact. And now, me predicting the evidence found in a sealed crime scene. "Where?" he said, the word clipped. I gave him the diner's address. "Come in plain clothes. Park around back. And for the love of God, bring the recorder." I hung up before he could say no. The wait felt like an eternity. I drank 3 cups of bad coffee, my nerves jangling. I watched the door. When he finally walked in, he looked like a man off-duty jeans, a worn jacket. But his eyes were all detective, sharp and missing nothing. He slid into the booth opposite me, his large frame making the seat creak. He placed a small digital voice recorder on the table between us, pressed record, and gave a terse statement of the date, time, and who was present. Then he looked at me. "Talk." So I did. I told him everything. Not the cleaned-up, quirky writer version. The real version. I started from the beginning, with the Ouija board, but this time I included the sleep writing. I described the video of myself. I told him about the victim's first-person accounts in the notebook, the details about the basement, the laundry detergent, the grandfather clock. I told him about the editorial notes, the demand for agency, the threat of the frame. I told him about the shadow and the missing trash. I laid it all out, a tapestry of the impossible. He listened without a word, his face a stone. When I finished, the only sounds were the clatter of dishes from the kitchen and the low hum of the recorder. "You expect me to believe," he said slowly, each word deliberate, "that you are being psychically fed details of a crime by an entity that is also committing the crime, and that this entity is now framing you by using your own body as a puppet, all to serve the needs of a narrative?" Put that way, it sounded utterly deranged. I nodded. "Yes, that's what I expect you to believe, because it's the truth. Check the dates on everything. Look at the video. The thing riding through me knew about you asking about travel history before I could have possibly told it. It's not me, detective. It's using me." He leaned back, rubbing his face with one hand. He looked exhausted. "There's another explanation," he said. "A more practical one. There's an and unknown subject. A real human killer. And for some reason, he's got a psychic link to you. Or he's manipulating you, feeding you details, making you write them down so you look crazy or guilty. You're not a puppet to a ghost. You're a puppet to a very clever, very dangerous man." It was his way of bending the impossible into a shape that could fit inside a police report. He needed a human villain. I didn't correct him. Let him think it was a psychic serial killer. It was easier than the truth, that the villain might just be the story itself, a narrative parasite in need of a host. "Okay," I said. "Let's go with that. A psychic killer. He's feeding me the plan. I write it down. You read it. He anticipates your moves, because he's seeing my writing or feeling my thoughts, and he counters them. It's a loop. And right now the plan is to frame me." Morrow was silent for a long time, staring at the recorder as if it held the answers. "The stuff in the basement," he finally admitted. "It was your shredded pages. In a blue bag. We're running prints, but I'd bet my pension they're clean except for yours from when you threw them away." He looked at me, his eyes hard. "So what's the next move in his plan? According to your source?" I thought about the narrative logic. Two-way street. He took something of mine to plant there. He'll try to bring something of the victims to plant with me. A toothbrush. Hair from a brush. Something with DNA. To put me at the scene, or him in my space. Morrow nodded slowly. And the victim? Your neighbor? What's the plan for him? I don't know, I said honestly. The story, the transmissions, they're from his point of view. He was alive as of the last writing. The entity wants a thriller. A missing person is a mystery. A body is a crime. But a framed perpetrator with a living victim? That's a ticking clock. That's Act 3. A grim understanding passed over his face. He was starting to think in story terms too. So we use the loop, he said, his voice dropping. We use you. If he's getting his information from you, we feed him false information. We make him make a mistake. I tried that, I said, holding up my still aching wrist. It doesn't like bad plot suggestions. It rejected them. Violently. Then we don't give him a suggestion, Morrow said, a spark of something fierce in his tired eyes. We give him a fact. A real one. But one that benefits us. You said the sleep writing happens. It's going to happen again. Tonight, before you go to bed, you think one thing as hard as you can. You think, where is he? I need to see the room. Show me exactly where he is. You focus everything on that. You try to guide the signal. You ask for a location. And if you get one, you call me immediately. No matter the hour. We move on it instantly. We break his loop by acting faster than the plot can adjust. It was a dangerous, crazy plan. It relied on everything being true, the link, the sleep writing, everything. It was Morrow's leap of faith. He was risking his career on the ravings of a sleepwalking writer. Okay, I whispered. Okay, I'll try. He stopped the recorder, pocketed it, and stood up. I'll have a patrol keep a discreet watch on your place tonight. For the shadow. But for this to work, you have to be the bait in the trap. You understand? I understood. I went home, the pact forged. The immediate, overwhelming threat of being arrested right then had been deferred. We had a plan, a collaboration born of mutual desperation. The hook for what came next was terrifyingly simple. That night, I did as Morrow instructed. I sat on my bed and focused all my will, every ounce of my being, into a single, clear thought, directed at the cold presence that lingered in the corners of my mind. Where is he? Show me the room. I need to see the exact place. Give me an address. I thought it until my head ached. Then, exhausted, I lay down and let the unnatural sleep take me. I woke not to pages, but to my phone buzzing violently on the nightstand. Dawn was just a gray hint at the window. It was Morrow. His voice was sharp, urgent, charged with an energy I'd never heard before. It worked. You talked in your sleep. You said an address. Out loud. We're mobilizing. Stay there. Do not move. He hung up. My heart was a frantic drum. It had worked. We had hacked the signal. I looked at my desk, expecting a new handwritten page detailing the location, confirming it. But the desk was bare except for one thing. A single sheet of paper. I walked over, my legs unsteady. There was no address. Just a title, written in that same blocky, deliberate print. The title was The Final Chapter, The Unreliable Narrator. The page was otherwise blank. A cold deeper than any I had ever felt seeped into my bones. We had asked for a location. The entity had given us a chapter title. It hadn't been tricked. It had listened, and it had decided to rewrite the ending one more time. The blank page with its ominous title felt like a punch to the gut. The Unreliable Narrator. It wasn't a location, it was a literary critique, a warning, and a promise. The entity wasn't playing the game we'd set up, it was changing the rules of the game itself. My hands were shaking as I picked up the page. Unreliable narrator. In story terms, it meant the person telling the tale couldn't be trusted. They were lying, or mistaken, or crazy. The entity was telling me, and by extension Detective Morrow, that the source of our information was not credible. It was a preemptive strike against whatever I had said in my sleep. What had I said? Morrow had sounded so sure, so urgent. He was mobilizing. That meant I had given them something. An address? A description? The phone felt like a live wire in my hand. I wanted to call him back to ask, to warn him about the page, but his order had been clear, stay put. Do not move. So I waited. The minutes stretched into an agony of uncertainty. I paced my apartment, the title of that final chapter screaming in my head. I looked out the window. The street was still, bathed in the pre-dawn gray. No sirens, no flashing lights from the direction of my neighbor's house. Wherever they were going, it wasn't here. After an hour that felt like a year, my phone buzzed again. It was a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was Morrow. Raid was a success and a catastrophe. Do not come to the station. Do not answer your door. We will talk soon. Success and a catastrophe. The words made no sense together. My mind raced, painting terrible pictures. Had they found my neighbor dead? Had there been a shootout? Was the catastrophe that they found evidence pointing even more squarely at me? The waiting became a new kind of torture. I watched the news on my laptop, local stations, but there was nothing. No breaking story about a dramatic police raid. Whatever had happened, it was being kept quiet. It was nearly noon when a plain sedan pulled up outside. Detective Morrow got out alone. He looked like he had aged 10 years and 10 hours. His shoulders were slumped, and his face was etched with a deep, conflicted exhaustion. He came to my door, and I let him in. He didn't speak at first. He just looked around my apartment, his eyes landing on the blank titled page still on my desk. He pointed a weary finger at it. "That," he said, his voice rough. "That is the problem." "What happened?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. He sighed a long, slow release of breath. "We found him. Your neighbor. Alive. Barely but alive. Emaciated, dehydrated, tied up in his own basement workshop, just like your writings described. The vice grip, the plastic sheeting, the barrel of lye, it was all there. It was a textbook recovery. That was the success. My heart leapt for a brief, wild second. He was alive. We had saved him. But Morrow's face told the rest of the story. "So the catastrophe?" I whispered. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes beyond suspicion or curiosity. I saw a kind of horrified confusion. "The catastrophe is the evidence," he said. When we questioned him in the ambulance, he was confused, traumatized. But he was clear on one thing, his captor. He said it was a masked figure, voice distorted, the whole deal. But he fixated on one detail. He said the captor would often sit in a corner of the basement, on a stool, typing on a laptop, muttering to himself about plot holes and character motivation. The words landed like stones in a pond. Typing. Plot holes. The writer. Forensics moved in, Morrow continued, his voice flat now, reciting a horrible report. They lifted prints from every surface. The vice grip, the barrel, the latch on the basement door. Dozens of clear, unambiguous fingerprints. He paused, his gaze locking onto mine. "They're yours." The world narrowed to a pinprick. "That's impossible," I breathed. "I have an alibi for the night he vanished. I was at my writer's group." "You verified that. I've never been in that basement in my life." "I know," Morrow said, and the frustration in his voice was immense. "I know your alibi checks out. The prints are physically impossible for you to have placed. But they are there. Your shredded manuscript pages were found stuffed in a heating vent down there. The narrative, as you call it, executed the frame perfectly. It gave us a living victim, which is good. But it also gave us a mountain of physical evidence pointing to you, which is impossible. Two truths that cannot exist together. He was a man built on facts, on evidence chains, on logic. He was standing in a room where logic had just been set on fire. The chapter title," I said, pointing to the desk. "The Unreliable Narrator. It's not about me being a liar. It's about the story itself. The entity wrote a story where the writer is the killer. It made me the villain. And then it made it real. My fingerprints. My sleeping self must have gone there. You were watching for a shadow outside my house. You weren't watching me. The entity. It walked my body over there, in the night, and it pressed my hands onto everything. It made me a part of the set decoration. Saying it out loud made it feel even more monstrous. My own body, a burglary tool used to incriminate me. Morrow didn't dismiss it this time. He just looked sick. "Your video," he muttered, almost to himself. "The sleepwalking. It's real. And if that's real, then the rest." He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. "So what happens now?" I asked, dreading the answer. "The victim is alive," he said, focusing on the one solid fact. "He can't identify his captor. The physical evidence is all we have, but it's evidence that defies explanation. I can't take this to my captain. I can't write a report that says the suspect's fingerprints are at the scene, but he has an airtight alibi, and also he might be telepathically framed by a story demon. My career would end, and you'd be locked in a psych ward for the rest of your life." He was caught between an impossible crime and an unbelievable truth. He had saved a life, but in doing so, he had damned his own sense of reality. "The entity's story is over," I said, a sudden chilling realization dawning. It wanted a thriller with a framed perpetrator and a last-minute rescue. It got it. The victim is saved. I'm the perfect suspect with impossible evidence. The end. That's why the sleep writing stopped. That's why there's just a title page. It's finished. Morrow looked at the blank page, then back at me. The professional in him was wrestling with the witness to the impossible. The law had no box to check for what was happening. For now, he said finally, his voice heavy with resignation, nothing happens. The case remains open. The evidence is anomalous. The victim is alive, which is the main thing. You. He shook his head. You stay out of trouble. You don't leave town. You are, officially and unofficially, a person of profound interest. But without a coherent case, my hands are tied. It was a stay of execution, not a pardon. The cloud over me was permanent. The relief that my neighbor was alive was immense, but it was tangled in the barbed wire of my own situation. I was free, but I was forever stained. Morrow left soon after, the weight of the unsolvable on his shoulders. I was alone again. The immediate, overwhelming threat was gone. The victim was safe. The act of haunting, the sleep writing, had ceased. There was a dreadful, uneasy closure. The story had reached its final page. But as I sat there in the quiet apartment, a new thought began to creep in, insidious and dark. The entity had wanted a good story. It had crafted a perfect one. But writers, even monstrous ones, love an audience. And the best stories, the truly thrilling ones, leave room for a sequel. The hook was no longer in the plot outside. It was in the silence it left behind, and in the terrifying question it planted in my mind. Was it really finished, or was this just the end of book one? I looked at my hands, the hands that had typed those words, the hands that supposedly left those prints. They looked innocent. They looked like mine, but I knew they were not entirely my own anymore. They were a published author's hands, and the world was now reading our book. The days that followed were like living in a soap bubble, a fragile, transparent sphere of normalcy that could pop at any second. My neighbor came home from the hospital, a gaunt, ghostly version of himself, flanked by family I never knew he had. He didn't look at my house. The police tape came down. The forensics vans disappeared. Detective Morrow did not call. The story, it seemed, was truly over. The entity had gotten its thrilling conclusion. A rescued victim, a cloud of impossible suspicion, and a detective left doubting the fabric of his own reality. It had retired, satisfied. I tried to reclaim my life. I bought a new laptop, a different brand, as if that could break a curse. I opened a fresh document and stared at the blank screen, trying to remember how to write my own thoughts, to conjure a story from nothing but my own mundane imagination. It was hopeless. Every idea felt flat, lifeless, pathetic compared to the chilling, vivid prose that had flowed through me. I was a regular drinker, trying to enjoy water after a lifetime of whiskey. The absence of the pressure, the fear, the nightly dread should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like a void. I was unemployed, uncreative, and permanently interesting to the police. I was free, but I was in a cage of my own making, the walls lined with leftover terror and a strange, shameful nostalgia for the creative fury I had channeled, even if it was monstrous. About a week after the raid, I was cleaning out the closet, determined to purge the last remnants of the nightmare. I pulled out the Halloween box. The cheap Ouija board was still on top. I picked it up, feeling the flimsy cardboard. This was the catalyst, the stupid toy that started it all. In a fit of defiant closure, I tore it in half, then into quarters, and stuffed the pieces into a trash bag. I would take it to the dumpster myself. As I lifted the bag, something fluttered out from between the cardboard layers, a small, folded square of paper, yellowed with age, that had been tucked behind the planchette's plastic window. I'd never seen it before. My heart, which had finally begun to slow to a normal rhythm, gave a hard, painful thump. I unfolded the paper. It wasn't printing from the board's manufacturer. It was handwritten in an elegant, old-fashioned cursive, the ink faded to brown. It was a poem or a rhyme. It read, "A story told, a story sold, a price upon the head. The narrative is satisfied, the final line is read. But readers crave another tale, upon the shelf it waits. To wake the ink and thought again, just break the mirrored gates." The words meant nothing and everything. Break the mirrored gates. It sounded like nonsense, but it felt like an instruction. A chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature traced my spine. I crumpled the note and threw it in the bag with the board pieces. Coincidence. Some previous owner's weird doodle. I took the bag out to the alley dumpster and threw it in, slamming the lid shut. I went back inside and washed my hands, scrubbing hard. I was done. That night, I dreamed for the first time since the sleep writing stopped. I was in a long, dark hallway lined with bookshelves, but the books had no titles on their spines. At the end of the hall was a full-length mirror. I walked toward it, compelled. In the reflection, I didn't see myself. I saw a figure sitting at a desk, typing furiously, its face a blur of shadows. It was writing a new story. I woke up sweating, the dream clinging to me. It was just a dream. The stress, the leftover trauma. I got out of bed to get a glass of water. Passing through the dark living room, I glanced at my new laptop, closed and dormant on the desk. The power indicator light, a tiny green LED, was blinking. On, off, on, off, in a steady rhythmic pulse. I never left it on sleep mode. I always shut it down completely. I walked over, my bare feet cold on the floor. I pressed the power button. The screen lit up instantly, blindingly bright in the dark room. It wasn't on the login screen. It was open to a blank word processor document. And in the center of the white page, a single sentence was typed in a default font I never used. Sequel, the trial. I stared, my breath caught in my throat. The story wasn't over. The entity was just between projects. It had been waiting. For me to find the note. For me to dream. For my guard to drop. The green light continued to blink on the laptop's casing, a tiny, mocking heartbeat. I reached out a trembling finger to the trackpad, to move the cursor, to delete the words. But before I could touch it, the cursor moved on its own. It zipped to the end of the sentence. The keyboard began to clack, the keys depressing by themselves in a rapid, staccato rhythm, like insect legs tapping on glass. New words appeared, letter by letter, beneath the title. The evidence was impossible, yet it existed. The writer's fingerprints were on every tool, on every surface of the hidden room. The detective had buried the report, but facts are patient things. They wait in evidence lockers. They whisper to other ears. A new prosecutor, ambitious and sharp, would find the anomalies. She would see a detective who acted on psychic tips, and a suspect with a mind that could imagine crimes into being. She would not believe in narrative parasites. She would see only a clever, twisted killer and a compromised cop. The trial would not be about guilt. It would be about sanity, and reality, and which story the jury would choose to believe. The typing stopped. The green light steadied into a constant glow. The document was saved automatically, the file name appearing at the top. The _trial_draft_1. I stood there, frozen, watching the screen. This was the new premise. The next book in the series. It had skipped the boring parts, the arrest, the charges, and jumped right to the dramatic core. The courtroom. A battle of narratives. My word against the impossible evidence. Detective Morrow's career on the line. The entity wasn't just repeating itself, it was evolving, moving into a more complex, more public genre. The legal thriller. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't fight it by ignoring it. I couldn't outsmart it with plots. I had to speak its language. I slowly pulled out the chair and sat down at the desk. I placed my hands on the keyboard, over the keys that had just moved by themselves. They felt warm. I took a deep, shaking breath, and I typed. My words appeared below its last paragraph. The writer sat before the screen, understanding. The first story required a victim and a villain. The second story required a trial and a puzzle. The entity was not evil, it was hungry. It fed on conflict, on drama, on the friction between what was real and what could be believed. It was a reader that demanded to be thrilled forever. I paused, then typed the most important line of my life, a direct address to the thing in the machine, to the presence in my mind. If you want this sequel, you will need me. Not as a puppet, as a partner. You give me the plot, and I will give it life. But we do it my way. No more sleepwalking. No more fingerprints. We write fiction. We do not make it. I hit enter, leaving a blank line. I waited. The cursor blinked. For a full minute, nothing happened. Then the keyboard clacked again, just once. A single word appeared on the new line. Negotiate. It wasn't a yes. It wasn't a no. It was an opening. A terrifying, impossible opening. The immediate closure was this. I had made contact. I had moved from being a possessed scribe to being a possible co-author. The hook for the future was vast and dark. Could I actually bargain with this thing? Could I channel its hunger for story into mere words on a page, instead of crimes in the world? Or was I just fooling myself, providing the first line of dialogue in my own final damnation? I looked at the word negotiate glowing on the screen. Outside my window, the first birds began to chirp, signaling the dawn of a new, ordinary day. But in here, at my desk, a new and different story had just begun its first chapter. I saved the document, closed the laptop, and watched as the little green light finally went dark. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the pause between breaths, the moment before the jury returns, the space where the next sentence is born. I had my sanity for now. I had a dangerous partner, and I had a lifetime of stories to tell, if I could just learn to tell them on our terms. The ending, for now, was not an ending at all. It was a proposition, and the page, as always, was waiting. Story number 7. Look, I'll tell you the whole story just like it happened, plain and simple. My name is Leo, and it all started on one of those boring, hot Saturdays where you'll do anything just to get out of the house. Me and my buddy, we decided to hit the flea market over on the east side, mostly as a joke, thinking we'd find some weird old records or broken tools to laugh about. We were wandering past tables of cracked dishes and boxes of dusty books when I saw it, tucked between a broken lamp and a stack of old magazines. It was a Ouija board, but not like the cheap plastic ones you see at the toy store around Halloween. This thing was solid, made of real wood that was smooth and dark, and it had this heavy, serious feel when I picked it up. The letters and numbers were painted on in this fancy, old-fashioned style, and the little heart-shaped pointer thing, the planchette, had a clear window in the middle and felt like cool glass under my thumb. My friend whistled low and said it looked like it had seen some things. The guy running the table saw us looking and just said, $5. We glanced at each other and grinned. For $5, how could we not? It was the perfect stupid thing to buy, a spooky prop we could pull out at parties to freak people out. We paid the man, took the board, and carried it back to my car, joking the whole way about the angry ghost we'd probably just adopted for the price of a fast food meal. We brought it back to my place, and for the first few days, it just sat on my coffee table as a conversation piece. My buddy came over, and we'd point at it and make dumb jokes. Ask it if it knows any lottery numbers, he'd say, and we'd laugh. We were totally not taking it seriously. It was just a piece of wood with letters on it. But then, maybe a week after we bought it, we were hanging out one Friday night. We'd ordered pizza, had a couple of beers, and the mood was easy and lazy. The board was just sitting there on the floor, and my friend nudged it with his foot. "You want to actually try this thing?" he asked, his eyebrows wiggling. I shrugged. Why not? It was all just nonsense anyway. We turned off the big overhead light, left a lamp on in the corner so we could still see, and sat on the floor facing each other with the board between us. We put our fingers very lightly on the planchette, just the tips, like you're supposed to. I felt kind of silly. He asked the first question, his voice trying to sound dramatic and spooky. "Oh, great spirit, are you with us?" Nothing happened. We sat there for a minute, the planchette not moving at all. I was about to call the whole thing off when he asked another question, this time more normal. "Is there anyone there who wants to talk?" That's when it happened. I felt a tiny twitch under my fingers. At first, I thought it was him pushing it as a joke. I looked at his face, and he looked just as surprised as I felt. His eyes were wide. The planchette didn't glide smoothly. It moved in these little, sharp jerks, like it was clicking from one letter to the next. It went slowly, but with a weird kind of purpose. It spelled out TONIGHT. My heart did a funny little jump in my chest. We both pulled our hands away like the thing had gotten hot. "Did you do that?" I asked him, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. He shook his head fast. "No way, man. I thought you were doing it." We stared at each other in the dim light. The air in the room felt different all of a sudden, tighter. We tried to laugh it off, making jokes about how our subconscious minds were just playing tricks, how our muscles were twitching from holding our hands the same way for too long. But the laughter was weak and didn't last. We just sat there for a few more minutes, not saying much, before we both kind of mutually decided to put it away. I slid the board under my couch, out of sight. We turned the main light back on, and the normal brightness of the room made the whole thing feel more stupid than scary. He left not long after, and we didn't really talk about it again that night. I went to bed and slept okay, but when I woke up the next morning, the first thing I thought of was that word, tonight. Had something happened last night that I missed? I lay in bed and listened. The house was just my normal, quiet house. The pipes creaked a little, the fridge hummed in the kitchen. Everything was fine. I got up, made coffee, and felt like a total idiot. Of course it was nothing. We'd moved the thing ourselves without realizing it, getting caught up in the moment. I shoved the board from under the couch onto a high shelf in my home office, way in the back behind some old textbooks. A funny story to tell someday, that was all. But over the next few days, I couldn't shake this weird feeling. It's hard to describe. It wasn't that I heard noises or saw things. It was more like the feeling you get when you're in a room, and you suddenly know, you just know, that someone is standing right behind you. I'd be reading or watching TV, and I'd get this prickly sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I'd spin around, and of course nobody was there. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild because of that silly board game. I was letting it get to me. About a week after our little seance, something changed. I woke up in the middle of the night, not from a noise, but just awake, and I realized right away that I was alone in my bed. My girlfriend, who had been sound asleep next to me when I drifted off, was gone. The covers on her side were thrown back. I sat up, my brain fuzzy with sleep. "Hey!" I called out, my voice rough. No answer. I got up, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I checked the bathroom first. Empty. I walked down the short hallway, the floorboards cool under my feet, and saw a line of light under the door to my home office. That was weird. She never went in there at night. I pushed the door open slowly. She was sitting at my desk, slumped over, her head resting on her arms. The harsh light of the desk lamp was shining right on her, and she was completely still. For a terrifying second, I thought something was wrong. "Hey!" I said again, louder this time. I walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. She was warm. She stirred, lifting her head slowly. She blinked up at me, her eyes confused and full of sleep. "What?" she mumbled. "What are you doing in here?" I asked, helping her sit up straight. She looked around the office, totally disoriented. I don't know," she said, her voice shaky. "I was asleep. How did I get here?" She had no memory of getting out of bed or walking down the hall. That's when I saw the pen. It was still clutched in her right hand, gripped so tightly her knuckles were white. And under her arm was one of my legal pads. There was writing on it, not her usual neat handwriting for shopping lists or reminders. This was messy, scrawled in a hurry, the letters jagged and slanting across the page. My blood went cold. Sleepwalking. She must have been sleepwalking. She'd never done that before, not once in all the years I'd known her. I pried the pen gently from her fingers and helped her stand up. She was unsteady, leaning on me. I led her back to bed, tucked her in, and she was asleep again almost instantly, like a switch had been flipped. I stood there for a minute, watching her sleep peacefully, my mind racing. Then I went back to the office. I had to see what she'd written. I sat down in the chair, still warm from her, and pulled the legal pad into the circle of lamplight. At the top of the page, she had written, in that same frantic script, obituary. My mouth went dry. Below that, she had filled it out like it was some macabre form. Name, our next-door neighbor, Mr. Henderson. Date of death, today's date. Cause of death. This is what made my skin crawl. It didn't say heart attack or old age. It said, asphyxiation due to negligent packaging of prescription medication. It was so specific, so bizarre. Who dreams up something like that? It read like a line from a news report, not a dream. I stared at it for a long time, my mind trying to make sense of it. It had to be a crazy coincidence. She'd probably heard something about Mr. Henderson. Maybe he'd mentioned a new pill he was on, and her sleeping brain just cooked up this wild story. That had to be it. I tore the page off the pad, crumpled it into a tight ball, and threw it in the kitchen trash can, pushing it down deep under some coffee grounds and eggshells. I went back to bed but didn't sleep. I just lay there listening to her breathe and watching the clock until the sun came up. The next morning, I made a huge breakfast. Bacon, eggs, pancakes, the whole works. I was trying to act normal, to flood the house with normal smells and normal sounds. My girlfriend came into the kitchen looking tired, but herself. She didn't remember a thing about the night before, not even a fragment of a dream. I didn't bring it up. We ate, we talked about our plans for the day, and we carefully didn't talk about the board on the shelf or the weird feeling in the house. It felt like we were both pretending everything was fine, and if we pretended hard enough, it would be. Later that afternoon, we heard sirens. Not the kind that blast past, but the kind that stopped nearby. We went to the front window and looked out. An ambulance was parked a few doors down, right outside the little diner on the corner. We saw the paramedics helping someone out. It was Mr. Henderson. He was walking, but he was hunched over, coughing hard into his hand, his face red. They got him into the back of the ambulance, and it drove away, lights on but no siren. My girlfriend let out a huge breath she'd been holding. "See," she said, her voice full of shaky relief. "He's okay. He's fine. It was just as a thing." We laughed then, a real laugh, the kind that comes from nerves letting go. We'd been so silly. Of course it was nothing. We spent the rest of the day feeling lighter, like a weight had been lifted. But my friend, the one I'd bought the board with, he's a curious guy. He came over that evening, and when we told him about the obituary, and then seeing Mr. Henderson taken away, he got this look on his face. He pulled out his phone. "Let's just check the community page," he said. "Sometimes they post about local incidents." He tapped and scrolled for a minute, then went quiet. His face changed. "What?" I asked. He didn't answer, just turned the phone around so we could see the screen. It was a short post from the neighborhood watch. It said there had been a medical incident at the diner involving an elderly resident who experienced a choking hazard due to a packaging mishap with his medication. The post said he was recovering fine at the hospital. I read those words, and the room seemed to tilt. Packaging mishap. That was just a nicer way of saying negligent packaging. The words were different, but the meaning, the core fact of what happened, was exactly the same. My girlfriend made a small sound, like a gasp caught in her throat. We all looked at each other, and this time, there was no laughter, not even the nervous kind. The coincidence was too big, too precise. The board had said tonight, and nothing happened to us. But it had known. It had known something was coming for someone else, and it had made my girlfriend write down the details in her sleep. The joke was over. We weren't in control of this game anymore, and the first move had just been played. We sat there in the quiet living room, the three of us, and the only question hanging in the air was a terrifying one. What was the next move going to be? The relief we felt after seeing the old man was okay didn't last long. It was like a sugar rush, a quick high that crashed hard and left us feeling worse than before. We spent the next few days walking on eggshells in my own home. My girlfriend was jumpy, starting at every little sound the house made. My buddy called every day, his voice always with that edge of trying to sound casual and not quite making it. We tried to wrap ourselves in this blanket of normal life, pretending the board on the shelf was just a decoration, pretending the whole thing was a wild string of coincidences. We went to work, we cooked dinner, we watched dumb TV shows, but our eyes kept drifting to that shelf in my office. The air in the house didn't feel right. It wasn't quiet, it was full of this waiting tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm when everything is too still and the hair on your arm stands up. We didn't talk about the board. We didn't touch it. We just tried to ignore it, which is about as effective as trying to ignore a ticking bomb in your living room. You can watch TV, but all you're really doing is listening to the tick, tick, tick. About a week after the incident with our neighbor, my buddy came over again. We were all sitting in the living room, the TV on for noise, but none of us were really watching it. He kept glancing toward the hallway that led to the office. Finally, he just came out and said it. We can't just leave it there. I knew he was right, but the thought of going near that thing again made my stomach twist. My girlfriend shook her head, her arms folded tight across her chest. "Just throw it out," she said, her voice firm. "Take it to the dump. Now." But my friend had been reading stuff online, forums and weird websites. He said that according to a lot of people who believe in this stuff, you can't just throw a spirit board away. He said it could make things worse, like it was an insult. You had to break the connection properly. He talked about rituals, about saying goodbye, about being respectful even if you were scared. It all sounded like superstitious nonsense to me. But then again, so did a board game knowing about a choking hazard before it happened. I was caught between my girlfriend's practical terror and my friend's researched fear. After a long, tense discussion where nobody really won, we agreed on a middle ground. We wouldn't just trash it. We would do a kind of ceremony, just to cover our bases, to politely tell whatever was hanging around that the party was over. It felt stupid, like we were following instructions for a toy we didn't understand, but we were desperate enough to try anything that might bring back the feeling of our old, boring lives. So that night, with the lights on bright this time, no moody atmosphere, we took the board down from the shelf. The wood felt cooler than it should have, and just holding it gave me a bad feeling, a deep unease in my bones. We placed it on the coffee table. My girlfriend refused to touch it. She sat on the far end of the couch, watching us with wide, worried eyes. My friend and I looked at each other, took a deep breath, and put our fingertips on the planchette. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't a game anymore. This was an eviction notice. My friend was the one who spoke. His voice was steady, but I could hear the tightness in it. "We appreciate you making contact," he said, sounding utterly ridiculous. "But this connection is now closed. You are not welcome here anymore. We say goodbye." We waited, our fingers tense. For a long moment, nothing happened. I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe we had just needed to be firm. Then, the planchette began to move. It didn't jerk this time. It slid, slow and smooth and terribly deliberate, in a wide circle around the board. It went around once, twice, a third time, like it was tracing a boundary. Then it stopped in the center, and it began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until it was just a blur under our fingers. The clear window in the middle was a whirl. We tried to pull our hands away, but it felt like our fingertips were stuck, not glued, but held by some force that wouldn't let go. A chill spread up my arms, a deep, icy cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. Then, as suddenly as it started, the spinning stopped. The planchette dragged our hands, with a force that felt much stronger than the two of us, down to the bottom corner of the board. It scraped across the word goodbye and came to a hard stop. The second it landed, the chill vanished, and we could pull our hands back. We both shoved our chairs away from the table, breathing hard. My friend was pale. "Did you feel that cold?" he whispered. I just nodded, rubbing my hands together to get the feeling back. My girlfriend was on her feet. "What does that mean? Did it work?" Before we could answer, the floor lamp in the corner of the room flickered. Not a power surge, because the TV stayed on. Just that one lamp. Its light dimmed, grew bright, dimmed again, and then went out completely with a soft pop. We were left in the light from the TV and the overhead kitchen bulb. Nobody moved. The message seemed pretty clear to me. It had said goodbye because we told it to, but it wasn't happy about it. It had shown us it could do things, physical things, like make us cold and blow out a bulb. We put the board back on the shelf, not knowing what else to do. The ceremony felt like a total failure. We had tried to shut a door, and something on the other side had just reminded us it could kick it open anytime it wanted. For the next few nights, things were calm. Too calm. The weird waiting feeling was still there, but nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no strange messages. We started to relax again, just a little. Maybe the goodbye had worked in its own way. Maybe it had just been a final show of force before leaving. I even managed to sleep through a whole night without waking up and checking to see if my girlfriend was still beside me. Then, on the fourth night, I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was that feeling again, the feeling of being alone in the bed. I reached out my hand. Empty space. My eyes snapped open. She was gone. A wave of cold dread washed over me, worse than before. I got up and saw the familiar line of light under the office door. Anger mixed with my fear this time. I was angry at the board, angry at the situation, angry that this was happening again. I pushed the door open, ready to shake her awake. But she wasn't at the desk. The office was empty. The light was on, but the chair was pushed in. Confusion cut through my fear. Then I heard a small sound from the kitchen. A faint scratching. I walked down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the floor. I peered into the kitchen. She was there, sitting at the kitchen table, her back to me, her head bent over something. The overhead light was off, and she was working in the dim glow from the stove's digital clock. I could see her hand moving, fast and frantic, scribbling across a notepad. The sound was the pen scratching against the paper. I walked closer, my heart a drum in my ears. She was asleep. I could tell by the slow, deep rhythm of her breathing and the completely slack look on her face when I got close enough to see her profile. But her hand was a blur of activity. I didn't wake her up right away. A horrible curiosity held me frozen. I had to see what she was writing. I leaned over, just enough to see the notepad. It was another obituary. The name at the top was a woman my girlfriend worked with, someone she talked about sometimes, a nice lady in the accounting department. The cause of death was written in that same messy, urgent script. Multiple traumatic injuries sustained from a structural failure and fall of an elevator carriage. It was so specific, so mechanical. It sounded like a line from a police report or an engineering assessment. This wasn't a dream about a car crash or a sickness. This was a technical diagnosis of a disaster. I couldn't watch anymore. I gently put my hand over hers, stopping the pen. "Hey," I said softly. "Wake up." She stirred, her hand going still under mine. She blinked, looked at the notepad, looked at her hand holding the pen, and then looked up at me. The confusion and fear in her eyes were real and total. "What?" she began, her voice thick with sleep. "I was having a dream about work." Her words trailed off as she looked back down at the words she'd written. Her face went pale. She didn't scream or cry. She just stared, as if the reality of it was too big for any normal reaction. I helped her up, led her back to bed, and she followed like a robot. I took the notepad and folded it, shoving it into the pocket of my sweatpants. I didn't want her to see it again. I stayed awake until the sun came up, sitting in the living room and staring at that folded piece of paper on the coffee table. I didn't have to look it up. I already knew with a sick certainty what I would find. The next day was a Tuesday. I went through my work routine like I was in a fog. My girlfriend called in sick, too shaken to face the office, especially the possibility of seeing the woman from the notepad. I waited until my lunch break. I found a quiet spot and pulled out my phone. My fingers felt clumsy as I typed in the name of the city and news elevator accident. For a second, nothing came up. A crazy hope flared in my chest. Maybe it was wrong. Maybe this time it was just a bad dream. Then I refreshed the page. A new article popped up, just published an hour ago. The headline was simple: "One dead in freak elevator malfunction downtown." I didn't want to click it, but I had to. I opened the article. It gave the location, an office building. It said preliminary investigations pointed to a catastrophic failure of a cable mechanism. And there, near the bottom, was the name of the victim. It was her, the woman from the notepad, the woman my girlfriend worked with. The details in the article were still sketchy, but they matched. A fall, structural failure. I put my phone down on the table and just sat there. The sounds of the restaurant around me, the clatter of dishes, the chatter of people, all of it faded into a dull buzz. This was the proof we couldn't ignore, couldn't explain away. The board, or whatever was behind it, wasn't just predicting random deaths. It was issuing memos. It knew things with a frightening, bureaucratic accuracy. It knew how people were going to die, down to the technical details, and it was using my girlfriend to write them down. We weren't just witnesses to a creepy phenomenon. We were suddenly, horrifyingly, part of the process. The calm of the past few days had been an illusion. The game was still on, and the rules were becoming terrifyingly clear. We had tried to say goodbye, and in response, it had given us a demonstration of its power, and then sent us a bill for our trouble in the form of another death notice. The question now wasn't about getting rid of it. The question was, what did it want next? And how many more of these terrible memos were we going to have to file? The reality of it crashed down on us after the elevator accident. It wasn't a ghost story anymore. It was a job, a terrible, unwanted job we couldn't quit. We stopped calling them predictions or creepy messages. We started calling them what they felt like, reports. My girlfriend was the secretary for something we couldn't see, taking dictation for the end of people's lives. The board sat on the shelf like a piece of office equipment, and the thought of it made me sick. We couldn't live like this. We decided, with a kind of desperate fury, that we had to destroy the source. If the goodbye ceremony had backfired, then maybe brute force was the answer. No more rituals, no more polite requests. Just annihilation. My friend agreed immediately when I called him. He said if it was a physical object anchoring this thing to our world, then getting rid of the object for good was the only logical step. My girlfriend was all for it, her fear hardening into a fierce determination. She just wanted it gone, in any way possible. So we planned a bonfire for that Saturday afternoon. It felt almost normal, like we were just having a backyard barbecue to burn some old junk. We bought hot dogs and marshmallows as a weird, defiant gesture. We were going to burn the evil board and then have a cookout, as if we could just go back to normal after. Saturday came, gray and cool. We set up a metal trash can in the middle of my backyard, away from the fence and the trees. My friend brought lighter fluid. My girlfriend gathered up the board and the planchette, handling them with a dish towel, not wanting to touch them directly. We stood around the can, a little circle of nervous resolve. I took the board from her. It felt inert, just wood and paint. For a second, I doubted everything. Maybe we were being hysterical. Maybe this was just a piece of old game, and we were about to have a very strange picnic. But then I remembered the cold touch, the spinning planchette, the exact words on the notepad that matched the news. I tossed it into the can. The planchette followed with a clatter. My friend unscrewed the cap on the lighter fluid and doused it thoroughly, the liquid soaking into the dark wood, the smell sharp and chemical in the air. We all stepped back. He looked at me, and I nodded. He struck a long match and dropped it in. There was a soft hump sound, and flames erupted, orange and blue, licking hungrily at the board. The fire caught fast, warping the polished surface, blackening the beautiful old letters. We watched, not speaking, the heat warming our faces from several feet away. I felt a huge, swelling sense of relief. It was working. We were watching the thing turn to ash. This was it. We were breaking the connection. My girlfriend reached over and squeezed my hand. My friend let out a tense breath. "Good riddance," he muttered. The flames crackled, and the wood split with a sound like a gunshot, making us all jump. The planchette's clear window cracked and melted, twisting in the heat. We stood there until the fire burned down to glowing embers and black, crumbling chunks. We made sure every piece was completely burnt. Then, with a sense of ceremony that felt better than the last one, we took the garden hose and sprayed the ashes until they were a wet, black sludge in the bottom of the can. We had destroyed it. Completely. We looked at each other, and for the first time in weeks, I saw a real, unforced smile on my girlfriend's face. It was over. We had won. We actually cooked the hot dogs and ate them, the smell of smoke and charcoal mixing with the smell of burning wood that still hung in the air. It felt like a celebration. That night, we went to bed early, exhausted from the adrenaline and the weird day. I fell asleep almost instantly, a deep, dreamless sleep. I didn't wake up until morning. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds. I rolled over, expecting to see my girlfriend sleeping peacefully. The bed was empty. My heart, which had felt so light just hours before, sank like a stone in cold water. No, it wasn't possible. We burned it. I got up, my body moving on autopilot fueled by dread. I didn't see a light on in the office. The house was still. I checked the living room. Empty. The kitchen. And there she was, at the kitchen table again, in the early morning gloom. Her head was down on her arms, asleep. In front of her was a notepad, and in her loose, sleeping hand was a pen. The pen wasn't moving. The report was already finished. I walked over, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I didn't wake her. I just looked at the notepad. The heading said obituary. The name was the owner of the little bakery 3 blocks over, a friendly guy who always gave my girlfriend an extra cookie. The cause of death was written with that same awful technical precision. Fatal anaphylactic reaction triggered by a previously undiagnosed nut allergy, specifically to pistachio cross-contamination in a batch of almond biscotti. It was so detailed it was clinical. It didn't just say allergic reaction. It named the nut, the specific pastry, the mechanism of how it happened. I stood there, staring at the words, and the victory of the previous day evaporated. The board was gone, reduced to wet ash. But the connection wasn't in the board. It was in her. Whatever this thing was, it had used the board to find us, to latch on, and now it was embedded in my girlfriend, like a parasite or a virus. Burning its favorite toy hadn't killed it. It had just made it move in deeper. I gently woke her. She came to slowly, disoriented, and then she saw the notepad. Her face crumpled. She didn't cry. She just looked utterly defeated, a look of complete hopelessness that was worse than any tears. "It's in me, isn't it?" she said, her voice flat. I didn't have an answer. We both knew it was true. We spent the next few days in a kind of numb haze. We tried to go back to pretending, but the pretense was thinner than ever. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the news about the baker. 2 days after the sleep writing, my girlfriend was scrolling through her phone on the couch while I tried to read a book. She went very still. Then she turned the screen toward me. It was a local news alert. The baker had died at the hospital. The article was brief, but it mentioned he had collapsed after eating a pastry from his own shop and that he had a severe nut allergy. It didn't give the details of pistachio or biscotti, but the framework was there. Another match. Another report filed correctly. The entity, as we had started to call it in our heads, was batting 1,000. We were trapped. We couldn't destroy it. We couldn't stop it from sending its memos through her. We were stuck in a nightmare with no waking up. My friend came over after we told him, and he looked as lost as we felt. His idea of research had led us to burn the board, and that had accomplished nothing. We sat around my living room, a council of war with no weapons. "We have to get you help," I said to my girlfriend. "Real help, not online forums." She agreed, her eyes hollow. We needed a doctor, someone who might understand sleep disorders, even if we couldn't tell them the whole truth. Maybe there was a medical explanation, a way to stop the sleepwalking, and if we could stop that, we could block the messages. It was a slim hope, but it was all we had. We found a sleep specialist and made an appointment. The waiting room was nice, calm, with soft colors. It felt surreal to be there for something so normal-sounding when our problem was so far from normal. We went in together. The doctor was a kind-looking woman with a calm manner. We told her a heavily edited version of the truth. We said my girlfriend had started sleepwalking recently, with episodes of sleep writing that were very disturbing to her. We said she was writing strange, troubling things and had no memory of it. We did not mention the Ouija board. We did not mention that what she wrote came true. The doctor listened carefully, asked questions about stress, about her diet, about her family history. She nodded and suggested a sleep study, where my girlfriend would spend a night in a clinic hooked up to machines to monitor her brain waves and movements. It sounded scientific and safe. It felt like a real step, a sane step in an insane situation. We scheduled the study for the following week. As we left the office, I felt a tiny flicker of optimism. Maybe this was a way out. Maybe her brain was just misfiring, creating these awful scenarios, and the fact that they sometimes matched reality was just a string of unbelievable coincidences that would run out. I had to believe that, because the alternative was too much to carry. That night, we tried to have a normal evening. We made dinner together, something we hadn't done in a while. We talked about anything but the board, the writing, the doctor. We talked about movies we wanted to see, about maybe painting the living room a different color. It was fragile, but it felt good. When we went to bed, I held her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against my chest. "We'll figure this out," I whispered into her hair. She just nodded, snuggling closer. I fell asleep holding her, thinking about the sleep study, about machines and doctors and rational explanations. I must have been more tired than I thought, because I slept deeply. I woke up because I felt her move. Not the big movement of getting out of bed, but a small, insistent motion. Her right hand, which was draped over my side, had started to twitch. Then her index finger began to move, tracing something on the fabric of my t-shirt. Up and down, side to side. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing. I turned my head just enough to see her face in the moonlight from the window. Her eyes were closed. She was asleep. But her finger was moving with purpose, tracing shapes, tracing letters. She was writing on me. The need to record the death notice was so fundamental, so baked into whatever this connection was, that if it couldn't find paper, it would use skin, it would use fabric, it would use anything. The sleep study wouldn't fix this. A machine measuring her brain waves wouldn't see the thing dictating to her. The problem wasn't in her sleep. The problem was in her, a part of her now, and it was practicing its memos on my shirt. I lay there until her fingers stopped, until her hand went still. I didn't sleep again that night. I just watched her, and I understood with a cold, clear certainty that we were not dealing with a medical condition. We were dealing with something else entirely, and our first real attempt to find a normal solution had just shown us how deep the roots went. The doctor's appointment was just a placeholder, a thing we were doing to feel like we were trying. But the real enemy wasn't in her brainwaves. It was in the messages themselves, and it was proving it could adapt. We had tried fire, and it had laughed. We were trying science next, but a terrible part of me already knew it was going to laugh at that too. The question wasn't how to stop the sleepwalking anymore. The question was, what was the next move for something that could turn a person into a living, breathing filing cabinet for doom? The horror changed shape after the night, she wrote on my shirt. It wasn't just about being scared anymore. It was about the weight of knowing things. We were like cursed librarians, shelving little reports of doom for people who were still alive, still making breakfast and planning their weekends. The guilt was a constant, sour taste in my mouth. And with that guilt came a terrible, unavoidable question. If we knew, did we have to try and stop it? My girlfriend and I argued about it, our voices low and tense in our own home, which didn't feel like a home anymore. She believed, with a fierce and desperate logic, that warning people was pointless. Look what happened with the baker, she'd say. The report was right. If we tried to change it, maybe we'd just make it happen a different way, or maybe we'd draw its attention to us in a worse way. She called it tempting fate. I argued that we couldn't just sit on this knowledge. We had to try. We had to do something, anything, to fight back. Our relationship, which had always been so easy, became a war room, a place for whispered, awful strategy sessions about impending disasters we couldn't prove were coming. The next report made the argument real. It was for the teenage son of a guy I knew from the gym, a good kid. The cause was brutally specific. Traumatic amputation and fatal blood loss resulting from unauthorized operation of a power-driven wood planer on a relative's rural property. I read it and felt sick. We had a week until the date on the report. I couldn't do nothing. My girlfriend begged me not to get involved, her eyes full of a fear that was for me, for us, not for the kid. But I pictured the kid, his whole life ahead of him, and I knew I had to try. I called my gym friend. I fumbled through the worst, most awkward conversation of my life. I told him I'd had a weird dream, a really vivid nightmare, about his son and some dangerous farm equipment at his uncle's place. I told him it felt so real I had to call. that he should keep his son away from that farm for a while. I sounded like a lunatic. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Okay. Thanks, I guess," in a voice that was clearly just humoring me. He hung up. I felt like a fool, but also a little relieved. I had tried. Maybe it would be enough. The date on the report came and went. I checked the news obsessively. Nothing. I called my friend, making up an excuse to ask how his son was doing. He said the kid was fine, was actually home sick with a bad cold, hadn't been anywhere near the farm. A wave of pure, dizzying relief washed over me. I told my girlfriend, and for the first time in weeks, we hugged each other with something like real hope. Maybe we could change it. Maybe we had just broken the chain. Our celebration lasted exactly 2 days. On the third day, a news alert popped up on my phone. There had been an accident involving a flatbed truck on the highway near our side of town. A large piece of industrial farming equipment, a wood planer being transported for repair, had come loose from its straps. It had flown off the truck and struck a teenager who was riding his bike on the shoulder of the road. The boy was in critical condition. He had lost a leg. The article named him. It was my gym friend's son. He hadn't been on the farm. He'd been on the road near his own house. The traumatic amputation part of the report was right. The unauthorized operation part was wrong. We had changed the how, but we hadn't changed the what. The report's core truth had found a way. It felt like the entity had corrected its own memo, adapting to the changes we made. My girlfriend didn't say, "I told you so." She just looked at me with a sadness so deep it was like a well, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. We were playing a game where the rules were written by the other side, and we didn't even know all of them. That failure broke something in us. We stopped talking about warning people. We shifted our strategy entirely to defense, to containment. We had to stop the sleepwalking, physically stop her from getting up. We became jailers in our own home. We gathered up every pen, pencil, marker, and crayon. We took the notepads, the printer paper, even the dusty chalk from an old coloring set. We locked it all in the trunk of my car. We bought a complicated sleeping bag that zipped up the side and agreed she would sleep in it, zipped up tight, so she couldn't get out easily. We took turns on guard duty, one of us staying awake to watch the other sleep. It was exhausting. It was madness. But it was all we had. I took the first shift. She zipped herself into the bulky bag on our bed, looking like a scared caterpillar. I sat in a chair by the door with a book and a strong coffee. The hours dragged. Every time she stirred, my whole body went tense. But she didn't get up. She slept, fitfully but inside the bag. When my eyes started to droil near dawn, I woke her for her shift. We swapped. I lay down, feeling the strange crinkle of the sleeping bag, and was asleep in seconds from pure fatigue. I don't know how long I slept. I woke up to the sound of a key turning in a lock. It was a sharp, metallic sound that sliced through my sleep. I sat up, disoriented. The sleeping bag was empty beside me. The bedroom door, which I had locked from the inside with the deadbolt, was swinging open. She stood in the doorway, backlit by the hall night light. Her eyes were closed. In her hand was the spare house key we kept hidden on top of the door frame in the hallway. She had known where it was. She had walked out, gotten it, and unlocked the door. The entity wasn't just using her body. It was using her memories, her knowledge of our own home, to get around our obstacles. It was learning. I got up and guided her, her movements slow and sleepy, back to bed. I took the key from her limp fingers. As I tucked her in, her eyes fluttered open for just a second. They weren't her eyes. They were blank, empty windows. Her lips moved, and a dry, papery whisper came out, a voice that was all wrong. "The filing deadline," it whispered, "is not flexible." Then her eyes closed, and she was just asleep again. I sat on the edge of the bed, shaking. It had spoken, not through the board, not through her writing. It had used her voice. Our containment was a joke. It could talk. We gave up on the sleeping bag after that. What was the point? We were so tired, a deep soul tiredness that made everything seem gray and slow. We moved through our days like ghosts. We still went to work, we still bought groceries, but we were just going through the motions. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a mountain of exhaustion. A few nights after the key incident, it was my turn to stay awake. I was battling to keep my eyes open, my head nodding. I must have lost the fight for just a few minutes. I jolted awake in the chair. The bed was empty. Panic, now a familiar old friend, kicked in. But the house was quiet. No light from the office. No sound from the kitchen. I got up and checked every room. Nothing. My heart started to hammer. Then I heard it. A soft, wet sound. A sniffle. It was coming from down the hall. From the room that had been meant to be a nursery one day, the room we now used for storage. I walked down the hall, my feet like ice. The door was ajar. I pushed it open. She was standing over the old, empty crib we hadn't gotten rid of, the one we'd bought in a moment of optimistic dreaming. She was just standing there, perfectly still, staring down into the empty space. Tears were streaming silently down her sleeping face, cutting glistening tracks in the moonlight from the window. In her right hand, gripped so tight her knuckles were white, was one of our permanent markers, the fat kind. I must have missed it during the purge. And on the pale yellow wall of the would-be nursery, right next to the crib, she had written a single line in big, shaky block letters, for the child. Time of death, pending. The marker had run out or snapped, leaving a final, ugly smear of black ink beneath the words. I didn't feel fear then. I felt something hotter and cleaner, a pure rage. This thing wasn't just threatening strangers anymore. It was pointing a finger at a future we hadn't even built yet, at a dream. It was marking a target on a life that didn't even exist. That crossed a line. I went to her and shook her awake, not gently. She came to, saw the wall, saw the marker in her hand, and crumpled to the floor. She didn't scream. She made a small, broken sound, like a wounded animal, and then curled in on herself. The mother in her, the part that dreamed of that room filled with laughter, had just been shown its own nightmare. We spent the rest of that night cleaning the wall, but the words had stained the paint. We could still see the ghost of them, a faint yellow-brown shadow on the yellow wall. We moved a big bookcase in front of it the next day. We didn't talk about what it meant. We didn't need to. The fight had changed. It wasn't about saving others anymore. It wasn't even about saving her from sleepwalking. It was about saving a possibility, a hope, from something that wanted to file it away before it even began. We were cornered, and when you're cornered, you find a new kind of strength. We stopped being archivists of doom. We started, quietly, desperately, to look for a weapon. The entity had made it personal. It had shown us its ultimate target, and in doing so, it had made its first mistake, because it had given us a reason to fight with nothing left to lose. The question was no longer if we would fight back. The question was, what were we willing to do to win a war against a thing that wrote the future on our walls? The words on the nursery wall changed everything. It was like the entity had finally shown us its true face, and it was uglier than we ever imagined. It wasn't just some random force keeping a cosmic ledger. It was a bully, a predator that knew exactly where to hit us to cause the most pain. The fear didn't go away, but it got pushed down by something harder, a cold, focused anger. We were done being scared. We were done being its office assistants. We had to find a way to fight, not just hide. But how do you fight something you can't touch, something that lives in the mind of the person you love? My girlfriend was shattered. She wouldn't go near that room. She looked at me sometimes with such a raw guilt, as if she believed some part of her was already capable of making that terrible decision the wall had mentioned. I held her and told her it wasn't her. It was the thing attached to her, but the words felt weak. We needed action. We started to think differently. If this thing was like a bureaucrat, it had to have rules. It needed the obituaries written to make a death official, like a judge needs a signed warrant. That was its power, but maybe also its weakness. What if we could corrupt the data? What if we could feed it wrong information and break its whole system? It was a crazy idea, born from pure desperation, but it was the first plan that felt like attacking instead of just defending. For a few days, nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no compulsions. It was like the entity was letting the thread on the wall hang in the air, letting us stew in it. Then, one ordinary Tuesday morning, the calm broke. I was making coffee. My girlfriend was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her hands. She suddenly went very still. Her face lost all color. She looked up at me, and her eyes were wide with a terror that was completely awake, completely present. "It's here," she whispered. "The feeling, it's back, but I'm not asleep." She described it as a physical push, a pressure building behind her eyes and in her stomach, a nausea that came with a single, clear command in her head, right? She fought it. She clenched her fists and shook her head, her whole body trembling with the effort. But the pressure just grew, becoming a pounding headache, a cramping in her gut. She started to cry from the strain. "I can't. It's too strong," she gasped. I saw it in her face, the moment her will broke. Her shoulders slumped. The fight went out of her eyes, replaced by a horrible, resigned blankness. She reached for a napkin from the holder and a pen that was lying nearby. Her hand wasn't jerky like in her sleep. It moved with a dreadful, conscious slowness. She was awake, and she was being forced to obey. I watched, helpless, as her hand began to form letters. She was weeping, tears dripping onto the paper, but her hand kept moving. It wrote the heading, obituary. Then it began to write the name. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a stranger's name. It was my full name, our home address, my date of birth. It was filling out my personal file. The date of death was left blank. And in the cause of death section, her hand wrote, in that same awful, steady script, termination of services for persistent interference with archival process. I stared at the words. It was a pink slip, a firing notice. From death. My attempts to warn people, to lock her up, to fight back, they had made me a problem employee, and the entity was putting me on notice. The moment she dotted the last period, the terrible pressure left her. The pen dropped from her fingers. She looked at what she had written, and then at me, her face a mask of pure horror. It's for you, she said, the words barely a breath. Because you keep trying to stop it. In that moment, a strange calm settled over me. The monster had pointed its finger. At least now I knew where to stand. I took the napkin, folded it neatly, and put it in my wallet. This was my death notice. I carried it with me. It made the whole thing real in a new way. Okay, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. So it wants me gone. That means we're a threat. That means we're on the right track. My idea about corrupting the data came rushing back. This was our chance. The entity had just issued a threat, which meant it was engaged with us. Maybe we could engage back on our own terms. I explained it to her. It needs the forms filled out correctly, right? What if we give it a form that's nonsense? A form for someone who doesn't exist, who dies in an impossible way. Maybe it'll confuse its system. Maybe it'll break the chain. She was scared, but she was also out of options. The next time she felt the pull, the compulsion to write, we would be ready. We didn't have to wait long. That evening, as we were trying to eat dinner, she put her fork down. Her face went slack. It's starting again, she said, her voice monotone. It wants a report. It's giving me the details. I moved quickly. I sat beside her and put a fresh sheet of paper in front of her. I put a pen in her hand. Don't write what it's telling you, I said, looking into her glassy eyes. Write what I tell you to write. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. I started dictating. Name, John Doe. Date of death, yesterday. Cause of death. Spontaneous combustion after being struck by ball lightning during a solar eclipse. It was the most ridiculous, impossible thing I could think of. A person who didn't exist, dying yesterday in a way that defied all of science. Her hand hesitated. I could see the strain in her arm, the conflict between the compulsion in her mind and my words in her ear. Write it, I urged. Slowly, jerkily, her hand began to move. She wrote the fake name. She wrote the wrong date. She wrote the absurd cause of death. It was like watching someone slog through thick mud, but she did it. When she finished the last word, she let out a huge, shuddering gasp. The blankness left her eyes. The compulsion was gone. She looked at the paper, then at me. Did it work? She asked, hope flickering in her voice for the first time in weeks. I think so, I said. The feeling. It's gone. It accepted it. We spent the next 2 days in a state of nervous, giddy suspension. Nothing happened. No new compulsions. No sleepwalking. She felt normal, like herself again. We dared to hope. Maybe we had broken it. Maybe jamming its system with nonsense had caused it to short-circuit. We even laughed a little, a real laugh, about the ball lightning. We started to make plans again, tiny ones, like maybe seeing a movie or having my buddy over for a normal, non-terrifying barbecue. The shadow of the nursery wall seemed to recede just a little. On the third morning, our hope died. I was in the shower when I heard her call my name. It wasn't a scream. It was a small, defeated sound. I got out and found her in the kitchen. She was standing by the counter, holding her head in her hands. It's back, she said, not looking at me. It's not asking for a new one. It's demanding a correction. She looked up, her face pale. It says the John Doe file was an error. Invalid entry. It needs a valid, factual report to clear the backlog. The pressure. It's worse than before. She sat down heavily. It's angry. My heart sank. Our trick hadn't broken the system. It had just created a paperwork error, and now the cosmic office manager was demanding we fix our mistake, with interest. We were right back where we started, but now the entity was annoyed with us. The brief period of peace was over, and it had just been a coffee break for the thing haunting us. It was back on the clock, and it expected us to be too. We had tried to fight with cleverness, and it had swatted our idea away like a fly. The fight wasn't about confusing it. The fight was about something more direct. As we sat there in the wreckage of our failed plan, a new, darker thought began to form in my mind. If the connection was in her, and we couldn't cut it out or confuse it, maybe we could. Transfer it. The wall had said the child's death was pending. Pending what? A decision? What if the entity was offering a twisted choice? What if it wanted her to choose between the future it had threatened and something else? What if the something else could be me? The thought was monstrous, a deal with the devil. But as I looked at her, at the deep bruises under her eyes from lack of sleep, at the way her hands shook, I knew I would consider anything to free her. The entity wanted a scribe. Fine. Maybe it could have a new one. The question was, how do you apply for a job from hell, and what happens if you get it? The demand for a correction hung over us like a sentence. The 2 days of peace had been a cruel joke, a taste of a life we couldn't have. Now the pressure was back on my girlfriend, worse than before, a constant, grinding headache and a nausea that wouldn't leave. She walked around the house like a ghost, pale and silent, jumping at every little sound. We were back to square one, but the board was gone, the tricks had failed, and the entity was clearly impatient. We were running out of squares on the board. That's when I told her my new idea, the terrible one about a transfer. We were sitting at the kitchen table, the same place she'd written my obituary. The morning light felt too bright, too normal for the conversation we were having. It needs a scribe, I said, keeping my voice low and even. It's attached to you. But what if attachments can be moved? What if we can convince it to take me instead? She stared at me like I'd suggested cutting off my own arm. No, she said, flat and immediate. Absolutely not. That's making a deal with it. You don't bargain with something like this. It's a trick. I pushed on. The wall said pending. Pending what? A decision. It gave you a choice, a horrible one. Maybe it's always about choices. Maybe we can offer it a different choice. It can keep its clerk, but a new one. One who's been interfering. It might like that. A punishment and a solution all in one. She was shaking her head, tears in her eyes. I won't let you do that. I won't trade you for me. That's not a choice, that's a nightmare. But I could see the logic working behind the fear in her eyes. The mother in her, the part that had been shattered by the words on the nursery wall, was listening. If the entity wanted a sacrifice, and the sacrifice was me instead of a future child, wasn't that a trade she had to consider? The thought was so ugly it made me feel sick, but we were past pretty solutions. We argued in whispers for hours, circling the same awful point. She called it a surrender. I called it a tactical retreat, a way to get her out of the line of fire, so we could think of a next move. In the end, what broke her wasn't my reasoning. It was the next wave of compulsion. Later that afternoon, she doubled over at the kitchen sink, gripping the counter so hard her knuckles turned white. A low moan escaped her lips. It's pushing. So hard, she gasped. It wants the correction. It's showing me. A face. I don't know who it is, but it wants the report now. She was trembling all over, sweating. She was losing the fight, and we both knew it. She looked at me, her eyes full of a pain that wasn't just physical. Okay, she whispered, the word full of defeat and a love that felt like it was being torn in two. Okay, we try it your way. We didn't know how to perform a supernatural job transfer. We weren't witches or priests. We were just two scared people. So we did what felt logical in our shattered state. We treated it like a business transaction. If this thing was a bureaucracy, we would speak its language. We got a fresh, clean sheet of paper. We wrote a contract in our own simple words. We stated that the role of scribe, the duty to record the notices, was hereby voluntarily and permanently transferred from her to me. We wrote that in exchange for this transfer, the entity would immediately and completely release her from all connection, obligation, and influence forever. We specified that this included any and all future offspring, naming the child pending specifically. We were covering all the bases we could think of. We both signed our real names at the bottom. It felt ridiculous and solemn at the same time, like signing our own souls away. That night, with the paper on the kitchen table between us, we placed our hands on it, hers over her signature, mine over mine. We didn't light candles. We didn't chant. We just spoke, our voices shaky but clear. We read the contract out loud, from top to bottom. The role is transferred, I said at the end. The debt is paid. She is free. As the last word left my lips, the overhead kitchen light a sturdy modern fixture that had never once flickered, flared with a blinding, blue-white intensity for a full second. We both flinched, squeezing our eyes shut. There was a loud pop, and then the room was plunged into a gloom lit only by the stove light. A sharp, electrical smell, like ozone after a lightning strike, filled the air. We sat in the sudden dimness, our hands still on the paper, not daring to move. Then my girlfriend let out a long, shuddering breath. "It's gone," she whispered, wonder in her voice. "The pressure, the feeling of being watched. It's just gone." She started to cry, but this time they were tears of relief, a torrent of them. She hugged me, sobbing into my shoulder, repeating "it's gone" over and over. I held her, feeling a cautious hope. Had it worked? Had our stupid, homemade contract actually done something? The next few hours were a revelation. The change in her was instant and profound. The tension that had been coiled in her shoulders for weeks just vanished. The constant, wary look in her eyes softened. She smiled, a real, unburdened smile that made her look like the woman I'd fallen in love with. She made a pot of tea and actually drank it, sitting at the table and looking out the window at the birds, something she hadn't done in what felt like years. She was present, truly present, for the first time since the first night with the board. I watched her, and my heart swelled with a love so fierce it hurt. This was why I'd done it. To see her like this again. It was worth any price. I didn't feel any different. No strange compulsions, no whispers in my mind. Maybe the entity had just left. Maybe our bold move had shocked it into breaking the connection entirely. That night, we slept in our own bed, without any locks or sleeping bags or watches. She fell asleep in minutes, a deep, peaceful sleep. I lay awake for a while, listening to her breathe, feeling a profound sense of victory. We had won. We had outsmarted it. I finally drifted off, thinking maybe, just maybe, it was over. I dreamed. It wasn't a normal dream. It was too clear, too detailed. I was in an office, but not a nice one. It was endless, a sea of gray cubicles stretching in every direction under a flat, sourceless gray light. The air was cool and smelled like dust and old paper. My cubicle had a desk, and on the desk was a stack of blank forms and a single, old-fashioned pen with a sharp metal tip. I knew, without being told, what the forms were for. I picked up the pen. It was cold, so cold it burned my fingers. I tried to put it down, but my hand wouldn't let go. A calm, neutral voice, like a recording, filled the cubicle. New scribe orientation commenced. First task, practice filing. I woke up with a gasp. Dawn light was filtering through the blinds. I was drenched in a cold sweat. My right hand was clenched into a fist. I uncurled my fingers. The palm was stained with a deep blue-black ink, as if I'd been gripping a leaking pen for hours. I sat up, my heart pounding. My girlfriend was still asleep beside me, her face serene. Then she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She saw the look on my face and immediately sat up. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before I could answer, her eyes dropped to my hand. She saw the ink. Her gaze darted to the bedsheet next to me. Her hand flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. I looked down. There, on the crisp white cotton, written in my own familiar handwriting in that same blue-black ink, was a message. It wasn't a full obituary. It was a memo. It said, "New scribe. Training initiated. First assignment, practice run. Subject pending." The transfer had worked, but not in the way we'd hoped. It hadn't left. It had just switched desks. It had accepted my application. I was now the employee, and my training had already begun. The relief on her face melted into a new kind of terror, a terror for me. I looked from the ink on my hand to the words on the sheet, and the cold reality settled in my gut. The fight wasn't over. I had just volunteered for the front line. I was inside the machine now. The question was, could I break it from the inside without becoming just another part of the process? Becoming the haunted one is a lonely job. You get a promotion you never wanted, with all the responsibility and none of the support. The worst part is you have to wear a mask, a big smile that says everything is fine, so the people you love don't see the cold, gray office that's growing inside your head. My girlfriend was free. That was the important thing. She woke up every morning looking more like herself, the shadows under her eyes fading, the weight lifted from her shoulders. She could laugh again. She could make plans. She'd talk about painting the nursery a different color, not as a fearful thing, but as a project, a step toward a future. I clung to that. Seeing her like that was my fuel. It was why I had done this. So when she'd look at me with concern and ask, "How are you feeling? Anything strange?" I'd smile, a real convincing smile I'd been practicing, and say, Nothing. I feel great. It's like it's totally gone. It was the most important lie I'd ever told. The truth started small. A few hours after the ink on the sheet incident, I felt an itch. Not a normal itch, but a deep, twitchy need in the bones of my right hand and my fingers. It was a physical craving to hold a pen, to move it across a surface. I ignored it. I made a fist and stuck my hand in my pocket. The itch faded after a few minutes, but it left a dull ache behind, like I'd sprained something. That was the first day. The next morning, the itch came back, stronger, accompanied by a low, steady throb behind my left eye. A name floated into my mind, not my own thought. It was the guy who worked in the cubicle next to mine at my job. A quiet man named Phil I barely knew. With the name came a cause, clear as a printed sentence in my brain. Cardiac episode brought on by concealed emotional distress. It wasn't a voice. It was just knowledge, implanted like I'd always known it. And with that knowledge came the overwhelming, nauseating need to write it down. The itch in my hand became a burning. The headache spiked. It was the compulsion she had described, but now it was mine. I was at work. I locked myself in a bathroom stall, gripping the sides of the toilet until my hands hurt, fighting the urge to pull out a pen and scribble the words on the wall. I lasted almost 3 hours. The pain became unbearable. A white-hot drill bit behind my eye. My vision started to blur. I couldn't think. All I could see was the name and the phrase, over and over. In a moment of sheer, fractured will, I gave in. But I didn't write it correctly. I fumbled a pen from my pocket, and on a tiny sticky note, I scrawled just the name and 2 words, heart trouble. The moment the pen left the paper, the pressure vanished. The headache disappeared like it had been switched off. The sticky note felt like nothing, just a scrap of paper with a vague worry on it. I flushed it down the toilet. Had I beaten it? Had my incorrect entry failed to file? I went home and told my girlfriend it had been a totally normal day. She was making pasta, humming to herself. The lie felt good because it protected that scene, that moment of normalcy. That night, I started researching again, but now from a new angle. I wasn't looking for how to break a connection. I was looking for how a scribe could quit. Every myth, every story about deals with death had a loophole. A riddle, a task, a substitute who outsmarts the boss. I needed to find the employee handbook for this cursed job. 2 days after my bathroom stall incident, my colleague Phil didn't come to work. His wife called the office. He'd been rushed to the hospital with a severe anxiety attack, something he'd never had before. They were running cardiac tests to be safe. My heart trouble note had been wrong, but it had brushed against the truth. I hadn't finalized a death, but I had somehow nudged fate towards sickness. I wasn't just recording reality anymore. I was influencing it, bending it slightly with my mistakes. That was a terrifying power and a terrifying clue. Maybe the system wasn't perfect. Maybe it could be hacked with errors. But the cost of those errors was still someone's suffering. The real test came a week later. The compulsion hit me like a truck while I was watching TV. It wasn't just a name and a cause. It was a full data packet, name, address, the exact time of day, and a cause so vividly specific it played like a movie in my head. A man slipping on a freshly washed kitchen floor, his head striking the corner of a marble countertop with a precise, sickening crack. The details were crystal clear. The pain that came with it was immense, an immediate, vice-like grip on my skull. I doubled over on the couch, a grunt of pain escaping me. My girlfriend jumped up. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tight with a fear she thought she'd left behind. "Migraine," I gasped through clenched teeth. "Bad one. I'm gonna lie down." I stumbled to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. The pain was blinding. I couldn't fight this one. I grabbed a pen and a notebook from the nightstand. My hand was shaking, but it moved toward the paper to write the details it had been given. But then I stopped. A new idea, born from my research and my own stubborn anger, flashed through the pain. What if I didn't write its assignment? What if I wrote my own? What if I wrote a report for the only subject I had total control over? Gritting my teeth against the agony, I forced my hand to move. I didn't write the stranger's name. I began to write my own. I put down my full name, my address. In the cause of death field, I wrote, "Scribe termination via willful noncompliance." I was filing a report on myself for insubordination. The moment I started writing my own name, something shifted. The pain didn't vanish, but it changed. The relentless, driving pressure eased. The entity's presence in my mind, which had been a roaring command, suddenly went still. It was listening, watching. When I finished the last letter, a new thought entered my head. It wasn't a command. It was a flat, administrative statement, calm and clear as a computer notification. Error. Conflict of interest detected. Subject cannot self-report for